Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, October 15th, 2019. We're beginning our meeting a little bit later because of executive session this evening at approximately 6:09. We do have all council members present and we do have a quorum. So if you'll please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, just want to welcome everyone here, plus the people who are online. But before we begin, I have a few particulars that we needed to go over. But I wanted to begin tonight's meeting by apologizing to my colleagues, the citizens and staff, and our online visitors for not handling an outburst at the last meeting. It's difficult to see and hear what's going on in the chambers, but with that said, I am implementing a zero tolerance approach to keeping order in our chambers. So if I hear something, we're just going to have to ask you to please leave. So we've gone on and on about this, and I think that's the best way to handle it. Just ask that you leave and no explanation, because we can't get into it. And if you are sitting next to someone that you don't like or you think is bugging you, just move. But please, we want to hear from you. Definitely, we want to hear from you. But there's an appropriate way of doing that, and that's to come to the podium and state your name and where you live, and then you can either speak at Citizens to be Heard or any agenda item. So I really appreciate your understanding of this. We have changed the Citizens to be Heard to 3 minutes from 5 minutes, so just an FYI, those of you that are new here. Cell phones, please silence them. And again, no talking. If you need to talk, just go outside and talk. Don't even start the conversation in the chambers, okay? And again, you can speak on each agenda item. Raise your hand. We have a staff presentation and then council discussion, and then we want to hear from you. It's a true partnership in getting feedback from our citizens, that's for sure. So thank you for that. All right, moving then to presentations. Agenda item number 2.1, presentation of the Good Neighbor Award to Mr. Craig Farrell. Mr. Farrell, are you here? There you are. Thank you. Come on down. Thank you. Good evening and welcome. We're so glad you're here. Yes, this is Mr. Craig Farrell, and when I heard that he had been serving our police and fire since 2002, a year after 9/11, and we've honored you before, I know we have, but this is now 18 years straight, and we really appreciate it. And I just wanted to introduce Mr. Farrell and thank him for providing the wonderful meals to our police and fire, and we thank you so much for thinking of him. So let me give this Good Neighbor Award, and then I'd love to hear from you. All right. Good Neighbor Award presented to Mr. Craig Farrell in recognition of the generous support you have shown the Leon Valley Police and Fire Departments over the last 18 years. We sincerely appreciate your commitment to our cause, as well as your continued support of our first responders. Signed by my hand this 15th day of October 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. Let's give Mr. Farrell congratulations. Yes, thank
you. Well, I don't want to go too far into it, but I definitely love this community. I'm very happy with the police and firemen. I've known quite a few responders myself personally. It touches my heart to do it, and I will continue to do this as long as I physically and mentally, whatever it takes, can. So plan on it again next year.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. All right, we'll see you next year. Okay, let me give that back to you. Thank you. Moving then to agenda item number 2.2 under presentations, Hike and Bike Trail Advisory Committee 2019 Annual Report. It's a great honor to have Henry Deeker, Vice Chairman of the Hike and Bike Trail Advisory Committee, here this evening to present, along with Melinda Mortz, the liaison to that committee. Good evening, Henry, and welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Council, citizens, it's great to be here. The Hike and Bike Trail Advisory Committee 2019 Annual Report. Oops. First of all, who the committee members are. Our former chair, Mr. Hudi, is now a member of the council. Myself, Roger Christensen, Josue De La Torre, Diane Frazier, Cynthia Kroger, Darby Riley, Belinda Benavides, and Melinda Moritz is our staff liaison. And our two new members to the group are Lori Kelly and Mary Hody. A little bit of background on the committee. The committee was formed in January of 2017 by the City Council, appointed members in February, and first meeting was held in March. The duties of the committee are to create options for designing an alternate route that fulfills the original intent of the project and connects Raymond Rinkus Park with Crystal Hills Park. They were to then bring the recommendations to the City Council, and that has been done. The committee meets at the call of the chair. Currently, we're meeting on a quarterly basis. Our yearly activities of this past year, in October 2018, we were very fortunate and had a change of our staff liaison to Melinda Moritz, who's incredible. Our committee met monthly to determine site amenities. In January of 2019, we performed a site visit to determine the route, the Phase 2, the trail system, and Phase 2 is the Bandera to Evers. In February of 2019, the City Council approved the route through the fire break and submitted resolution with Phase 2 trail route for the CMAQ grant, which was not awarded. Spring of 2019, the committee decided to hold our next meeting in October. The primary reason for the large gap between our meetings was that the LC17 project had not been completed, so no actions could be taken through the summer. What we have on the screen now is to remind you what are the approved trail route. The first section that goes from Crystal Hills over to Bandera Road. As you can see, it curves up and more or less for a section parallels Alverde before coming back around down behind the firehouse and over. It was a delicate challenge to balance between getting as far down in the ravine as possible, while still keeping it as far up to keep from having to rebuild the trail every time we have a large flood. Our other yearly activities, the LC17 contractor has indicated that the project should be completed by October of this year. Staff has been in contact with TxDOT and City Council budgeted funds for the engineering portion of the project in fiscal year 2020. Engineering and design has begun. The committee has resumed quarterly meetings. We met last night and have planned our next meeting as well. Our other yearly activities, the design and engineering, should take approximately 8 months, looking at June of 2020. Funds for construction will be included in the fiscal year 2021 parks budget. The property should be deeded to the city in October to December timeframe of 2020, and that's pending all work is satisfactorily completed and maintained. And it's also pending the letter of flood map revision, LOMAR, to be approved by FEMA. Construction should begin once the property is accepted by the city. And again, that is expected to be at the end of 2020 or possibly early 2021. And that is the Hike and Bike Trail report for 2019.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me open it up then for some questions. I just had a few. I thought we had a grant from the AAMPO for this trail. So when it said park funds, we actually are getting reimbursable funds from the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization for, I'm sure not all of the route, but for some of it.
As you know, we can take the money in, but it goes in the revenue side, it doesn't go into the expenditure side. So once we get the money in, we'll have to move it. And the appropriate place to put that is in the parks budget.
Right, and was that about $1.2 million or
933
or something like that we have?
I think it was.
Okay, all right, very good. And then also, where does the trail go once it gets to the bridge at Bandera Road? Does it go under? Does it go over? I know that was a discussion that y'all were having.
It is to go under and then come up just on the other side as it comes under and around to the sidewalk that's present.
To connect the sidewalk in front of the little triangle park and Hebner Onion Homestead, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
that will be
very
the
good.
end of for phase one.
Okay, great. All right, those are my questions. Any other questions?
Yes, I
Councilor
have one.
Charles.
And then how does it run from Bandera Road to Crystal Hills Park? Along the creek bed?
Well, actually, on the map that we had, it curves over, it comes up behind the firehouse, and then it continues on. There is one small section where it gets a little bit closer to Alverde Road, but that's simply because it couldn't be any further, or there would be reconstruction on a not so regular basis.
So will it be constructed before the Crystal Hills Park is constructed, or about the same time?
Not really certain when the Crystal Hills Park will be completed, since that's the San Antonio project. But since we're looking at early 2021 or end of 2020 for groundbreaking on this piece, we're hopeful that that'll be in place.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Deeker? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And appreciate the committee's work as well, and Ms. Moritz. All right, moving then to presentation 2.3, monthly financial report ending September 30th, 2019. We have Vicki Wallace, our finance director, here this evening to present. Good evening, Vicki, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
You bet.
You have in your packet, I tried to get this updated so that you would have the latest and the greatest. So the report that you have in front of you, it says updated. We now have the October sales tax in there, so we only need one more sales tax.
Sales tax, great.
And we had one more AP we did this week, and that would total to $246,000, but it's not reflected in here because the AP was due to us by the 10th, so we did not get it processed in enough time for me to get this done to get it updated. So basically, there's going to be some journal entries that we have to do, but the one thing I did want to tell you, Mayor, is that basically looking at red light camera, there are a few expenditures that happened this week that I don't have in here, but it looks like the amount that we're going to have to pay the state is $718,493. It looks, and again, not with the expenditures that we have, so we're going to reserve, we did a budget adjustment of $75,801. We also did $100,000, but we did not use those funds. So I'm basically reducing, what I would have booked was $338,000 reserved for the traffic safety, but I'm going to back off that $75,000 that we budgeted for. I think it was, what was it? Yeah, it was Melinda. Something we did for Melinda. So
What was it? What was the 75 for? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The crosswalks.
The crosswalks,
Yeah.
that's right. And we're trying to get 3 of them, right, for the cost of 75. Okay.
So-
And the 100,000 is for what?
The 100,000 was for another crosswalk.
Another crosswalk. So out of your net, you're going to save
Well, we're gonna-
175,000?
Yeah, we're gonna book approximately 262,000. We had a reserve last year of 211. So at 9/30/19, it'll be about 474,000 in our traffic safety reserve. However, Miss Melinda has already gone back and got a budget adjustment for 240,000 to come out of that. So that'll leave us about 234,000.
Okay, so that'll be our year-end balance from the red light camera,
For
234.
the 20, she's already got the 240 budget adjustment.
Okay, all right.
So that will change ever so slightly. There were a few expenditures that came in, but all the revenue is done. We're done with all of that. There's nothing else to put in for that.
Okay, very good. And did we last year for 211, did we also have other reserves set
No,
aside?
that was our first year that
That
we
was
had a
our
reserve.
first year,
Yes,
it was
ma'am.
just 211. So this year, it's actually 262, but
62.
we have 175,000 plus that's
No, we have
already
175,000 we have to take away from the 300, it is going to
Right.
be 338, yes.
338, right. Okay. So, all right, thank you. 338.
So, this particular one, if you can see, that we look at the ad valorem taxes, we are done with that. The only thing that I have to do is I get a report that's considered a TC 168, and when we get our ad valorem taxes in, we break them up between M&O and INS, maintenance and operation, and interest and sinking. So when we get that report, that number is probably going to change just a little bit. We have sales tax, we only have 1 month left now for sales tax, so we're sitting at 2.58% year-to-date. We have franchise fees from CPS that is still left. We're done with fines and fees. We're done with miscellaneous. So basically, we have just a few more. So you were looking at, we look very, very well on our revenue.
Now, this sales tax is through
October.
October.
I went ahead and updated it.
Okay,
because
you
we got
did.
it in
Okay.
Friday.
And how does that, how is that relating to what we actually budgeted for? Are we right on target? Are we a little less, a little bit more?
2.58 above.
2.58 above?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're right. So we have 1 more month left.
1 more month. But is that what we also said, is that what we budgeted for, the 2.58 increase? Sales tax? Or did
Last
we?
year, I think it was only 2. This year, we
Yeah.
did 2.5. In 2020, we did 2.5.
Okay, so we're a little bit ahead of what we said. Okay, that's what I was wondering.
So
Thank
you
you.
look at your expenditures, there's not a story there. We're pretty much done, except for the 246 that we did, which is among all the different funds, and some of it's out of the street. If you look at the water and sewer, we only have a half of a month left to bill for. The expenditures she did have some expenditures out of the one that we just did this way, so that one's pretty much done. We have already taken care of the impact fees and so forth, reclassed them, because there's a lot of reclassification that we do once the year is finished. So that's why you see that miscellaneous. A big portion of that is the impact water fee and the sewer fee that development collects.
Very few of these are at 100% expenditures, if you'll notice, really. I mean, hardly anybody got to 100%. Well, one of them did, other sources.
Revenue.
Yeah, but the revenue is higher.
Yeah, but that's good.
That is good, especially,
The community center fund, the hotel tax, the only thing I need to still get from it is the 2 hotels on the highway, the suites, and the one at I still call it the Super 8. They have now gone to paying every month, so I need to get 1 more for the quarter. They have to the end of the month to pay that.
okay.
Not too for sure how that's going to turn out, so that kind of distorts that picture, because there's 2 months in there that's not really in that 66,643 in fiscal year 18.
All right, so you have 19,000 of miscellaneous revenue?
Yes. Okay.
What is that from?
That is from when she has cleaning fees, we collect them. And we
Okay.
used to pay Public Works to go out and clean it, but now that they work on the weekends, they do that. So basically, we just reclass it to miscellaneous revenue, because it's not rental revenue.
Okay, all
And
right.
so we just sort of cleaned that up, got with Maribel, we cleaned it all up. Whatever we didn't have outstanding for a deposit for cleaning, we moved it over to miscellaneous revenue. So that's what that is.
Thank you.
And her expenditures are done. So we're at 68.5. The economic development, again, we're through October. And there were no expenditures in that one, so I think we're pretty much done. We don't have the 79,000 yet.
Still don't have that.
Yeah, so I'm going to book it in 2020 as revenue
Okay.
when it comes in. Red light camera, this is basically what I told you, the only difference. The only thing that we're going to have to change would be a few expenditures in Tier 1 and a few expenditures in Tier 2. Tier 2, your revenues, we're done. That's the final numbers on those. And we've gone back and reclassed if there was something that we've checked everything.
Okay.
On the impound lot, those revenues were done, that's final. I'm pretty sure there was no expenditures, so we're done on the expenditures.
Okay, so that, the balance then just goes into the general fund,
Goes into fund balance, yes.
in the fund balance, okay. So I computed that at 119,657, does that sound right? From revenue versus expenditures, okay.
And that's it. Any
Okay.
questions?
Very good. I usually ask them along the way. Is there any other questions? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw, and then if there's anyone in our chambers that would like to ask a question on the budget. Yes, sir.
Could you go back to the water and sewer fund slide? Because I've been getting a lot of questions from citizens about the water rates lately. And if I'm just making sure I understand this correctly. So water sales and sewer sales year to date, it's 116%, 105% for our annual budget,
Have
right?
half a month left still to book.
Okay. But our expenditures are 63% for water and 99% for sewer. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the thing with any utility, whether it be electric, whether it be water, whether it be sewer, it doesn't matter. A lot of it is gauged on the weather. So you can do your best guess and you can put in all your numbers, but if you have a really dry season or you have a really wet season, that's going to affect that number.
Right. That's gonna. So I understand. So we
Had a dry
budgeted,
summer
we
now.
guessed what we thought we were going to use, and we've actually received a lot more revenue because people have been using water. But I guess my point is, aren't the sewer sales and water sales like a pass through?
The sewer.
The sewer is pass through. So why would it be less than the revenue? Why would the expenditures be so much less than the
I
revenue
don't know if
taken in?
she's I think she's paid all of her bills and her water and sewer. So one bill left. It didn't come in already. Okay, well, because she's
Okay.
got one bill left.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from anyone in our chambers this evening on the budget? The year-end budget, this is it, FY
Well, it'll be a
19.
little bit
But I mean,
changes,
for the
and we're
most part,
still-
it's
yeah,
done.
we're still working, but
Yeah.
it's closer, it's a closer number than what I originally did because it was
That's
right at
right.
the end of September I did it. So I thought, let me do one that's pretty much closer to I at least have October in there because I still have some receivables. Barring like a big expenditure that comes in, we're done with AP, but if we get something that we consider material, we're going to pay
Okay.
it in fiscal year 19, which very well could
Good.
happen that we just didn't realize was out there.
All right. So seeing no hands, then we will say thank you for your budget presentation this evening, Vicki. Thank you again. Moving then to presentation number 2.4. Is that going to be you, Ms. Kinsler? Okay, it didn't have a name. Presentation and discussion on the options for legal service providers to the City of Leon Valley, and Kelly Kinsler, our City Manager, will be presenting this evening.
Thank you. So as you all are aware, in the Home Rule Charter, it is the city manager's responsibility to hire the city attorney. And so we actually did the RFQ, and in the RFQ selection process was Crystal Caldera was in there, Melinda Moritz.
Brandon?
I can't find, oh, there he is, and Brandon Milland. Am I missing anybody? So-
Sandra.
And Sandra. So anyway, two of the firms we did not feel met the qualifications, but three of the firms did. And as you know, in the past, I've always asked for your help and your guidance in selecting a city attorney. So we're down from 5 firms to 3 firms. So we have invited each of the 3 firms to come and do a presentation to you. I can't remember if you told them 5 or 6 minutes, Sandra?
6. I told them 6 minutes.
6-minute presentation. And then I would just like to listen to your questions and the answers from the firms so that I can get your input as well.
Okay, so who's going first?
Who do you have to go first?
Crystal, do you have
Whichever
a...
order you would like them to go. We have Denton, Navarro, Rocha, Bernal, and then we have Fort Messer, and we have Alan Borges.
Let's do it in alphabetical order.
Okay. Alan?
I'm going to try my best, but I've got a broken wing here to take notes. But if you have anything to add, because the committee will reconvene, please feel free to email me with your thoughts and your input.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Berkowitz. Welcome.
Mayor, Council, City Manager, thank you very much. Got our PowerPoint pulled up here.
Okay.
I have a brief presentation that I can give you a short overview of our law firm for those who are not familiar with it, and then I can be available for questions if you have any. Our law firm was founded 17 years ago this month. Our headquarters are in Austin, but we have lawyers that office and practice in 8 different regions of the state, including in San Antonio. We view ourselves as a statewide law firm, and we help cities big and small. We do city attorney work for certain cities and special projects for others. If you look at our team, we have 23 lawyers on our roster. If you add up the cities that they've worked in-house as staff attorneys, they've been staff attorneys in 22 different cities across the state. 3 of us are former TML lawyers who are all on staff with TML, and that's something that we have a great deal of pride in. In addition to the lawyers we employ, we actually have some non-lawyer consultants that work with us pretty routinely. And this is something you don't find at every law firm. We have a full-time paid staff urban planner with a master's degree that helps us with all the planning, zoning, plats, sign regulations, and those sorts of things. We find that even if our clients have staff planners, sometimes having our own planner involved helps strengthen those cases if you're approving a rezone, denying a rezone, or negotiating some sort of complicated development agreement. We have retired city secretaries that have come to work with us that help with things such as records management, responses to sometimes overwhelming open records requests, and helping with elections and election-related documentation. We have a retired chief of police who is our consultant on law enforcement matters. It helps a great deal when a new chief is taking over a department, wants some information up front about the status of the evidence locker, or the policies and procedures regarding drug seizures and how those things are stored and destroyed eventually. We've even had cities say, citizens are complaining about a search we did for a missing person. We think we handled it by the book, but we would like an internal review of how we went about handling that. And doing it through the firm allows much of that to be done with a lawyer and thus privileged, so the city has basically an internal audit of what it's doing before it may have to explain things outside. A retired municipal court clerk, more helpful than I ever thought it would be. Some municipal courts are in great shape, some are not. It's nice to have somebody who's seasoned and certified to come in with best practices, because oftentimes citizens' only involvement with the government is when they get to deal with the police department and municipal court. And so we want to make sure those are operating well. And of course, the usual paralegals and those sorts of things. The photo I threw in here is fun for me just because it's last week. That was the Texas Municipal League Conference. It was a big deal for a lot of us. I know many of you were there, and it's something we take a great deal of pride in. In terms of the expertise, one reason it's an advantage to have a firm like ours, the number of lawyers that we have cover the spectrum. Once upon a time, I did handle issues regarding permits, complaints, the occasional notices of violations from TCEQ on a water system or a sewer system. I'm proud to say I don't do that anymore. One of our lawyers used to work at TCEQ as an attorney. One of our lawyers used to work at the EPA as an attorney. I'm more than happy to let those folks handle it. I'll do routine HR, but that's okay. I've got an HR lawyer who specializes in that and does the lion's share of that sort of thing. We have different lawyers that do different things. We're all generalists. We're all city attorneys, but I have the benefit of being able to turn to someone in the firm who's a little bit more of an expert than I am on public improvement districts or whatever that issue may be. We even have a litigator. The former chief of defensive litigation for City of Dallas works with us. The former chief of code enforcement litigation for Dallas works for us and helps with our clients all across the state when needed. And then, of course, planning and zoning. Texas is always changing. They're growing. It's either paving over green space or redevelopment as the market changes. That's probably the number one thing we find ourselves doing is planning and zoning. Our approach, one thing about us is we absolutely work as a team. We try to be considered part of your team at City Hall. If we are named as city attorney, we function much like an in-house department head would, which means feeling responsible, not just for the legal outcomes, but for the legal budgets, and to make sure that we're being smart about the way we expend our legal resources, whether our firm is doing it or overseeing the work of other firms that are brought in to handle something. We also take a team approach within our law firm. Every client is assigned a primary lawyer who is your go-to person, the one you'd be calling, emails, day-to-day, cell phone calls, whatever. They would be attending your meetings for the most part and knowing what's going on. But then you're also assigned a secondary and a tertiary attorney. Every client is assigned that. So if your primary lawyer is sick, on vacation, at a conference, you know who that second person is. So we're not playing a game of musical faces every council meeting. You know who your team is at the firm. We pride ourselves on being prompt and timely when we turn around product, whether it's an ordinance, a contract, a policy, helping with an employment decision. When you engage a firm like ours, the city attorney's office is not a place where good ideas go to die. We are committed to that kind of turnaround and being prompt. We're staffed to do so. And the other thing is that we absolutely are champions of ethical conduct, ethical behavior, and ethical education. It's a way we try to practice, and it's something we help our clients do on a regular basis. You have seen training sessions before. You know that I and other lawyers at the firm are out there on the front edge of helping Texas city officials gain that trust back of their citizens. And on that note of training, this is a photo. If it looks familiar, it's this very room. Not so long ago, you engaged me to come in and conduct training for your staff, volunteers, employees, and council. We talked about your code of ethics, state law, and ethics in general. And you're the only city I've ever represented that has compelled their entire team to do that. And thank you, Denise, for making that happen. You had a morning session and an afternoon session. That particular session was unusual because of how many people you compelled to show up, but training is not unusual. Our mantra at the firm has long been that we advocate training because informed officials make better decisions. We would rather spend a little bit of time with you on the front end, making sure you and your team and your volunteers understand the law so you can make wise decisions, instead of you spending a whole lot of money at the back end having to clean up a mess. And our methodology in that regard works pretty well. So our commitment is that we stay on the cutting edge of municipal law. We're very active in the City Attorney Association, the International Municipal Lawyers Association. Just yesterday, we had another in-house webinar at the firm. We all share information to make sure that every member of our team stays caught up on the cutting edge. We help our clients achieve their goals. Your policy choices are your decisions. How to get them effectuated, if possible, within the law and ethically is how we help you. If you talk to any of our clients, and we provided you our roster of city attorney clients, you will not have a single client comment that we play games or politics. We don't pick which members of the city council are our favorite, which department heads are our favorite. Our obligation is to serve who the voters gave us or resign and walk away. Those are the only two choices we really have. And finally, we're responsive. We put that in there again because it is a big deal to us. It is how we are designed. Let us know your deadlines, let us know your goals, and we will work to get those ordinances, contracts, and resolutions turned around to you in time to understand them and then make intelligent, informed votes about how you want to handle that matter. And so that's it for the presentation and my prepared remarks. If I can help with any questions, I'll do my best.
All righty. So we'll open it up for any questions right now, or did you want us to email those to you? I wasn't sure.
Sorry, I would love to hear
Okay.
council questions
Didn't know.
and answers, however long you allocate, Mayor.
Okay.
And there's two questions, with your permission, I'd like to ask
Sure.
of all three firms.
You bet. Go right ahead.
My first question, Mr. Bojorquez, is who would be the primary attorney assigned to Leon Valley that would, like, for instance, sit in our council meetings?
Well, normally the process is when we are retained, we meet with city staff, senior leadership, find out what their priorities are, what their primary goals are, and see which attorney would match them the best. In this case, knowing what I know and being here in this area, I would recommend John Kaplan, a lawyer with our firm. He retired from City of San Antonio and came to work with us. He helps us with general city attorney work, but also is kind of one of our specialists in IT and intellectual property, and did those sorts of things for San Antonio for a long time.
Okay. And then my second question is, if we were to use attorneys out of your Austin office, for instance, would the city of Leon Valley be charging mileage?
That is standard. It is standard to pay mileage. That's what all of our clients do statewide. If it was a reoccurring commitment, we can certainly talk about some sort of flat fee or package deal. We have a few of those. Those are negotiated client by client or project by project. We are city attorney of Chavano Park, and we have a certain arrangement with them regarding meetings, and that was something they specifically asked for after designating us as their lead law firm.
And is Mr. Kaplan in San Antonio?
Yes.
Okay.
He resides less than 5 miles away.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Yes, Counselor Alcacer.
I noticed by the material we got that you have either even, pretty close men and women. Is that something, as your attorneys, is that something you work at? Is that true?
I think that overall it's true. If you look at all of our full-time, part-time, and of-counsel lawyers, it's true. No, it is not something that I work on. I will tell you that my mantra in the 17 years that I've been the owner and manager of the law firm, my challenge has been to find the best and brightest who want to do this kind of work, because this is not for everyone. Being at a law firm, nighttime council meetings, driving, is not for everyone. I am open to anyone regardless of what demographic they may represent. The result of that has been the law firm has been predominantly female over the years. I've employed more female lawyers than male, and the ethnic and racial diversity has run the entire gamut. We have had folks of African American descent, Chinese, Vietnamese, Thai, two folks that trace back to Puerto Rico, plenty of Mexican Americans, and it's a plus and a strength for our law firm to have that kind of diversity. I would love to take credit for it, but I don't deserve that credit. Those are the folks that have applied, and the top rose to the top of the list and got employed, and we're lucky to have them.
And I noticed that one of the other law firms that's here said they were part of your law firm in 2010, or you were part of theirs, and I was confused by that because of what you had said about the 17 years, and that falls within that time frame. Is there another person with your name in the state that you're aware of?
It's pretty rare.
Okay.
I don't know what that was. Was that? I know that I had a law partner 17 years ago that left the law firm after 4 years and is now part of one of the law firms that you're with. That may be what you're talking about.
So maybe they were just off on the date.
Sure. That must have been it.
And the term consulting, you were saying you had these in every field. In one of the slides, you also had the term consulting. Are consulting actual members of your firm, or those are the ones that you say you contact for extra needs?
The consultants that I listed and that are in the written materials are not employees. They're independent contractors who have signed arrangements to serve cities through my law firm. They are treated in all regards the same as a regular employee would be, other than the fact that they're not full-time. They don't get paid a salary. They're not on the health insurance. But some of them have been with me 5, 6 years or longer. I'm the only firm they work with. All their work for municipalities are through us and supporting our legal clients.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That was just me realizing some of my cities needed expertise. They weren't getting it out on the open market. They would turn to me and ask me, will you have relationships with other city officials? Can you help us do this? Planning, evaluate municipal court, help audit the police department before our new chief takes over. After doing that for so many years, we just absorbed them and gave them a role at our law firm.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I had some, but I wanted to hear from my colleagues. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Charles.
This has nothing to do with your presentation, but each one of us, and probably everyone in the chambers, would pronounce your last name a different way. How do you pronounce it?
I grew up with split pronunciations. And so my father being from New Mexico, Spanish being his first language, when we were around his family and out in Albuquerque or somewhere, it's Bojorquez. The J is an H, you roll the R, Bojorquez. But when he got his degree after Korea and moved to Texas, he magically changed it to Borquez. And so the unfortunate answer, and he told people he was French, but that strong French tradition in the hills of New Mexico. So I actually grew up with people saying it both ways. In Austin, where we turn everything into an Anglo term, German, Czech, or otherwise, most people just say Borquez. But for those who want to, it's Bojorquez.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, you said you had two backups to the primary, and who would those be?
I have not designated those
Okay.
yet. What I-
Would they be
this-
local, though? Local
They would be
attorneys?
from Austin.
Oh, they'd be from
They
Austin.
would be from Austin.
Okay, so you just have one
With just
attorney
one.
here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I know you were hired as our Ethics Review Board attorney, so that's separate from this city attorney. Is that right? I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, I was engaged 2 weeks ago to serve in the capacity of temporary ethics compliance officer.
Okay.
And so
All right.
last night, I met with your Board of Ethics Review.
Okay, very good. And then also, Mr. Kaplan is here, but he works with everyone in Austin? Is that how that works? I mean, is he independent? Or, do you know, I'm just trying to, the relationship between the Austin
He
and the one
resides
firm here.
Sure, he
one
resides
man
here.
here.
He works primarily from here.
Uh-huh.
His practice is statewide. Wherever someone needs him, he's available to do that. But he interacts with our Austin office. That is the same case. We have 3 lawyers in El Paso County. Some have been with me 7 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And while they tend to our clients, we have 3 clients in El Paso County that we are city attorney for. The folks who reside in El Paso County do the lion's share of the work, but they interact with the rest of the firm wherever they may be. I primarily practice in the Austin area, but my real estate lawyer is in El Paso. And so when I need easements, deeds, those sorts of things, she handles it from there. She worked for the county first, then retired from the city, and handles all of our work there. The same would be true of Mr. Kaplan in here. He would be the boots on the ground if we are selected. He'd be the primary person you would deal with, but he and the rest of you would access to the rest of the law firm, depending on what the need is.
Okay. I'm just wondering if y'all have like these big, huge conference calls with everybody phoning in on status of business. I mean, because it sounds like it's rather large and spread all out. So
We occasionally do that. I mean, yesterday it was an in-house video conference on the topic was real estate law. So it was Bertha from our El Paso branch providing that. We had a dozen lawyers on the line after the presentation was over and the continuing ed credits were through. It was somewhat of a free-for-all discussion of, while I've got you on the phone, have any of you had a client try to do this?
Sure.
And so there's a little bit of shared collective wisdom and knowledge that goes on. That's one way we bridge the gap using technology.
Right. What would we do without it, now that we're so used to it? All right. Any other questions for Mr. Borquez is what I'm going to say. That seems to be easier for me. I'm not a very good linguistic person, so. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
very
Really
much.
appreciate your time. All right. And Crystal, who would be next? Denton Navarro. Okay. We have. Good evening and welcome. I know Clarissa.
Yes, you don't know me.
No.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Councilor, Dan Santee.
Hi, Dan.
Along with Clarissa. Hop
Okay.
Up here, Clarissa. We're partners in the San Antonio office of Denton, Navarro, Rocha, Bernal, and Zech. We also have actual offices with actual attorneys in Harlingen, Austin, and down on the Texas Gulf Coast region is our newest office in League City. And so I was told we had 6 minutes to tell you what makes us special. Attorneys aren't known for either their humility or their brevity, but we're going to do our best. And really to do that, I want to illustrate why I joined this firm, because I'm kind of a newbie. I've been with the firm 4 years. I just had my 4-year anniversary. Prior to that time, I was the in-house city attorney for the city of Abilene, Texas, a town of about 120,000 out west. And when I decided I was ready for a new chapter, I had options, but this was the only firm I spoke to because I had been a client of the firm and was familiar with the way this firm did work and with the integrity that they approached their work, the fact that the primary shareholders of the firm are all former city attorneys for large communities, and also the collaborative spirit. If you've ever been to our Hog Wild presentation, and you're familiar with that, you understand what I mean by that, the way the attorneys work together. But what I want to focus on, as far as what makes us special among each of the 3 firms that you're speaking to are all fully capable of providing the services that you seek. They're all excellent municipal law firms. But when we talk about what makes us special, in addition to just the people within the firm, is the fact that this is our largest location, is here in San Antonio. And the attorney that will service this account primarily is Habib Khan. And Habib is one of, I call him my Obi-Wan, because I thought I knew a lot about municipal law until I met Habib Khan, and I realized that I was a young Jedi, and he was the master Jedi, particularly in the areas of land use development and planning and zoning, and in that area, and economic development. Felt like he was the best fit for Leon Valley because he's been assisting you on many issues already. We're special counsel for Leon Valley. We do a lot of work for Leon Valley already in the areas of planning and development, and also as fill-in when we've needed to fill in for Ms. Frederick, and for municipal court prosecution as well. We have 8 attorneys in our San Antonio office, including 2 municipal court prosecutors, and we handle both litigation and general counsel work out of our San Antonio office. But we access the knowledge, as Alan does, of all our locations. In fact, one of the things that we strive to do, that's how we provide benefits to all of our clients, right, is that each week we try to have all of our city attorneys together in city attorney meetings. The other locations can call in, and we use that time to collectively talk through issues that we have pending in our 41 plus city attorney client cities, not counting general counsel, special counsel, and prosecutions and economic development corporation cities that we represent. That's at no cost to all our clients, because the idea is to get the best answer, wherever that answer comes from. We have attorneys in the Valley who might see things or deal with things before we have to deal with them here in the San Antonio area. Same with Austin. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Our clients stretch across the state, like most do. We represent the city of Sweetwater, Texas, if you're familiar with Sweetwater, and Tye, city of Coleman, all the way down to, Rockport, La Faria, so it spans the entire area. It spans the spectrum of city attorney services. You have our RFQ, so I won't bore you with all the details of what each separate attorney does. But the real benefit, I think, comes from the collaborative spirit and the fact that we come from different backgrounds. We, too, have, not as a consultant, but one of our attorneys is a former peace officer, Scott Sherhart, does a lot of good work in our litigation area, does a lot of work in the area with police defense and police officers. We also have former prosecutors from Bexar County, Comal County, who provide prosecution services and just bring that perspective. I started my career as a prosecutor in Henderson County in East Texas, if you know where that is. So it's that variety of experiences that come together to make us special, in my opinion, and that's why I joined the firm. But what is unique for us as our location here in San Antonio, all of our attorneys who are in the San Antonio office live in the San Antonio area. We're in tune and familiar with the issues that face all of our communities in this area. We service over we actually service 27 cities as city attorney out of our San Antonio office, 12 municipal courts that we service, as well as 11 economic development corporations. That's just in San Antonio alone. That doesn't count Austin and the other locations. But I'd like to let Clarissa speak a little bit about her knowledge of Leon Valley and the litigation side, because I'm a one-trick pony. She's a rock star. She does both litigation and general counsel work. I'm rather limited, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Just quickly, I've got to know quite a few of you through our experience with working as special counsel, general counsel to city, and also handling litigation. We are familiar with Leon Valley because of our experience, like I said, not just serving as a special counsel when you need help, but we've also been hired as outside counsel for direct hire for litigation. We have ongoing issues with the soccer field. We had an issue with the Board of Adjustments that we were hired. We also represent the city through TML litigation. And so all of those not all of them, but many of the nuances that you have and issues you have related to parks and zoning and the FEMA issues, all of those things we've got familiarity with. We have familiarity with staff. We've had the fortune with working with staff through different things on HR as well, a multitude of things with city manager from the range and council and Denise as well. Oftentimes, because of our capacity and the way that we assist the city right now as well, I think it's important you know that staff calls us and Denise would call or whoever would call if they needed help. And many times we would help anybody from staff if they needed it. And a lot of times, pretty much oftentimes, you would never see that on the bill. Pat Bernal would field calls all the time, right? And so would Habib or myself or whoever, and you haven't seen many of those things on the bill. So that's what we think is special. Our relationship with the city that we have right now, we think brings value to why you should select us. Obviously, I agree with Dan. Everybody is equally qualified. But we're here in San Antonio. You have multiple lawyers available to cover meetings as necessary. And again, we value the relationship that we've had for many years with the city of Leon Valley. And we think that that relationship should continue in the capacity of serving as your city attorney.
Okay, very good. All right. Anything else? All right. Ms. Kinsler had the two questions. One was mileage, and the other was who would be assigned. You said Habib, but is there a backup for Habib?
Go ahead.
Well, so any of the attorneys in the San Antonio office are capable of filling in if Habib's unable. I would probably be the primary backup just because I sit on the dais as much as anybody, and I'm available here in the San Antonio office. They don't have litigation that can pull me away unexpectedly. So we also have Cynthia Trevino and Matthew Longoria and Adolfo Ruiz, who are all available and can assist you.
Okay. And the question of mileage, you don't charge mileage within San Antonio, or do you?
We do.
Oh, you do?
We're very
Okay.
close, but I mean, we could always discuss that, but it's a very short trip from our office.
Yeah. That's the IRS rate, right?
That's
I
correct.
think it's 58 cents per mile. I pay it every month too. So, okay.
But I would not anticipate the need for bringing in Austin attorneys to cover anything.
Right.
But of course, that is always available. That's the benefit that we have.
Okay.
From having so much depth.
All right. Let me open it up to any other questions from our counselors. Yes, Counselor Alcacer.
I had a couple. I guess neither of you did the report because I'm pretty sure I read in the report that you'd said our attorney would be Zek, but maybe.
Okay, so let me explain
that
that.
too.
So Charlie Zek is the primary shareholder. He's an owner of the firm. So our process is to always have a shareholder named as the city attorney, and the other attorneys listed as assistant city attorneys. The other thing that was in our proposal that we did designate within that response that Habib or Khan would be the one who would attend the meetings.
Okay. And then can you explain how you get representing an EDC, a court, and like a variety of things within a city but don't represent the city? How does that happen?
Well, so it's kind of preference of whatever that community has. That does happen on occasion. Currently we represent a few EDCs where we're not the city attorney. Some cities prefer to have different legal counsel, just like you have Mr. Bjorkes for your ethics commission. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to have different attorneys. We have several cities where we are the city attorney, but because of distance perhaps, they choose to hire a local attorney to do the municipal court prosecution. And with EDCs, EDCs are great because you have municipal development districts, you have type A, type B. They're all so different, and some of them are incorporated with the city in the sense that the executive director is a city employee. Those are more inclined to use the services of the city attorney, while others are completely separate and apart, the way they're established and set up, and they're probably more inclined to hire someone else. But it's actually not that unusual. It's just a preference, local preference. And Mr. Zach, that you mentioned, he's currently assisting the city with the charter review and update.
That's correct.
But he was unable to be here tonight.
Okay, just wondering. Thank you.
Anything else? All righty. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and Crystal, our third law firm, please. I'm sorry, Fort? Right, okay. And they're also from Fort Worth, right? Frisco. Okay, I knew it was up there. Okay. Hi there.
Hi.
Sure, we'd love to have.
I hope that's not part of our 6 minutes.
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
No.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor
evening.
Riley,
Uh-huh.
counselors, members of the staff, and the community. My name is Brenda McDonald, and we are honored to be here this evening to tell you about our firm, Messer, Fort, and McDonald. And with me, I have Andy Messer, my law partner, and Will Trevino, one of our senior associates with the firm. And this is not sucking up, please. Bear with me. We don't know you well, so we did some homework and we read all of your bios.
Oh, boy.
And I just want to acknowledge each of you for your service to the community. I've never seen that on a council. And it's something that our firm thinks is very important and that we do as a firm. And I just wanted to acknowledge you. Not only do you serve on a council with no compensation, and it is not an easy job, but then you go further and you volunteer in the community, and it's very impressive. So we were asked what makes us unique among the firms that applied to represent you, and I would like to talk about the word team, because as was mentioned before, you have 3 great firms to consider. But when we say team, it's not just language and words. We put that into action. And the way that we did that from the very moment that we started our firm, our lawyers are, first of all, the vast majority are salaried employees of our firm. We have a defined benefit plan for them. They don't have to contribute. We contribute 3% of their salary into a deferred retirement plan. But more than that, our lawyers are not compensated based on how many cities they represent, how many cities they bring in. So we foster a real team approach. There's no territorialism. So we're all working for the benefit of the firm as a whole. And so if we need help from one lawyer, they're not thinking, well, I don't want to work on your client because I get paid more if I work on my clients. And we did that intentionally so that we can better serve our clients. And so when we say team, we mean team. The other thing that we do is, I was supposed to say one more thing, Andy. What was it? We talked about this. What was it? I can't remember. Well, let me introduce Andy. This is my law partner, Andy Messer, and he's going to talk to you about why we're here this evening.
Okay.
And a little bit about why we're distinctive. So we interview across the state for cities. We represent cities in a wide ranging of areas. We probably represent about 60 or 70 municipalities as general counsel. But you asked a very telling question that I have never seen asked before. And I think it's a compliment to you. You ask, what makes you different, distinctive? And so let me just address that briefly with you and kind of tell you a little bit about our firm. The first thing I think that makes us distinctive is the partners in our firm, the senior attorneys in our firm, we act together as a team, and we give speeches across the state to teach other municipal attorneys about municipal law and the experiences that we have that are practical so that you can navigate the difficult decisions that you have that I know y'all are facing. And so one of the great expertise that we have is Brenda. And so Brenda has written a treatise that's recognized by the courts on land use and zoning, and it's a published treatise by LexisNexis. There's no other firm in Texas that has that type of resource on land use and planning compared to Brenda, and she's also got a planning degree, besides her expertise and what she does on a day-to-day basis in land use. Second distinctive item for us is my other partner, Julie Fort, was a contributing author to the Texas Economic Development Handbook. And as you may know, the Texas Attorney General's office in their local government section used to produce that book statewide. Well, they disbanded that section several years ago. The Texas Municipal League thought that was a great resource for attorneys across the state on economic development, and so they asked 2 lawyers in the state to contribute to that. And Julie Fort, our partner, is one of the 2 lawyers across the state that helped write that handbook. And so that handbook's available for everybody as a resource, and Julie daily works on all kinds of economic development programs, from public improvement districts, TERSs, MDDs, every single type of economic development tool you can think of, she practices on a daily basis. Third thing I think that makes us a little bit unique is we have 2 lawyers in our firm, myself and another attorney, Kevin Curley, that are on the approved panel list to do litigation for the Texas Municipal League Risk Pool. And they take that obligation very seriously. Risk Pool has been a very long-term client of our city. We represent cities all across the state. We speak to other attorneys about municipal litigation. I was asked by the State Bar to be the course director of their annual Suing and Defending Governmental Entities course. Our attorneys are on the faculty of the UT Land Use Law course for many, many, many years. Same with the State Bar course. So those are some of the things that make us distinctive. We have approved Attorney General training on open government. We regularly have courses with local attorneys and district attorneys that speak on that to bring the public in, the citizens in, and the cities in, so that y'all can be trained on those cutting edge issues. And we also have dedicated parts of our firm. Like we have a part of our firm that only does employment law. And that's very complicated federal law if you don't keep up with it. And we have 2 lawyers that are dedicated, that practice that exclusively every day. If you need, your HR department has complex employment issues, we have the resources to be able to handle that. So I think those are just some of the distinctive features that we have. I will mention one other thing. I saw that y'all have a derby that y'all recently had, and our firm, as in part of our community involvement, we get involved in our communities, run 5Ks, dunking booths, et cetera. We won the derby for one of our cities a couple of years ago. We actually have a car and raced
really?
it, and so we're really familiar with that. So with that, I want to introduce y'all to Will Trevino.
You didn't do the most important part.
Okay.
About why you're here.
Well, we're here basically really to try to earn your trust, be a long-term resource for you. And we take that obligation and that dedication very seriously. But I want y'all to introduce you to Will briefly. He's a rising star, recognized by the TCAA last spring in local government. I've worked with him on a daily basis. He's in our Austin office. He will be your primary contact if you all so choose us. And then Monty and Patty Akers would be the secondary contacts out of Austin. And so I wanted you to just briefly meet Will and talk to him. If you want to introduce yourself.
I was just going to say the rising star. Don't let that fool you. I'm an old soul. And but usually rising stars are young. So and hip. I'm not hip. And I will prove that up by saying my favorite pastime when I'm not at a meeting is watching my other colleagues at their meetings. So we can discuss later. And my wife always says I'm a municipal nerd. It is terrible, but I enjoy it. One of the things that I wanted to say that makes us unique is we are a private practice. And you are coming from having an in-house attorney, is my understanding. And switching from an in-house attorney, hello. Switching from an in-house attorney to private practice, where I understand you might have special counsel here and there, I don't want you all to get sticker shock. And one of the things I hope you all consider is that. And one of the things that makes us unique, and one of the reasons why I have stayed with these people, is because not only is it a team, but they really do have a passion for municipal law, and they have a passion for helping the client. And one of the things that I like is they don't let billables get in the way of representing their clients. And that's one thing that I really, really respect from them. And one of the things that they've allowed me to do is have conversations with our clients and not bill for it. And that's something you heard from other law firms, but I think that's really, really important, that you have that relationship with the attorney so they can help provide stability, but know what's going on with the city as well. Not charging you for that, of course. So I think that's important to know what's going on and stay involved in the community.
So I'm going to say one more thing because Andy won't say it. One of the reasons that we're here is because Andy is gifted in maneuvering through council conflicts. And that's sort of the elephant in the room. And we want to acknowledge that. And Andy is brilliant at that. And we have several clients who are going through similar situations. And we're walking through, some of them we're coming out the other end. One we're just starting with, but we understand. And Andy is really, really good at it.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
You sure can.
To piggyback off that, additionally, if you read my resume, I've had experience working with councils as a council aide. So I've been on both sides of the spectrum as a staff member and also now as an attorney. And so I understand the political turmoil that can occur and help guiding through that. And I think as your city attorney, we should help provide some stability and not take sides.
Okay, very good. All right. So let's see.
I do. So you've answered my first question. My second question is, I'm just trying to be consistent. Would we be billed for mileage from Austin?
We negotiate our fee agreement with every city. What I can tell you is we're not going to let that issue stand between us and you.
Okay.
One city, I can give you an example. One city that I serve is we have a significantly reduced just stipend to attend the council meeting, however long it is, and the council meetings have been 6 hours or so.
That's about average.
And we drive
yeah.
hours to get there and back, and so, but it's
right.
at a very reduced fee, but, you know, we do the other work, and it all comes out well in balance, and it's a win-win situation.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So you don't have any local attorneys here. It's the closest is Austin. That's Will's. Okay.
But it is a short drive. And
Oh, yeah, sure. When you get stuck in that traffic, though.
and so you all will know, Will just moved down from our Frisco office to Austin, and he has availability because he has not established a lot of cities yet. So you can work him, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
All the time,
All right. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
What part of Austin?
Cedar Park.
You try.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Alcazar.
I did see that Mr. Trevino had worked for a council person, and I kind of found that unusual. Was that in between jobs, or because how well paid could you be when the council isn't?
Was it in Houston or in Fort Worth?
Either one.
Either one. While most of my colleagues were working in personal injury law firms, the thought of working with 18-wheeler accidents bored the hell out of me. And so I decided to go intern at Houston City Council while I was in law school. And so that was my legal. I helped a council member write ordinances. In Houston, they write ordinances and they push it through. It's a little bit different form of government. But, and then also was getting my LLM. When I was in Fort Worth, I was getting my LLM in elder law, not for practice, but so that I do volunteer work with for Wilson Trusts and, well, not trust, but for elder law issues and wills. And more importantly, when I was hired in Fort Worth, the council member that was there had a district that had a lot of inner city issues. They have a food desert, and I had promised her that I would stay there and help her during her term.
Okay, so how long have you been an attorney?
I've been an attorney since 2008.
Okay, and then I had another question for any of you. The risk pool, it wasn't clear to me. I understand the risk pool, you know, throws out the attorneys when we need them, but you said you represent the risk pool. Can you explain that difference?
Yeah, we are myself and Kevin Curley are panel counsel from the TML risk pool, so we get cases assigned to us to defend cities. I'm sure just like you have. the
Okay,
risk
so
pool.
you're part of it, part of the assignment. Okay.
Yes.
That clarifies it. Thank you very much.
The other, as you know, there's the Texas Municipal League side, and then there's the risk pool side.
Right.
So I was talking about the risk pool. On the
Okay.
TML side, Scott Houston, they're the ones that put out the Economic Development Handbook. So we're on both sides of that, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your time this evening. Do appreciate it. All right. Ms. Kinsler?
Yes, council, I would just ask in the next day or two, if you have any thoughts, suggestions. You have the RFQs available to you to review. If you would just please let me know, because I'm interested in your input. Thank you.
And do you have a deadline for that? I just want to, I know everybody's busy, so.
I know that
Today's
I would love it
Tuesday.
tomorrow by 5. Is that unreasonable? Would you rather, is Thursday okay?
I would prefer Thursday.
Okay,
if you don't
Thursday
mind.
at noon? Is that okay?
Thank you.
Just email?
Just email me your thoughts or questions or comments or.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, then we will move to agenda item number 3, which are city managers report. Ms. Kinsler, if you'd like to continue, please. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening. Drive safely.
So the first thing I wanted to mention is thank you for wearing pink. Wanted to recognize Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We recognize it at the Soapbox Derby, and our Leon Valley Fire Department actually raises funds during this month, and we have breast cancer awareness T-shirts available at the fire department for $15. I would encourage everyone to consider either donating or purchasing from the fire department, as probably everybody in this room has had a friend, a mom, an aunt, some family member that has been affected by breast cancer.
So, Ms. Kay, I paid 20. Was I overcharged?
I paid 20 as well. And I'm going to give more, so. The Public Works Department has ordered the shade coverings for the smaller parks and expects delivery and installation by January of 2020. So that's phase 2 of the shades. The Raymond Rimkus Park Rain Garden contractor has started construction and expects to be finished within 8 weeks. Public Works accepted delivery of the mid-sized dump truck that was authorized by you, this council, and the water crew is very excited and very thankful for their new dump truck. The old one was really old. It had a standard transmission, and there was no air conditioning. So you have made some water people at the Public Works Department very happy. Thank you for that on their behalf. The annual Texas Municipal League Conference was held last week, and there was so many events that happened. Those of you that went, I tried to make sure I invited you to everything. I know some of you got to some of the after-hours events, some of you didn't. It was unfortunate that Councilor Bradshaw and Mayor Riley missed this event because there was lots to learn and lots of events afterwards. So we missed your presence. I think you would have learned a lot. But the councilors really did try to spread out and go to different courses. And then we kind of reconvened afterwards and kind of talked about what everybody went to. So that is another year ending the Texas Municipal League Conference, and I wanted to thank the city for allowing us all to attend, because we also had about 4 or 5 staff members there, and we all go different directions for classes, but we learn a lot, and we even learn a lot at the after-hours events that we get invited to. So I wanted to thank Mary Bell Mendoza and the staff for the Soapbox Derby event that was held last Saturday. The event went off not only without a hitch, and everybody had a good time, but the cars moved down the track in such an orderly manner, in such a faster manner than they did the year before. And one of the reasons was that track that you all purchased. It was a huge benefit. It was a huge help. It made it so much easier. Plus, we knew how to do it this time. So wanted to thank you for that. That was a one-time purchase, if you remember, in your budget. Maribel is going to be providing you with an update on the event at the November 5th meeting. But in the meantime, you know, not only is it staff and so many of our families that volunteer for this, but I don't know who's in the audience from any of these clubs, but if you're here, thank you. The Marshall High School Police Explorers. Our police department had them out there blocking the streets to make certain that, you know, no cars got onto the track. We had numerous volunteers from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We can always count on this church to help us in events, and we are in debt and very, very grateful. Thank you. J.B. Wolfsheds, another, Mr. Wolf was here every practice, helping with every car. He literally had a grandbaby that day. No, the following morning. She was in labor that day. So the wife went ahead. He waited until the race was over and then left so that he could finish up what he started. So Mr. Wolf was a huge help. Bannis Towing, they always are a huge help. Both the Bannises were there and were a huge help to us. Billy Ward Auctioneers, they volunteer their time, their resources, their equipment. Miss Beth Federico, who is with the National Soapbox Derby Association. Rudy Pena from Pena Brothers. The dojo guy, Chris Moreno, this was his first year. He did a wonderful job. And also a very special thank you to the American Legion because they post for us. And I wish I could remember the young lady's name that sang the national anthem, but I can't remember it. She did a good job, and if anybody knows her, tell her thank you. She did a wonderful job. Do you remember her name, Mr. Garrity? Yeah, I don't either. Okay. Yes, the voice of an angel. There you go. That's what we'll call her.
She told me the baby kicked big time when she tried to hit the high note.
Yeah, she was very pregnant. That's right. So thank you all for all the council. Every council member, I believe, came out, except Mayor Riley. And I know Mayor Riley was out of state, so she was unable to. But I know
That
you
was
would
a
have been
vacation
there.
a year ago planning, so I didn't know this was all going to happen. So,
But we
I'm
know
sorry
you
I
would
missed
have.
it. I don't like to miss anything, as you know.
We know you would have been there otherwise.
You bet.
So also a reminder that next Saturday is the coffee with the council. I have just passed out an agenda to you all that Sandra generated. It's from 9 to 11. We need to solidify the agenda so that she can get it posted. And so the items on this agenda, I feel like I'm missing an item, but we can't find it.
Well, we have the pool. Weren't we going to do the pool? I thought we were. I didn't know about number 2, the discussion on open records. That was new to me.
Okay,
Because I know Mr. Milan wanted something on there too,
but we said to wait for the town hall for that one, or you all said, right?
I just said wait till we can get the consensus from the council. So I wasn't sure.
Go ahead, Melinda.
Excuse me, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
I'm not sure that the pool discussion item is going to be ready. The
Okay.
pool advisory committee meets tomorrow night.
Okay.
But I'm still waiting on some quotes to get them some accurate prices.
Mhm.
So if it's possible, if we could put that off, we'll delay it till November 5th meeting. I know you wanted to get it on a copy with the council,
Get some
but
more
I'm just
input.
not sure that I can have the
Okay, sure.
cost.
I mean, that's,
Can we have a coffee for the 5th?
Another coffee. So what am I missing? What are we missing, Sandra and I? But Melinda
well,
just
she
said
said,
it's not gonna be ready.
Melinda said the pool can't be ready. I thought that's what we had for sure was the pool and the demonstration of the new voting machine.
Right.
Number 2 is new. That we had not talked about that yet. The presentation
No, that
and
was a
discussion on
request.
open records.
I think did that come in? I don't know when it came in. Over the weekend, Ms. Possibly
I got
said.
that today when I came in.
Oh, okay. I did not know. Is that for the citizens' knowledge on how to do open records? Is that what you're trying to accomplish here?
I don't know.
What are y'all trying to accomplish here?
I think it's an educational item. That's what we intended it to be.
So you'll need to work with staff on that so we can know what we can do to support you.
You mean how to file an open
What
records?
is open records, how to file for open records, what can be filed, and on and on.
Okay. Okay.
So I think what I'll do is, with Sandra's schedules, I'll have Denise help you with that one. Since I think that's how we'll do it. Denise will help you with it. Mayor.
Okay.
Somebody over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Hody.
I just wanted to ask if when we get to the section on the, what was it? The meeting that we have at the beginning of the year, town hall.
Yes, sir.
That there's quite a few on there, whether we would want to steal something from there for the coffee.
Okay. I have that presentation forthcoming.
Is there something that you saw on that list that you think would be appropriate for this Saturday? Is that what you're saying?
I thought, for example, like the Census 2020, something like that. Just something that is not going to take a ton of time to prepare for this Saturday. Yeah.
And I saw another one about the attorney contract. That might be appropriate.
That would be appropriate, and it would be easy. I don't know whose idea that was. It was one of the counselors. I don't know.
It wasn't one of my ideas, but changes from the in-house city attorney to contract attorney might be appropriate.
What that means?
This,
Okay.
What do y'all think? Thank you, Mr. Hody, for that suggestion. The Census 2020 education, I think, is going to be ready more appropriately for the town hall meeting because we're going to be ready to launch it then. We've been meeting on a monthly basis, but we still have our ducks to get in lined up, and then also we're waiting to see if we got a grant from the Hog Foundation.
Right.
We haven't heard from them.
Right.
So, thank you. Okay, so if that's the consensus of the council, we'll add that one more agenda item.
We can do that. And would you like me, number 3, item 3, 3, and 4 seem to be duplicative. Would you like me to remove one of them?
Right. I mean, citizens to be heard is
Other
issues
issues
from citizens. So yeah,
So
I don't think we need to have both of those. What do y'all think? We just want to hear from the citizens on their concerns.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we will replace number 3 with changes from full-time city attorney to a contract city attorney and what that means.
Okay.
And that should be a short presentation. Get off there. There you go. You have it. So I'm going to go ahead and let the city secretary know that it's okay to post.
Please do, because I know you've got your deadline. Thank you.
Okay. So I got that one finished. I just want everybody to know there's a lot of construction going on at John Marshall High School. We have a meeting, I can't even remember, I think it's Thursday, where in particular, our police department and our fire department are very concerned about the traffic situation there. And so we are not only working with them on the new construction permits, but we're also working with them because there's been some I think 3 accidents already. And so we've called a meeting to voice our concerns with these accidents. I think it's Thursday. And we have our traffic engineers involved as well, trying to come up with a solution for John Marshall. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. If you hear any complaints from citizens, or you have anything that you want us to know, please let me know, because we will be having that meeting with a representative from the North Side School District, several representatives. Also, I just think we should make certain that our thoughts and prayers are with the San Antonio Fire Department firefighter who died in the line of duty today. His name was Greg Garza. And so I would just ask that everybody keep that family and that department in your thoughts and prayers.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions for the manager on her manager's report from either the counselors or anyone from in our chambers that had a follow-up question? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kinsler. Do appreciate that. Move then to citizens be heard, agenda item number 4. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council? Please come forward, state your name and where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Good evening, Mr. Garrity, and welcome.
My name is Walter Garrity, private citizen, although I was on the city council and mayor pro tem. And I enjoyed that time. I learned a lot. I'd like to compliment the soapbox derby and the cleanup that went off very smooth. Public Works, Melinda, I don't know, maybe she left? Maybe she's working. She has to be working. Anyway, I drove by there and it was cleaned up very rapidly. Very nice, smooth operation. You missed a good one this time. The cars did seem like they were going a little bit faster. And second heat, the girl hit full speed into the hay bale, but she was okay. But she was terrified. But it was a very, very good contest. So I'd like to compliment her cleaning up the area. The American Legion has a trash pickup October the 26th. This is our semi-annual pickup. We did it in April, and we're going to be doing it on Leon Valley, Audio Murphy Memorial Parkway, better known as Evers Road. We'll start at Pavona Place going east to the city limits up by Prentice on both sides of the highway. Last time we had about 20, 25 volunteers. A good thing is that if you show up, we have free breakfast tacos for the people and drinks, so that'll be pretty neat.
Mr. Garrity, where would people show up exactly on Evers and at what time?
At the library, the back porch of the library. I know there's going to be a lot of events that day, but that's one of our community service projects.
At what time, sir?
Around 8.
Around 8, okay.
And bring your picker-upper. I picked up so much trash last time mine broke, so I have a new one, so it'll work. But it's the community spirit, and we like to do that. So if you'd like to do something for the city of Leon Valley, go into your own neighborhood. You don't have to be with us. Go into your own neighborhood. And for years, I always did Pavona Place, but many neighborhoods need trash pickup because other people we think they're probably San Antonio residents, but Leon Valley pick up the trash. So please think about that. When I was on city council, I know that the people here, the mayor, council members, are very dedicated, noble volunteers. But when I was on city council members within 50 miles of here get paid up to 30, 60, well, 36 was the highest that I heard of. I think that the day of the volunteer city council member should be over. What I recommended 20 years ago, and after I got off of council, and I've told this many times, I would recommend sometime in the future, start it maybe 2 years from now, so anybody here may not be able to enjoy it, but to pay each council member $20 per meeting and the mayor $50 per meeting. That's the same numbers I was going with 20 years ago. And if you call the other cities within Bexar County and through the TML, find out what these other city council members are getting paid, gasoline, headaches, mileage, not being able to go to sleep at night, thinking about what you're trying to do, a very good effort for the city of Leon Valley. But somehow, somebody's discussion, somebody needs to bring it up sometime. But the reason I'm bringing it up, so it'll be on public record. Okay. Now, I was glad that City Manager Kelly talked about a safety issue.
Excuse me, Mr. Garrity, if you could just kind of wrap it up. Because 3 minutes comes a lot quicker than 5, so that's what we're experiencing.
Is there a clock up there now?
No, but Crystal just gave me the warning, so I'm trying to...
This is an important safety issue. I live at Pavona Place. Now, a couple years ago, I came forward, and there was a sign, do not block the intersection. But if you're on Evers Road going towards Pavona Place, those cars are blocking up. And so you can't make a left-hand turn going into Pavona Place. I'm worried about a car accident, something that maybe the traffic or department could be able to just paint either those little buttons on the street so that the people realize they actually are blocking that intersection, preventing people from making a left-hand turn into Pavona Place. Okay.
We'll
or either paint or those little, the little turtles.
So it's a lane issue, not a signal issue.
Right.
In other words, okay.
There's no signal.
They're not supposed to block the intersection, but every afternoon they block it.
So that they can go head straight.
Into Pavona Place.
Okay.
And that would be Public Works, a little bit of work for
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Do appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank
Melinda
you, Mr. Garrity. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward, state your name, and, well, we got a couple of people here. Mr. Johnson, you want to go first? That'd be all right? Thank you. So he was up first. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilor William Johnson, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. Mr. Garrity, I'm on the Charter Review Committee, and we have just had a discussion on that matter. We would certainly elicit your comments. I'm sure that the chair, Mr. Jordan, would reopen that section for discussion if you would bring those comments to the Charter Review Committee.
Right.
And that goes for anyone else that has input on the way the city is run by charter. Please, we meet Mondays, 6:30 to 9:30, right here in this room, and it's televised live or whatever.
Live streamed.
I received the Lions Roar in the mail today, and it has the information on the Derby that was held this past Saturday.
Oh.
And that's like the fourth time in a row that the information in the Lions Roar is not timely. And I'd just like to raise that issue. Is there some other way that we can do this so that the information comes out before the events? But this is the fourth month in a row that something, fourth time in a row that a major item has not been presented to the citizens in sufficient time for them to know about it through the Lions Roar. That's just my observation.
Okay.
But mine came today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I do believe everyone did get a postcard, though, about the Derby a couple of weeks ago about the street closures. I hear what you're saying. I agree. I don't like things not to be timely, but we did notify the citizens about the Derby and the closure. So it wasn't like they didn't know anything about it.
And it's in the e-news for
And it
weeks.
was in e-news. Can I, before we go on, what was the I was not here, but what was the participation at the Pinewood Derby? Or I keep calling it Pinewood, excuse me, that's Boy Scout. Soapbox.
Mayor, I didn't count. I'd have to ask the police
Have
department.
any estimate, or will Maribel just give us that in her
Mary Bell will
report?
be able to give you
Okay.
after we do the
That'd be great.
scrub, and the scrub will come with input from the fire and police.
Hey, that'd be wonderful. I'd like to hear that. Yes, good evening and welcome.
Good
Tina,
evening,
how are
Mayor,
you?
Council.
Good.
Tina Chasen, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. And I'd like to just speak for a few minutes on last night's KSAT 12 interview with Chief Joe Salvaggio. I want to know, how did that get set in motion to rehash an old interview? Was it someone here on the city staff? Was it a council person? Was it a KSAT decision to dredge up the past? And if so, to what end? Did it have anything to do with what we're going through now with another councilman being investigated? Okay. I'd just like to know, because to me it seems like this is a concerted effort to steer the perception of the public, not only Leon Valley citizens, but also San Antonio and surrounding areas, to have a perception that they're working, the mayor and this council person, against the good of Leon Valley. And I'd like to say I protest that. I would like to say we're not to be pitied. We're not to be considered an undesirable place to live. We used to be a proud city, one of hope for a good life in a small city, a place where you could count on your neighbors, the city staff, and our citizens. I want all this craziness to stop. I have asked numerous times at the council meetings in the past for Ms. Alcazar and Brandon Milan to apologize to the citizens, the seated council, and to our mayor for flagrant violations of Robert Rules of Decorum. But to no avail. How is anyone going to have respect for those elected and hired to work for us and state, when they can't even state, that they acted childishly or regret their actions? We must move on and or consider going back to a general rule city. On a positive note, I'd like to end by thanking Chief Joe Salvaggio, Animal Control, for taking immediate action on an ongoing loose dog issue. 4 citations were served, and I'm hoping that this is the end of the dogs running loose. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Josh Stevens from
Okay.
the Forest Oaks neighborhood.
Good
so
evening.
I have a prepared statement, and
Mhm.
I will just read it. Greetings, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to make a short statement regarding concerning and frankly un-American patterns of behavior I have seen evidence of in recent months. I also intend to tell you what I am participating in and encourage any other citizens who are here today or watching online to participate in as well. In recent months, I have witnessed despicable patterns of behavior inconsistent with the most fundamental rights afforded to citizens in the United States of America. I've also seen a majority of elected council members who not only enable and encourage, but are also active participants. Examples include the city manager enabling subordinates to engage in a political hearing with intent to remove a duly elected leader who constantly advocated for constituents and businesses in the community, a city manager who attempted to censor Councilor William Bradshaw's post on his personal social media page after colluding with the police chief on things the police chief did not like, a clique of three thin-skinned council members who attempt to prohibit critique of their actions as officials by the passage of the rules of decorum, a police chief who uses his official authority as a means to persuade, oppress, and instill fear into members of the public into believing that non-criminal actions constitute a fictitious crime, a city manager attempting to state after National Night Out that she is going to create, quote, rules and policies to prohibit petitions from being circulated or city councilors from exhibiting their or practicing their First Amendment rights at future National Night Out events. And by the way, who creates the policy in a governmental body? A city manager who did not allow the mayor to add her comments to the Lion's Roar publication without excessive amounts of censorship. Hundreds of citizens living in Leon Valley not only now are aware of these patterns of behavior perpetuated by the clique, but have signed petitions indicating that they are eager to limit the terms of 2 of the enablers and instigators of them. With regards to a plethora of varying complaints and court litigation that could be pursued, do not mistake our restraint for weakness. Myself and other concerned citizens have encouraged Councilor Will Bradshaw and Mayor Riley to keep their attention toward the matters that the citizens truly care about, while the rest of you, including the city manager, continue to show more and more members of the public why it's time for you to go. I would encourage any citizens wanting to put the theatrics, mismanagement, gross incompetence, and ugly behaviors to come to an end to go to www.changeleonvalley.com and sign the petitions that intend to serve as the beginning to the end of this seemingly never-ending drama and chaos. Along with a group of other citizens in accordance with Texas law, I also plan to join others to initiate a petition in February or March to repeal our city charter in its entirety and return to a general law city. Though this petition would not appear until the November 2020 ballot, the recalls for 2 city councilors as well as 2 other city council seats will also be up on the May 2020 ballot.
Okay, thank you. That's 3 minutes. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Joseph, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
Lynn Joseph, Canterfield. I just wanted to go back to your question about the Derby. There was a very, very low attendance. It was only probably family and friends, and then city staff, few locals like myself. I think that the card was sent out almost a month, 3.5 weeks before the Derby, so it was too long of a span there, and I didn't notice if they were posted in any of the LED signs because I wasn't out at that time. But I think there could have been an additional effort to hit it with the newspaper or with the KSAT, something. There wasn't enough publicity.
Okay.
And I don't know if there was. I just didn't notice it, but it was very sad. It was a very low attendance. And the cars, I know that they had to shrink them down, but they weren't as pretty. So that was kind of a thing.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for that input. Yes, good evening. Mr. Bowl, how are you this evening?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me here.
You bet.
I would first like to speak primarily as a resident of Forest Oaks, Canterfield area, and would like to congratulate through the efforts of staff on putting together the committee of the parks, what I call Parks and Rec basically, that has brought awareness to other parks in Leon Valley that I have not known about for 28 years. And the fact that they presented such beautiful improvements to them, given the ability of staff at the behest of council, as well as the behest of the Home Rule Charter, will continue to bring about smooth governance to our city in our fashion. And I congratulate everyone and want to also wish y'all luck going forward as well. I'd also like to speak on the fact that there's a great deal of division being brought about in our community that I see very distastefully brought about the community itself, and honestly on the fact that I personally have not seen or heard much from council or anyone that these allegations are being raised to. I know it is basically decorum not to raise to the level or lower yourselves to the level of vitriol that I've seen. But I would like at some point a press conference or something to just come out and be said. So that way at least we can say your voices have been heard versus the very loud pitchforks that have been thrown. Now, as a representative going forward of this community, and one I hope to be at the state level as candidate for Texas House of Representatives 116, I will be hosting a town hall event on October 24th at Luby's, located off of Floyd Curl Drive, from 6 to 8 p.m. We will be showing off the new voting machines that everyone will be having to use going forward from November, or the early voting time of October 22nd going forward, and every time after that. We will talk about the 10 propositions that are going to be on this ballot, as well as we will be talking about matters most important to those in the community. And I imagine some of those will be raised about our local Leon Valley area, as I myself will be talking about some of those myself. But I find that going forward from that it's bringing forward fact and leaving out the vitriol to find a reasonable solution to everything going forward.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
Mr. Bowl. Do appreciate your comments this evening. Trying to keep everyone to about 3 minutes. It's a challenge. Anyone else like to address the council at this time?
I have one sent to me whenever we're finished.
Sure, unless there's any others in our chambers, all right. Ms. Kinsler, if you'll read that one, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the last council meeting I attended on September 30th.
Excuse me, who's it from? Just so we can make a note.
Esther Rodriguez.
Esther Rodriguez, okay.
The last council meeting I attended on September 30th, I experienced Mr. Mata and the new modeling of a shirt he and his team were exhibiting. I must say his behavior overwhelmed me to the point that I called Mr. Mata out, and I should have refrained. Chief Salvaggio told me I should have refrained. I apologized to Mr. Mata when he and his group crashed mine and my neighbor's consolidated National Night Out party. They were definitely uninvited, and they were soliciting signatures that they mentioned were sanctioned by Mayor Riley herself. Prior to National Night Out and before the council meeting, Ms. Smart, the lady that runs with this team, chastised me on Nextdoor with the notion that I should move to another country. She must not have studied the history of San Antonio. My ancestors were here first. For some background knowledge, during World War II, I had a cousin killed in Normandy, and he was only 19 years old and never was afforded the opportunity to meet his child. Another cousin was a prisoner of war, and another was awarded the Silver Star for bravery during combat in Germany as a tanker. My father was a World War II, as was my husband. I also had a brother-in-law who was a Marine with the chosen few, and most recently a grandson serving in the United States Army. I believe that I do not deserve Ms. Smart recommending that I move to another country, all because I criticized Mr. Mata openly with regards to his shirt and his behavior. Who really deserves to stay in this country when my relatives fought for the freedoms that you're enjoying? Ms. Esther Rodriguez.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Smart.
Foremost, those words have never come out of my mouth, nor have they ever been in
Okay,
writing.
excuse me. Just if you'll state your
Very
name and where
smart,
you live. Yeah,
very
thank you.
smart, crown piece.
Thank you.
Never once have those words come out of my mouth, and quite frankly, that is slanderous beyond belief. I would challenge anybody to show that I've ever actually said that. According to that statement, it was in writing on Nextdoor. Please prove it, because absolutely not. It's degrading. I would never. And it's kind of sad that I have to be up here defending it in a public forum. I really wish that somebody would do a tiny bit of fact checking before they take somebody's name and run it through the mud. Thank you.
Okay,
But
thank you.
no thanks.
Yes. Hi, if you'll state your name and where you live, please.
Kimberly Bowl, and I
Yes.
live in the Forest Oaks, Canterfield area. First time speaking in front of Leon Valley, getting involved. I just want to say the only other time I've spoken in front of a council is San Antonio, and that was on a animal care services thing where a dog was unjustly imprisoned over at ACS. But I just want to say, I echo the sentiments of Tina and Josh, who came up here. Will and the mayor, I back, especially Will, because I think he's going to do great for Leon Valley. And I don't appreciate what I've seen, the divide, the bickering, and that email is awful. And that's how I feel. Will, Miss Mayor, you have my support. Everybody else, I don't know Mr. Hody, sorry. But everybody else, sorry. I don't appreciate the way they're acting. And I wish it would stop. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. Thank you. Then we will move then to announcements by the mayor and city council. Ms. Charles, if you'll begin, please.
Yes, the TML conference was very good. There was a lot of great classes and presentations. And the very favorite one of mine was the speaker at the last brunch, and he was the mayor of El Paso, and he was being interviewed by someone, and he discussed the happenings at the Walmart in El Paso and how that was handled, and he was away at the time in Austin and how he got back. But he was so level-headed and thoughtful about that event and not wanting to politicize it, which he refused to do. And I just appreciated him so much for being the thoughtful person that he was.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez.
Just want to say, regardless of the comments, Soapbox Derby was really awesome. It was a lot of fun. It was great to see my council peers there having a good time. TML also was awesome. Lots of interesting classes, lots of good information. And I'm just going to second Ms. Kinsler's comments about keeping our fire department, or San Antonio's fire department in mind and thoughts and prayers, as well as our blues and our reds here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Harkisser?
Yes, the Fire Chief Hood was in tears as he was talking about it today. But I missed a couple of days of the TML conference because I had some pretty bad reactions to having 3 shots at once. If you ever do that, don't. If you ever think of doing that, don't do it. I agree, the Soapbox Derby was delightful. There were many non-family members there. The people who were there had a terrific time, and the food vendors were wonderful. The Kona Ice switched at their own accord to hot chocolate, and they never sold a single ice, but they sold a lot of hot chocolate, so it was a smart move. The city staff was outstanding. Public Works, the fire department, the police department, The competition was really good. Two of the top three winners were girls, so that was nice to see. So go with girl power. It works. And the one thing in all the talking, people seem to forget, be kind to one another. We're all here for the same purpose. The vitriol is not coming from this side of the fence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Mr. Hody, Councilor Hody.
Welcome, everyone, and I mean everyone. Thank you all very much for taking an active interest in our city. Also, sympathies to the fallen fireman's family, and there's a lot of other people that we don't know about that are going through medical issues or family issues, and I'd just like to say, you know, keep them in mind too. The Soapbox Derby was a lot of fun. I don't like cold weather, but I stayed, but it was a lot of fun. I was already griping about it. You know, it's been hot all summer, hot, and that one day I was already miserable about it being winter.
Cold.
Yes, even though it was only one day. I did enjoy what I learned at the TML conference. Councilman Bradshaw, I missed you. I would have liked to have one of the dudes there too, but I know that you just started a new job, so that's I completely understand that. And just remember, everyone, and I know you do, selflessness, not self-serving. That's one of the things I heard at the conference. Come on, rain, and go Astros.
There you go. I think we'll all agree on that. We're supposed to get rain tonight, by the way. So, yes, Councilor Bradshaw, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yes, I'd just like to echo the sentiments of the rest of the council that thank everybody that braved the cold to come out to the Soapbox Derby. It was cold. You know, last year we complained that it was too hot, and then this year it's too cold. So hopefully next year will be just right. Isn't that how it works? And thank everybody for coming tonight to participate in the community.
Okay, very good. Just a few things. You know, I am really sorry to have missed TML this year and the Soapbox Derby, but a year ago when I made these plans for a hiking trip to Utah, I was trying to not be here for the first and the third Tuesday, which I was. So it just so happened everything happened on the second week, and so I'm sorry to have missed it. But if you've not been to Utah, put it on your bucket list. Zion and Bryce Canyon are just awesome. I can't even tell you what you're looking at. The expansiveness and the beauty was just unbelievable. But it was very cold too. It got down to like 19, but it was a beautiful blue sky with hardly any clouds, and then it would warm up to about 60. So it was really a nice break. So I really appreciated that. I will, and because I was not able to go to TML, and I'm one of these leaders that love to learn. Fortunately, the National League of Cities, which is the umbrella organization for all of the municipalities across the country, is actually hosting a city summit on November 23rd to the 26th, I think, here in San Antonio, called City Summit. And I've been able to register for that, and so I'm looking forward to learning something from that national league, which I haven't been to in many years. But also, this past summer we went to Cloudcroft, and I just happened to run into the mayor of Cloudcroft, and he has been the mayor there for 30 years, and he serves as secretary to the National League of Cities. So I'm hoping to reconnect with him as well. So that's kind of an interesting connection there. The Soapbox Derby, congratulations to everyone on the event. And do we also have music too? Did it stop at noon, or did it go? DJ. You had a DJ. Okay, because I couldn't remember. But anyway, congratulations. I'm glad I didn't hear who had won, but the top 2 out of 3 are young girls, so I think that's great. Please don't forget the coffee this weekend on Saturday from 9 to 11 at the Conference Center. And also the Leon Valley Historical Society Blue Jean Gala is this coming Friday at the Community Center $40 a ticket, and you can get your tickets online. It's a lot of fun. And then also, I'm just, because I think it's so very important, I want to emphasize, if you live in or around a floodway or a flood zone, I think we listed it in the Lions Roar a couple of months ago, November 16th, which is a Saturday from 10 to noon at the conference center, we're going to have a representative from FEMA who is going to help you educate yourself on how to get or reduce your flood insurance because of a grandfathering clause. Is that correct? So it's so please come. I think that's a major move in that direction because we want everybody to have insurance because we know it's not when we're going to get the flood, if we're going to get the flood, but it's when we're going to get the flood, right? It's just the way the weather is so bizarre these days. So please protect yourself, and hope to see you there on the 16th of November. All right, because our next meeting is November 5th, so I could have announced that then too. Okay, never mind. All right, so that's it for the announcements, and we'll move to the regular agenda, and it's with great honor and pleasure to introduce John Clamp, who's the CFO of ACOG, Alamo Area Regional Council of Governments. That's right. And Mr. Clamp, we've known each other for a long time. You used to be on the City Council of San Antonio, and you were on the MPO with me as well. And so we go back a long way. And I reached out when y'all sent an email out about this program called PACE. And I thought, gosh, this is something I thought would really benefit Leon Valley because we have a long-term goal to reduce our carbon footprint. And this is a program that can assist us. So I thank you so much for coming this evening and for waiting 2.5 hours to present.
I'm
so
used
thank
to
you.
waiting, so this is nothing. This
Okay,
is good.
so thank you so much.
And thank you, Mayor. It's always good to see you and the council members here. Thank you for your service. We know it's always a commitment on your behalf, and I do appreciate it. I enjoy public service, and I know you do as well. So the mayor's right. This program is really fantastic for carbon footprint, for clean energy, for your green initiatives in terms of your specific goals for the city of Leon Valley. So I'm here to give you kind of a briefing on it and answer any questions, and we'll go from there. So it's only 200 pages, so don't fall asleep on me. I'm kidding. I'll go by pretty quickly because I know it's been a long evening, but I'll run through it very quickly. The first thing you have to know, and I'm going to kind of set the stage, is this does not cost the city 1 penny. There's no impact to the financial statements. There's no liabilities. There's nothing. This is all community property owner based, and the statute, Local Government 399, really allows the local government, whether it's a county or a city, to adopt it and to allow property owners to utilize it for through a third party mechanism, whether it's lenders, contractors, and engineers. So your role is just as an adoption and support, and ACOG, if you choose to select them as your administrator, we take it from there. And so it's really good for the city, and it's very cost effective because it is zero. And I'll get to the punch. The property values with these improvements really actually go up a little bit. So there's some increased. I don't talk about it a whole lot because you know how that is. So okay, so here's PACE. Thank you for having me again. Oops, wow, that's a good quick button. So PACE is kind of a new term. It's been in existence under Texas statute since 2013. And it's not the picante sauce, but it is good stuff. So it's called Property Assessed Clean Energy. And it really is innovative financing for commercial building improvements that save money either through energy, electricity, gas, and or water savings. So it's really that simple. So if a property owner has a project and if it meets that criteria, he can utilize that program. So what are we really talking about? We're talking about chillers, solar, energy efficiency distribution, water use reduction, you name it. If it's a project that LED lighting, you name it. If it impacts electrical usage or water usage, it is a potential for saving money for that particular building and our property owner. So it really is comprehensive. Very simple to understand. Lower utility cost, improve the net operating income of that building and or that property. So it's good for the owner, it's good for the community, it's good for everybody. And by the way, if you're a tenant in a building and you're paying what they call common area maintenance expense payback or part of the expenses of the building, your percent of that expense for that building will be lower as well, depending on how that lease is written. So traditionally, it's very hard to finance these types of projects because they can be expensive. There's no guarantees, and so there's a lot of upfront money. And a lot of times, building owners or lenders really don't want to tackle it because there's not a return on investment very quickly. So the cash flow looks a little backwards. Me being a CFO, this is what I hear. How am I going to get my money back? Being in government, who's going to pay me? So I'm looking at how I'm going to get that cash flow back. So what PACE does is it takes the cost of that project and any fees, engineering fees, all those costs to make that project happen, it can amortize it up to about 20 years. Okay, so it makes it more cost effective for that property owner to do a project and get that payback over time. Okay, and if you remember property assessed, the reason lenders like to lend on this particular project is because there's an assessment on the property that runs with the property. So there'll be an agreement with the county for those assessments. PACE, ACOG, will collect those and give them to the lender. So it's basically kind of a wash. We collect, give it to the lender, and that's the payment on the note for the property improvements. So that secure investment makes it more cost effective for the property owner and more secure cash flow for the lender to help lend on that piece of property. Okay? So what we're here today is a local adoption. We're doing the resolution of intent right now. It's a development tool, economic development tool, green energy, carbon footprint to manage and reach those goals for your city. It's 100% long-term, low-cost financing. Again, energy efficiency projects, commercial properties, industrial properties, and multifamily over 5 units. Those all qualify. Here's how it works, kind of a big picture look. Building owner finds a contractor, selects a project, identifies a lender because you need a lender. Remember, it's all third-party based. It's nothing to do with the government in terms of selecting of engineers or contractors or who's going to work on that project. They apply to the PACE program, and the owner signs all the agreements with the county and the lender. The lender provides funding. Contractor completes the job. Everybody's happy. The owner makes the payments to PACE, and we make those payments back to the lender. So it really is that simple. Now, don't believe me because it's really not all that simple. It is government. But we work with the Texas PACE Authority, ACOG, and they have all the documents already written up, all the lender agreements, all the agreements necessary are already packaged. So it does make it actually relatively easy, but it is still government. PACE in a box, this is what I was talking about, Texas PACE Authority. Uniform, user-friendly, scalable PACE programs. We administer it throughout. Our ACOG is a 13-county region, from McMullen to the south to Gillespie. In the north, I think it's in the north. Medina County, Karnes County, huge area. So I've been driving around in my little Mini Cooper for the last month for a lot of miles. So it's been fun. This is what you're doing today, local government action. We've posted the report publicly. You'll be asked by the mayor and the city manager to pass a resolution of intent, meaning you want to think about adopting this program, hold a public hearing, and then adopt the resolution that says, yes, we want to offer PACE to our property owners within the city limits of Leon Valley. Now, y'all are being very taking a lot of initiative, because if Bexar County had passed it, you wouldn't have to do that. But I'm very happy that you are taking the initiative and making the first steps to be the first city in the ACOG region to do it. So that's, I think, a kudo for you. Oops. Local government benefits. property owners save on their utility costs. The demand for electricity and water will decrease, mitigate greenhouse gases, enhance the value and the efficiency of the buildings, enhance your economy, support the state water conservation plan, and many other things, conservation goals throughout the state. We talked a little bit about risk. There's no financial risk to the city. There's not a dime that you will have to commit, budget for, or any of that. Okay, it won't show up on your financial statements as well. Can we talk a little bit about the property, the benefits to the property owner? It gives them incentive to do long-term financing and improve their building and improve the look and the actual operations of the building as well. Just a little quick story. We office in a building that continually the air conditioner breaks, and today was one of those days. And it was 90 degrees in my office, so I'm probably going to faint when I get home, but it was really hot. The good thing is CPS Energy offers rebates on these programs, so your property owners can take advantage of that as well. And then if there's another incentive program offered by the city or historic tax credits or any other type of incentive program, they can probably piggyback on that as well. Lender benefits, secure investment, priority lien. It's really kind of a new product for the lenders, and it enhances the collateral for the lenders as well. Now, they have been slow to kind of get used to the program, but you'll see when the numbers coming up that they're finally saying, yes, this is something we want to do. Here's our ACOG regions, huge. Gillespie, McMullen, Carnes, huge area. Where's Pace? This is a little bit old. Comal County was the first county in our ACOG region to adopt it. Guadalupe County will most likely be the next, probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks. They'll adopt it, and we hope to put Leon Valley here up on the slide as well. So this program has very rigorous technical standards, meaning that you have to get an engineer to evaluate the building, the energy usage, set a baseline. Any investment needs to save more than it costs to put that project in place. So there is a requirement certified by engineers to make sure that does happen. And this group actually follows those savings to make sure that as a state we're following the guidelines. Oops. So you'll see in 2019 we're up to it's almost $100 million in investment throughout the state of Texas. You can see it's been slow go. I can tell you with all the demand that our office has received, it's going to really take off here very shortly. If you can just imagine some of the big users that, just think of your own city, but even the city of San Antonio, most of the buildings downtown are over, 20 years old easily. All the hotels, those kinds of things. So they're all ripe for using this program. Okay, here's a fancy-dancy slide. Basically, the bottom line is if you look at the third kind of box down, PACE is kind of a gap loan, and it really just lowers the weighted average cost of capital for a whole project. And it really makes it more financially doable for a property owner. It's just like if you're getting a mortgage, what do you want to do? You want to get the lowest rate, obviously. You don't want to pay more interest than you need to. This is the same effect. Again, I can't give you a rate because it's lender-based, and there's underwriting requirements, all those kinds of things, but that's between the owner and the lender and PACE. And those things always get worked out. Here's a couple of examples. The Butler Brothers building in Dallas. Here's a $24 million assessment, 40% energy reduction, lots of CO2 reduction as well, and almost less than 1 million gallons of water saved on this particular building. So it really does help. Here's one in Houston, 1.3 million assessment, more energy savings. Point is, it'll work for any building, a smaller building, a large building. It's all scalable. This one was 2 chillers, some LED. And these could be projects as part of a much bigger renovation project for a building as well. And here's another one for the city of Amarillo. Again, ACOG works with Texas Space Authority. They're kind of our backroom operation in terms of the underwriting and the finances. ACOG acts as the administrator. We work closely with the cities and the counties to make this happen. So all these documents are already pre-done, and it makes it a little bit easier for everybody to use. Again, it's a win-win for everybody. Property owners gain efficiency on their buildings, contractors make money, sales taxes. You get the idea. Lenders like a new kind of business. State of Texas has reduced energy on their grid, water conservation, and the communities really benefit as well too. You have an enhanced building, a building that works. If you have vacant buildings, somebody can come in and actually redo that and use paste as part of that renovation. And that's it. ACOG gets, how that works is ACOG gets a 1% fee on the PACE program, and we, the majority of that goes to Texas Pace Authority because they're doing most of the legwork, but we do, nobody's paying me right now. I don't understand that, Mayor, but nobody's paying me right now to do this. But we'll get about 25 basis points on that, and they'll get 75, and that's how the program works.
Okay, very good.
Any questions?
Yes, I had a question. I thought when I went to the seminar that nonprofits were also eligible for this program, like churches and...
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
I didn't see that up there. I saw commercial
as long as you're non-governmental, there's a separate kind of the same program, but I think it's called the Lone Star program.
Okay.
So there's a similar program for the governmental arena, but nonprofit, anybody.
Nonprofit is eligible for this. And I also...
And, back on
go
the
ahead.
churches, we have a huge request from churches in town to make this happen.
Really?
As well. Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I also remembered, and I just wanted to clarify it, it's a $250,000 minimum.
There's actually not a minimum.
Oh, there's
the
not
200,
a minimum.
The 250 is kind of a break-even point where you want to, use investment, go through the process, the fees and all. There's kind of a point of where it makes financial sense.
Okay.
Although, depending on your lender, if you're in a smaller town, any project, I think the lowest project is like 78,000.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear
auto
that for
body
some reason.
shop in Dallas. So
Okay,
it just
so-
really depends. But if you're in a big city, 250 maybe. But it
Okay, so
really
there's
just
no
depends on the
minimum.
community. No,
It's
no
whatever
minimum.
meets your
I
needs.
mean, you don't want to pay all the fees and then go, oh, that wasn't really
Yeah,
worth it.
exactly,
So,
exactly.
but you have to do the financial analysis on that.
Okay,
just to make
right.
sure, but there's no minimum.
And then again, something that jumped out at me is that this is a first lien loan note. That's real important.
It's a
to-
superior
yes.
lien,
Mhm.
and that's what
Right.
has taken the lenders to kind of get used to it. But if you think about it, if you're a mortgage person and you're taking a lien to yourself and you've lent on the property, you're just senior to yourself. But that lien, it's not going to be greater in value. It's just going to be senior. And it acts like a property tax assessment, but it's just really a normal assessment.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, very good. So I'm understanding that tonight is a two-step process?
It is,
that
I think
right?
you have it drawn up as a two-step process to do a public hearing after
Right.
this, which is fantastic. There's
Right.
no requirement for,
But
you've met the requirement. And then I think the first step is to adopt the resolution of intent.
Right.
Hold a
and
public
then,
hearing.
Right.
And then if you so choose, to adopt the program as well.
Okay, very good. So just
Thank you,
wanted to
Mayor.
clarify that. So we will get to hear from the citizens as
Absolutely.
well. Okay, any other questions for Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Clamp? Yes, Ms. Charles.
When reading the material, I see that maybe our city would be involved in the marketing and promoting, and we would be involved in liens for non-payment, and we would be involved, but we would recover those costs
Right.
just like we would with property tax liens.
Exactly. Let me answer the first
Okay.
question first. When you appoint an administrator,
Mhm.
if the city chooses to do it itself, yes, you would be in the marketing and education. But if you choose a third-party administrator, ACOG, we would be doing that.
Okay, great.
And then if let's say a building is past due on their assessment, it's like the same as a property tax foreclosure or collection process, and you just go through that process and you collect the fees and all those.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna skip a beat on that.
And then we would be involved in the property, releasing the property after the payment time is up.
Right.
Okay.
It'll be just like a property tax.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Okay,
But
thank you.
there'll be interest and fees and penalties and all that, so you'll actually come out ahead.
Okay. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Clamp on this PACE program?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Well, let me go ahead and open up the public hearing. It's now 8:24.
You probably should adopt the resolution.
Oh,
of
okay. It
intent
says
first.
presentation, discussion, public hearing, and possible action. So I was just going through the agenda.
Okay.
So if you want me to, we can
I
do
think it
the
would
public.
be safer
okay.
to do the resolution and just adopt the resolution of
First.
intent first.
And then do
and
the
then
public hearing.
Yes.
That's how it is on the agenda.
Yeah, I think that's how it's posted.
The resolution of intent to establish.
Yeah, but there's a public hearing on both of them.
Yeah.
And then there's a regular resolution.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But do I have to do a public hearing twice? Or can I just do one? Okay. All right. So are there any, okay. So we'll do the public hearing next. Okay. So then it's at the pleasure of the council if they want to adopt the resolution of intent to establish the PACE program. Is that, oh, there you are. Okay. Very good. So anyone want to move for that?
I so move that we adopt the resolution as proposed.
Okay.
I second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to adopt the resolution of intent to establish the Property Assessed Clean Energy Act program within the city of Leon Valley, Texas. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to regular agenda item 6.2 is that I will just open up a public hearing at 8:25. And is there any citizen that would like to address the PACE program as presented by Mr. John Clamp? Thank you, Mr. Riddle. How are you this evening?
Real good.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Philip Riddle on Rusoke Street. I probably missed it, but does this apply to residential at all?
No, it does
Okay.
not.
That was it. Thank you.
Wish it did. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the record, so I need your comments to be on the record.
John Clamp, ACOG. Just to answer the question, no, this particular program is only commercial, but I think there are other residential programs throughout the United States that may come to Texas at some point in time.
Okay.
That's just a big if.
Very good. All right. Wonderful. Okay. Anyone else besides Mr. Riddle? Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing at 8:26 and stand in line for a motion.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, now we're adopting the resolution, is my understanding. We had the intent first, and now we're actually adopting the resolution. Is that
No,
your understanding?
you have, Mayor and Council, you have two resolutions to consider. The first resolution is a resolution of intent to establish the PACE program, and that's a separate resolution. And then the second one, you're going to adopt the PACE program, the resolution to adopt the PACE program. So you can vote on one and then vote on the other. The first one is the intent.
And Mayor, I think
We've
you
already
actually
done that one.
took the
Yes,
the
we
first
took that
step.
vote.
Yeah, you took
Okay,
the-
okay, so
yeah,
then
it's
you
just
can
the
take
second
the
one.
To
vote.
adopt
Yeah, I'm
program.
sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's
The
all right.
resolution of intent is just, we want to look at it,
Right.
have a public hearing, and now you formally adopt
Right.
at the pleasure of the
Correct.
council.
Correct. All right.
So I move that we
Sorry.
formally adopt the resolution establishing the City of Leon Valley, Texas PACE program.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to adopt a resolution establishing the City of Leon Valley, Texas PACE program. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. I think this is going to really move our city in the right direction. John, thank you so much. And we'll see you in the hood. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. I see him a lot. All right. Moving then to the consent agenda, item number 7. At Ms. Posselet's request before the meeting, she would like to remove consent agenda item number 1B and 1E. Oh, not B, D. Okay, excuse me, that's my hearing.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
so
D
one
and E.
D and one E, correct?
Correct.
From consideration of the minutes, and she will have those prepared for the November 5th City Council.
Correct.
So when we adopt the consent agenda, we would just be adopting consideration of 1A, B, and C. Just an FYI, if the council agrees to that. And other than that, are there any other items under consent agenda, item 7, that any of the councilors would like to remove? Yes, Councilor
Can we ask what
Bradshaw.
the reason is for removing those items?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
They're incomplete.
Okay, and could you make corrections to my name? On several, it says William Bradshaw. In the
And the
minutes.
incomplete ones or the complete ones?
I'd have to find it.
Sure. Absolutely. If you want to email me which ones or call me and tell me
Yeah,
which ones
I'll
that
send
is,
it to you.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. So Will rather than William is what you're requesting. Okay.
I just have a.
Yes.
There was
Counselor.
one, Sandra, too, if you would look, and I don't remember which date it was, but it said we adjourned at 12-something PM. It was 12:59 PM, but it was it's really AM.
I believe that those have been updated. Those were finished over the weekend and
Oh,
updated
okay.
in your
Thank
packet.
you.
As amended, okay. All right, anyone else? All right, so if there's no other comments on the consent agenda, may I please have a motion to adopt the consent agenda 7, 1 through 7 as amended?
I so move.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcazar and a second by Councilor Charles to adopt consent agenda items 7-1 through 7-7 as amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving to item number 8, which is our second read ordinances. And Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read 8.1.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the Enterprise General Red Light Camera and Stormwater Fund budgets of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year 2019-2020 in the total amount of $880,128,000 with 15% for contingencies to provide funding for the Leon Valley Enterprise Fund for the Grass Hill Generator Project, for the General Fund for Evers and Seneca Sidewalk Extension Project, for the Red Light Camera Fund, for 2 enhanced crosswalks along Hebner Road, and for the Stormwater Fund for the Forest Meadow Drainage Project, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening, Melinda Moritz. How are you? Are there any updates to agenda item number 8.1?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So if there's no further questions, there's no update from Ms. Moritz, may I have a motion and a second to adopt 8.1?
Make the motion that we adopt agenda item 8.1.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Hody to adopt ordinance number 8.1 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to ordinance number 8.2. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council granting a specific use permit for entertainment indoor use at 6504 Bandera Road, more specifically described as Lot 8, Block 8, Liebman's Corral subdivision for specific use permit being limited to the tenant suite identified as Suite 9, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Milan, do you have any updates?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Hearing no updates, what is the pleasure of the council on agenda 8.2?
I move that we approve ordinance 8.2.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Hody and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance number 8.2 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda item 8.3. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Animal Control by updating Article 2.01, General Provisions, Article 2.02, Impoundment, Article 2.04, Registration of Dogs and Cats, Article 2.05, Dangerous Dogs, Article 2.06, Dangerous Wild Animals, Section 8.07, Prohibited Noises, authorizing an amendment to Appendix A, Fee Schedule, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I do not see Chief Salvaggio.
I think Assistant Chief went to get him.
Oh, the Assistant Chief went to go in. Okay. All right. We'll wait a few more minutes. You want to sing? Or no, anybody have a good joke? Okay. Here he comes. All right. Okay, it is now 8:35. And good evening, Chief. We've just read your ordinance. And how would you like to continue? I know we barely scratched the surface last time.
Yes, ma'am. We're on the 13th slide.
Out of how many, like 700 or something? I mean, there's a lot of them.
85.
Okay, so maybe just because of the time, should we maybe go through another third?
Tell me when to stop.
Well, what's the pleasure of the council? I mean, I'm thinking an hour or 45 minutes. I mean, how much time do you want to give to? Because I don't know if we're going to get done tonight. And you had also said that we could just continue. We don't have to have a second read. We could have a third read if we still needed more information.
Sure.
So.
And didn't you cut it short a bit on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's quite a bit that you're seeing in the actual ordinance where the blue and all that's not even on the presentation. Those are things that this is just so I can finish up the ordinance with the data that y'all want, and then come back and try to go through the whole ordinance at one time. These are all the main things that were to be discussed, with the numbers of whatever, all of it. So there's quite a bit of stuff that I need to get an answer on which direction y'all want to go, so I can finalize the ordinance and come back to you again with a final ordinance.
So however long that takes, you'd like to get through all of that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, but we don't have to go tonight. I mean,
Okay.
you tell me when to stop. I anticipated multiple nights having to be up here, and
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
you tell me when we're ready.
Yeah, we just have about 8
How
or
about
9.
5 minutes?
A second.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, Chief, why don't we go till 9?
Okay.
About 20, and see where you're at, and
You're
then.
probably going to get 2 slides
Is that all?
to 9.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll play it by ear.
Based on what we went through before, but I'll stop whenever you're ready, ma'am. Y'all tell me.
I'll ask my colleagues what they would like to do as well.
So, let me see. I think we were on maybe the next one. We were here? Good. And so I did get some where we stopped here was discussing about in backyards. Councilor Hody gave me some notes of some things he would like us to consider, this being one of where we stopped. And it was a discussion about the fowl running free in yards altogether, or should it be no running free within whatever your yard is, or running free in a backyard that is fenced, and then do you let them run free all night? Was another discussion point. And so he submitted, fowl may run freely only within the owner's backyard. It must be closed in a coop and run from dawn to dusk, is one of the items that he brought forth. And so even though that's not on here, that was where we left off the discussion. It was about that because, let me see here. As we see, we're very varied, very varied. This was the lines were survey. Fowl may run free only on 1 acre or more of property. And let me go back to the other one. It's not going back for me. So here, as you see, they said, do Leon Valley residents want to change the requirement for PIN to allow fowl to roam freely? And at the coffee with the mayor and council had 68% just said no, period. So we do have a discrepancy between the two. So our recommendation initially was going to do not change the ordinance to allow fowl to roam freely, regardless of the size of the yard. I do, what Councilor Hody put in there, I would not have an issue with that, and I don't think that anybody would, but it really is still going to depend on the size of the yard, which was discussed as well, whether they can even have chickens or not. So your smaller yards are still not going to be able to allow chickens, and then not, obviously they're not going to be able to run free because they're not allowed. So it still does depend on the size of the yard if we go this route.
And what is the minimum size? 1 acre?
I think we,
We haven't gotten that far yet. Okay.
If you go,
Mr. Hody, how large is your backyard? To where you're able to let your fowl, chickens?
I guess the backyard would be half an acre. 'Cause
Half an
the
acre,
property's an
okay.
acre, yeah.
All right. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw?
I would agree with what Mr. Hody suggested, that chickens or fowl may roam free from dawn to dusk. I think that's a good guideline. I don't know if the size of the yard should be included in this part, because I think it's in a different.
I think you should in this part. You're going to have to specify if you're going to allow them to run free. It's going to have to specify the property sizes, because bare minimum, the ones that are, I think I don't remember if we went 100 feet or 50 feet for. They have the chicken pens have to be X amount of feet away from the houses at this point. So it would depend on yard size.
Okay, very good. Because this is an ongoing discussion, we do have a gentleman here, Mr. Hefner.
Mayor, Council, Jed Hefner,
yes.
Seneca.
How are you?
I have some material prepared that I would like to share. I think there's a lot of confusion, maybe lack of awareness, that I think would be helpful to the conversation.
Okay.
If I may, I have copies for each of you. I did email the presentation prior, but I don't know if she was able to get it or not. Can I share those with you? And if it pleases the council, probably 5 minutes, I could run through it all.
Okay, let me ask if the council, I didn't know I thought maybe you just had a
Yes, ma'am.
suggestion on the size of the yard. I wasn't sure
Couple of
that you had
suggestions, I
a
think, that
presentation.
goes
So
through a
what is the council
significant amount.
pleasure? Would you like to hear from Mr. Hefner now? You want him to wait? However y'all would like to handle it.
Now is okay with me.
Is it okay with me? It's all right with me too, so
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. And Mr. Hefner, where do you live? You live in Seneca. Okay, that's right. So not a big lot, but a regular sized residential lot. Okay, thank you. You've given us a lot to think about here. Okay. And would you please give a copy to Chief? Yeah, because he needs to see this. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just think he needs to see it as well.
Yeah, of course.
He's put a lot of time into this.
Yeah, so what I really wanted to share, I do, to your point, Mayor, I do live on smaller property. We've got about a fifth of an acre. And so I don't currently own chickens. My daughters are young, and it's been something my wife and I have talked about. And as we read up on the ordinance, it was something that we're like, well, if this is an ongoing discussion, we want to be part of the discussion so that, we can share that information. And so as part of my research in finding out what does it take if I want to teach my young daughters how to raise chickens or what that's like, that's the origin of this research.
Okay.
And so I'll try to be brief. I know in the sense of time, I'm going to try and go quickly. So bear with me as I move through this quickly. So there's a number of, I did watch the council meeting. I wasn't able to attend in person. I saw last council meeting and was concerned about some of the points that were raised. And so I wanted to kind of clarify those items. So there's a number of reasons people keep chickens. Obviously, fresh eggs, being able to eat them from humanely raised chickens. Those are the things that I think Councilor Alcacer mentioned are expensive in the store, right? pets, companions, therapy animals, but also for education. And so that's where, yes, sir. That's where, my particular interest is sharing that with my children.
Okay.
And I won't drain the slides. You've got the content there in front of you and can read it. Just on slide 3, a little bit of background on zoning history and how that came about. If we go back to 19th century, early 20th century, there was no laws restricting how you could use your property with regards to chickens. In fact, it was actually something that was highly encouraged. World War I, World War II, the government actually encouraged people to have victory gardens, to raise chickens, to do their part to contribute to the food supply. It's only been modernly when, out of a concern of industrial encroachment into residential areas, that zoning has taken over this space. Unfortunately, most zoning laws are permissive use regulations, which generally mean unless you say explicitly I can do it, then I can't do it. And so as a property owner, that's concerning because I have to come here and spend my time to ask your permission to have chickens or anything else. A couple of myths that I want to break down that I think will speak directly to many of the talking points of this particular ordinance and the revisions that Chief has made and the questions that he's asking council their guidance on what you desire the ordinance to look like. And so the first of those is on slide 4, the myth that chickens are dirty and smelly. Fact is, chickens actually are very meticulous about cleaning themselves. And it's not chickens that smell, it's animal waste that smells. And that's regardless of what kind of animal it is, whether it's a cat, a dog, a chicken, a peacock, I think someone mentioned last council meeting. And so when properly managed, there's no odor that would emit from a chicken yard. I think Councilor Hody mentioned, unless you've got your nose in it, right, it shouldn't be a problem if it's cared for. And so those things are covered in other existing nuisance ordinances for smell, for sound, for noise complaints, those kinds of things. And so the concern we would have there is, do we need to codify something specific uniquely to chickens when those things are already covered in other ordinances? Also, when you talk about dogs, a general 40-pound dog generates 12 ounces of pathogenic, unusable feces every day. That's more than what would be generated by 5 chickens. And chicken feces are actually very usable in gardens if you want a sustainable garden. We're talking about PACE programs and energy efficiency and all these great programs. Having backyard chickens actually generates garden fertilizer that's very valuable. And so the recommendation, if you go in, there's research that's been done at UC Davies by the USDA, by others, about backyard chicken ownership. And in general, the recommendation is that there is not an arbitrary restriction of flock size based on smells or whatever from other that would be covered by other ordinances. The second myth on slide 5 is that chickens are noisy. There's some decibel readings there that you can obviously look at. A hen laying eggs or a cackling rooster, which is just a non-crowing rooster, is about 70 decibels. That's the level of a human conversation. A rooster crowing is about 90 decibels, which is approximately a little under what a barking dog is. So again, very similar in noise level to what a dog would be and would be covered under the same ordinance and could be enforced under the same ordinance as other noise nuisances. And comparatively to a lawnmower at 107 decibels, the general idea here is living in an urban environment, we're not entitled to a silent neighborhood. There are daily sounds that come. And so the recommendation here is that you address noise concerns with existing noise ordinances without codifying some additional restriction unique to chickens or other animals. The third myth is on slide 6, that chickens require a lot of land. This actually often perpetuates these setback requirements, which can be dangerous. The fact is, chickens don't require acreage to be well kept. In fact, residents in major cities in New York, Los Angeles, Denver keep chickens with no acreage at all in condos and other places.
Really?
And so it is possible to keep a small flock in a very small area and home them, house them, care for them responsibly. In fact, this myth perpetuates setback requirements, requires zone size requirements, which are simply a form of economic discrimination. If I can't afford to own a property of an acre or larger in the San Antonio metro area, I am not allowed to have chickens. And that's economic discrimination. It's unfortunate. And so those setback restrictions and lot size restrictions really are not based in fact. They're simply based in, what the common myth that people think are. And so on slide 7, again on chickens requiring a lot of land, this is a highlight of the dangers of setback restrictions. And so if, like on my property, you require a setback restriction of 50 feet, the current restriction is 150 feet. The proposal is to reduce that to 50 feet. Even on my property, where I have room to keep chickens, I could care for them well there. The only place I could place them would be in direct sunlight. And so,
I'm sorry, under
yes,
what?
ma'am.
I couldn't understand.
Direct sunlight.
Direct sunlight.
Yeah, so I would have to put a
Thank you.
coop. The only place in my yard that I could put a coop and meet a 50-foot setback requirement, just barely, would be in a corner of my yard that's 50 feet from every surrounding residence, and it would be in direct sunlight, which actually poses a danger to the chickens themselves. And so if you look at dog ordinances, if you look at ordinances for other animals, it's common that you require shade and shelter for those animals. Because in South Texas, we have 110-degree temperature days, and that's a concern. And so I think as an animal owner, those owners should be able to use their best judgment in how to care for their animals. And if that means that I want to put them in a part of my yard that is shaded, and that's where I want to keep the coop, if I can care for them and not run afoul, forgive the pun, of any noise or nuisance ordinances with my neighbors, then I should be able to do so. So the recommendation here is to not have a setback requirement or a lot size requirement. On slide 8, there's a myth that chickens hurt property values. It's actually not true. If you look at the top 10 housing markets in the U.S., it actually shows that all 10 cities allow chicken keeping, and it's a sense of pride, landscaping, and cleanliness that owners often indulge. So the takeaway there is don't punish responsible animal owners, which is the vast majority for the few people who do cause a nuisance. Right, and use existing ordinances to take care of those issues. On slide 9, the myth number 5 is that chickens are only kept for egg production. Therefore, limits on flock size should be calculated based on the number of eggs a family needs. There's a lot of reasons to keep chickens, and so I also understand that there's a balance that has to be struck. Right, you don't want somebody. I think Councilor Alcacer, your husband, mentioned he had 200 roosters. Right, and you're basically at that point running a commercial, poultry farm, right? So you certainly don't want somebody doing that on a, fifth of an acre. But I think that's a far cry from a small backyard flock. And so I would encourage council to be thoughtful in placing restrictions on flock size and with any correlation to lot size. Again, for the economic discrimination reasons I mentioned, and for the reasons that people who own chickens, it's really no rationale to support an arbitrary limitation. It's expensive to keep chickens as pets, and it's not really something where you see happen very often, where people are hoarding and trying to keep as many chickens in as tight and crowded a space as possible. It just doesn't happen, and if it does happen, can be addressed with existing regulation for noise and smell nuisance type things. And so on slide 10, overbearing regulations typically just cause confusion. There's an administrative burden to the city. The need to enforce for municipal officers, who are not necessarily familiar with small flock management.
I'm sorry.
I know I'm taking time. I'll wrap this up. I got one more slide to go.
Yeah, if you could kind of wrap it up.
So the overall arching thing is here, don't punish the vast majority of responsible pet and animal owners for a fear of that minority. And then the last slide there I have is a summary of the recommendations. And if the council is not in a position to make these recommendations tonight, I would ask not to pass an update to this ordinance tonight, and that if needed, engage a committee of citizens, city employees, whomever needs to be involved. And I'm happy I have folks that I've networked with, experts in this space and backyard chicken keeping in the San Antonio area that would love to come to coffee with the mayor and speak. And I do think that given some of this education, if you look at the metrics that the chief has provided from what citizens wanted, if you then educate those same citizens and resurvey them, I do think that the results will be different.
Very good.
Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hefner. I didn't realize how much time and effort you put into this packet of information. And Chief, I don't know if you have a comment about what he just
Most of the stuff that he brought up today has not been covered in any of the presentation, nor it's in our ordinance. So I would need direction from y'all on whether or not we want to look at adding this. I just remind everybody that, one, we're a year and a half into this. We've had probably 6 now public hearings and discussions. And, if we say we're going to start it all over, we're going to get some very angry citizens at us because they're already angry at us because it's taken this long. We still can't enforce a lot of the things that we need to enforce because this ordinance is so outdated. And so it doesn't matter to me. I'll go in the direction you want. But like I said, the vast majority of that stuff that he talked about today is not in any of the presentations that we're given. And y'all have already decided on some of them, the distance away from homes and things like that. And that's we want to go backwards, we can go backwards too. It's up to y'all.
Certainly. Councilor Arcus.
Chief, I'm sorry, but I don't agree that we decided on distance. It's just, it keeps changing. To me, from the beginning, the right questions were never asked, and the people who have chickens or want chickens were never included in all of this. So, and then we keep getting the different statistics trying to do it, but like, for example, just looking at the slide you have there, you only have 7 that say they can't roam freely. You have 22, so 3 times as many say run freely, some with restrictions, but the idea is that my husband keeps reminding me, we're making laws that are unnecessary, and I think that's what Mr. Hefner has indicated. It seems that we seem to also be doing. There's minimal, I know you say the people complain they're more likely about roosters, but people should be able to have, no matter the size, unless they're in are under some HOA restrictions where they can't have it, then they bought where they probably shouldn't have bought if they want chickens or animals. But other than that, people shouldn't be prohibited. You wouldn't prohibit them from having a dog because it's a little more popular. So it's kind of unfair that and the dogs that are biting are going under fences and out all over their yard, and here's the poor little chicken being picked on.
So just to clarify, ma'am, 2 things that you mentioned. One, we're not making the laws. The laws have been in place since 1972. We're looking at adjusting the laws. And when I said y'all have already decided, I just backed up to the slide where y'all decided to go with 50 feet instead of the current 150 feet. So if we want to start over, and we've only gone on slide 13 to consider some of this stuff, but it has been decided up till now by y'all that we're going to go to 50 feet.
Sir, I didn't agree with that because some people don't have the room for 50 feet, and I don't think they should be precluded. I don't know if we had a vote here on 50 feet.
I remember.
Councilor Bradshaw.
Sorry, I remember discussing this and talking about 50 feet, but I agree, I don't think we voted on that. But if I recall, the 50 feet was from adjacent properties, was the adjustment we made, not from the residents' property. If they need it, as Mr. Hefner said, up closer to their property because of shade or shelter or whatever.
But up close to his property, Mr. Hefner, where we are, it would put it closer to their houses as well. And so he has to take it to the back corner probably. That 50 feet is going to, for everybody in those types of neighborhoods, are going to be in the back corner. And then you're going to have to really get close to measure, like you said, maybe 51 feet or whatever it is from the other houses. So, but yeah, we did discuss it, and I took the notes and said 50 feet is what we agreed to. If we were going to change that, that's not a problem. We've already gone past it, but we can go back and rediscuss it.
Well, my thing is you don't restrict dogs from going 50 feet. Why a chicken?
You're asking the wrong person, man.
Well, I just don't think we need those restrictions.
Okay. Any thoughts on this side of the dais? You don't remember?
I'm in an HOA that restricted altogether.
Oh, okay, very good. Chief, we have some other comments with Mr. Johnson, and then I guess Mr. Hefner, did you have something else to add? Very briefly, because it is getting... And Mr. Hody, yes.
William Johnson, Forest
Yes,
Oaks,
sir.
Canterfield. Just to frame this setback a little better, most people don't realize the size of an acre. A farmer or rancher can spout it off. It's like 204 feet by 204 feet. That's for a full acre is 204 feet. If you put a 150-foot restriction, which I know we're down to 50 feet, but a fifth of an acre, you're looking at a fifth of that 43,000 square feet. So that's not much space if you start throwing 50-foot restrictions in. It severely handicaps other people. Just to frame the size, the dimensions, a full acre is only 200 by 200 feet.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Hefner.
And just very briefly, so the point there is, and to Chief's point, if you have a restriction, regardless if it's adjacent property or owner's property, it takes away the freedom of the individual property owner to make the best decision for his or her animals. And so if you're going to place a restriction on dogs and cats that say they have to be a certain distance away from the house for your doghouse maybe ends up in full sunlight, right? And so if you consider the health of the animals and you consider being respectful of property owners regardless of their ability to own an acre or not own an acre, right? And base it in fact and base it in data that you don't actually need an acre or need a quarter of an acre or whatever to keep chickens. If people are keeping flocks of 10 chickens in a condo on the 15th floor in New York City, come on.
Can't even imagine that. Wow.
So, but the point is,
but
it
I
can
hear
be
what you're
done,
saying. It
and
happens.
responsible owners do it every
Yeah,
day.
okay,
So my
gotcha.
recommendation would be, don't have any setback restriction and address any issues that may arise with the existing noise and nuisance and smell ordinances that you have, independent of an animal nuisance ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have those ordinances either.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're trying to get done, which is the big problem we're having is that we don't have those ordinances Mr. Hefner just talked about, and we can't enforce anything at this point. And it's kind of upsetting quite a few people and causing us a lot of problems. So I'd love to have those ordinances. If we can get to them, I'd be glad to hear it. So what do we want to do here? We backed up to the slide. We spent a lot of time on this last time. Are we backing up to this, or do we want to go to the slide where I'm trying to get started?
Any input? Oh, Mr. Hody, I'm sorry, Councilor Hody.
Okay, so Mr. Hefner pretty much laid it on the line, and I agree with him. If we can get down some sanitation and noise ordinances nailed down, I think that's the most important thing. We can't say, well, you can have a boxer, but you can't have a Chiweenie or whatever. So let's just, we can have these as long as they're pinned up at night. That's what I think.
Okay. All right. Councilor Alcacer, do you agree?
Yes, ma'am, I do agree with that. And I mean, it's incredible to me that we have you walk along the street and the dogs attack you all the time coming up to the person's fence line. And these chickens are not going to do that. Never have, never will. And we still haven't restricted the dogs in any way on the property line. Why? I don't even have a problem with the ducks, geese, rabbits. I mean, why are we doing that? I mean, we need to change it. If that's what's in it, we need to change it. And they shouldn't be securely caged or penned up in an enclosure. And they shouldn't be 100 feet from somebody else. If you do that to these poor little animals, do it to the big ones, the troublemakers, the dogs.
Okay. Anyone else? Ms. Joseph, did you have something to add to the discussion?
Joseph, Charter Lane. Excuse me. I've lived with chickens. My next door neighbor had several. They pretty much stayed in their own yard. And as far as noise, if cardinals bother you, small birds with their songs, then yeah, the chickens are going to bother you. They're little beep 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 beep. They're not loud. The roosters, I don't want to see. They are noisy, and their voice, song, whatever carries. But they are pets to some people. My neighbor his chicken would jump up on his shoulder and walk all over the yard with him. Mm-hmm. I would like to ask Chief, how many complaints did you receive? Different people. Can you give us that number?
Okay.
Complaints, what do you mean, ma'am?
About the chickens.
We receive complaints regularly about chickens.
From the same people?
No. Throughout the community, whenever somebody gets a chicken, we'll start getting complaints almost immediately. So we receive them all the time. In fact, I've sent some emails to counselors. We had 5 complaints in one weekend about chickens.
Did they have roosters with them?
Those did not. We did have a rooster at a couple other places that we've had to deal with lately as well. But we have no ordinances against having roosters at this time.
But what was the chicken complaint?
The chickens were not staying in their yard, for one, because chickens can fly. I keep reminding everybody that. And then the noise on another one. And
then
I think those were the 2 things. And the fact that they had chickens and they weren't supposed to have them also.
Okay. But we did talk about last meeting, we can clip their wings. We could make that a requirement so they don't fly. So that's one way of solving it. I mean, there's so many intricacies, I understand.
Think about the enforcement of that.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell, my policeman cannot tell whether that chicken's got clipped wings or not.
Well, if he flies over the fence and he's out there, then he needs to get clipped, or the neighbors can pick him up and eat him.
We talked about that last time, too. Oh, goodness. Well, okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, apparently, Chief says that we have.
People that don't like it because there isn't an ordinance and they want it.
Okay. All right. We've got lots of input tonight. Wow.
The feedback I would have there is 2 points. One, Chief, if a dog gets out, how do you handle it today?
Pick it up.
You pick it up. If a chicken gets out today, you handle it. Right? You pick it up.
Try to catch a chicken.
Unfortunately, that's not my job, right? Second point is, just because someone calls and complains about something that's not a law doesn't mean it needs to be a law. I think part of the recommendation from this council should be, if there is a complaint that the law enforcement cannot enforce because there's not an ordinance to enforce it, let's work on educating our citizens that is not against the law. And just because we have complaints is not a reason to make something against the law.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Now, let me correct that. There is a law, it's 150 feet, and those that they're calling about them having chickens in an area that is not 150 feet the coop.
Okay.
That's what they're calling about.
It's currently on the
books.
books.
It's currently on the
Yeah,
books.
okay.
Amount of chickens, the roosters specifically, those types of things are not on the books.
Okay. All right. Councilor Bradshaw.
Mayor, I agree with Councilor Alcacer and Councilor Hody that we should remove this setback restriction from the law and include the dawn to dusk requirement for penning any livestock or fowl. And then I was wondering if we could get a list or number of complaints over the past 12 months about chickens.
You're not going to be able to pull them up, sir. We'll try. I'll see if we can find them, but they come in as information or disturbances.
So not on it complaints?
No.
So because I have never,
Yeah, we've had a
I'm
couple
in next
now.
door and social media and stuff, I've never seen a complaint about chickens online on there.
Okay, all right. Anything over here? Charles, Ms. Rodriguez, okay. Is that a motion? Okay.
One quick thing.
Or did you want to make it a motion?
We're going to have to go back, I guess,
Or-
and I don't know.
I'm not
We've
sure how
already
we're gonna
voted
do
on
this, yeah.
with a motion on the 50 feet. So you're going to have to go back and undo that motion, or?
I don't agree. We didn't have any. Where did?
I don't think we voted on it.
When did we vote?
We're going through each one of these, and at the end of
September 30th.
At September 30th, at the end of each one, I'm asking y'all to take a vote to decide what y'all want to do. Y'all voted collectively.
Well, Chief, we can't vote because that was a first read last meeting.
Understand.
And
That's true.
What we had asked before is to try to do these one by one, and we could finish the chicken ordinance tonight. They just gave you perfect guidelines, and those we can vote on, and then you can take it out.
Okay.
Because this is a second read.
Mayor and council, what exactly did council vote on in September as far as the chickens were concerned?
We couldn't vote, it was a first read.
Okay. So,
But am I hearing you say that we changed the distance requirement based on the input that we got at the coffee? From 150 to 50?
No, 150 is what it is now. With the coffee came back,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is it was just the input from the coffee, but we haven't formalized it by a vote, is what I'm thinking happened, but I don't know.
The coffee was all different, and so.
the other
were
way,
the
other
other
direction.
votes. We had 2 coffees.
Okay.
Town hall.
Keep going.
They're all different.
Right there.
We need to get consistent, 10
So,
consistent.
and you had 58% that wanted to change it. Go to the next slide. And then, what distance should it be? Next slide. And then,
Oh, it's very close. No distance required from any residence is 32. That's pretty close.
Yeah.
But 81% or 78% wanted some distance. Go to the next slide. And then it was all over the place again. Well, actually, the most was 150 feet on this one. So,
Okay.
And we didn't get an education. Tonight, we got an education. I've been getting one for 30 years from my husband. So I know more than most people, but, and Mr. Hody has added to it, but Mr. Hefner gave the kind of presentation I would have liked to have seen on these animals, so people can make, if they can make an informed decision instead of general, like the type of things we are tending to do. So, anyway, I think we're ready to vote on the chicken part of it.
But at
Councilor
present,
Charles.
At present, our citizens don't want 50 feet. I mean, according to these records, that's not where they're going, so.
Not on this slide, but on the slide before, they said 50 feet.
There.
Yeah, yes, Counselor. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. It's kind of dark out there, so I didn't see your hand. Mr. Alcacer, good evening and welcome.
Are we putting too much weight on the votes that we're getting at the coffee meeting? I mean, we got 10,000 people in Leon Valley.
Mm-hmm.
How can a few dictate, hey, this is what we want?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I understand that. And then we followed it up with the survey and even got less response, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what happened? So we were trying to get a broader input and it didn't materialize. So I hear what you're saying. Yes.
Johnny Garrett,
Johnny,
Leon
how are
Valley.
you? Good evening.
I was out in the hall,
Is there a limit to how many chickens? I mean, are you talking like a city lot and you can have 100 chickens if you wanted to? I mean, how many chickens? And it also, is there going to be some kind of owners have to be responsible? Are we going to have to put up with a bunch of flies? If my neighbor 2 houses down has 100 chickens, or 50 chickens, is there going to be something in the ordinance that they're going to have to control the flies and the maggots?
Well, that was the myth that Mr. Hefner presented.
presentation.
Yes, and he said that they don't. They're clean. They don't.
Oh, they are
Yeah.
clean, but there's flies. There's flies in a cow pen or a horse pen.
2 slides.
And a dog pen.
Yes, there are.
Okay.
But I pick up I used to when I had a dog, I'd pick up my dog's feces.
People
Okay.
But I'm a responsible pet owner.
All right.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hefner was going to respond to that myth.
Yes, ma'am. So, again, if council's not prepared to vote tonight, I'm happy to coordinate with chief, with, experts in this space, bring it to coffee, educate our citizens, and then allow them to give you more informed data. I think, to your point, the citizens that may have been at that coffee that the vote was taken, whatever that number was, may not have had this same education, right? And if they heard a presentation from an expert in the area, I think that it would change sentiment, answer those questions about if there are flies. Yeah, if somebody doesn't pick up the waste, there's going to be flies. If you're a responsible owner, you're going to pick up the waste. To Chief's point, if there's not currently noise and sanitation ordinances on the books, address noise and sanitation with those ordinances, and do not make it specific to chickens. That would be my recommendation. Again, I'm at the council's disposal to help coordinate that education for our citizens.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for the offer. All right. All right, Chief. Where are we going from here?
I think the chief did his 2 slides already.
Yeah.
Oh, I've gone negative.
Yeah,
I've gone
he's
negative.
gone back.
I've gone backwards.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Hefner's volunteer spirit of maybe we ought to have a smaller committee with Mr. Hody on there, and I don't know, to see how we can pare it down. Yes, sir.
This is what I suggest. So this is 2.01.015, is that correct, Chief? That we're
What was
looking at
that?
right now?
2.01.
The animal ordinances.
Okay, gotcha. I was looking at the agenda. I was like, wait a minute.
It depends, sir.
Okay.
I mean, are we talking about the distance away? Because then it's 013.
The enclosure required.
Well, we've backed up behind that one. We're not to that one yet, to be honest with you. We went backwards to the distance.
So am I younger now?
Yes, you are. And I'm much older now.
This is what I would like to do, if this pleases the...
A motion?
No, not a motion. I would like to speak. Mr. Hefner and I can rewrite this one and then bring it the next time.
Okay.
I second it.
Which one? Hold on. Which one?
The chicken one, the chicken ordinance.
The enclosure one, sir.
Oh, just the enclosure?
How about the whole thing?
Well,
How about, let's broaden it. I think broaden it.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
Okay.
All the chickens.
Now, anybody else would you
Anybody
like to-
is
that would like
welcome.
to serve on that committee?
Anybody who's not a chicken.
Yeah, that's not a chicken. I don't know. I mean,
I
there
think if we
may
could
be a lady that I've talked to on Crown Piece, High Stepper, one of those over there that
Okay.
loves.
If-
I might
if
ask
you can
her.
come up with that
she's
person-
she's on the library board, so I'll refer her to you.
We're not
That'd be
going to
all right?
ramrod anything through.
No,
We just want to come up with the right verbiage so that it flows, it makes
Okay.
sense. That's all.
All right. Sounds good. Is that all right, Chief?
It's your
Okay.
ball.
I mean,
not
I
mine.
just wanted to make sure you.
But
were on board
I
with
would
that.
say, and
Oh.
I'd like you to, if you remember correctly, the emails in the past that we've sent you on the people complaining about chickens. You have seen them. It's not a myth. I'm not making it up. We get these complaints. And I forward some over to you several times about the chickens. And so just keep that in mind. I mean, in a utopia world, nobody would get upset. In a utopia world, everybody would clean up their mess and you wouldn't have fecal matter in the backyards. But just so we're clear, it's very hard for me to get in a backyard and deal with things in the backyard without a warrant. How am I going to get a warrant for the amount of sanitation in the backyard? So just keep that in mind. My animal control officers are not going to be able to get in the normal backyard that has a normal fence, that's wood fence. We're not going to be able to get in that backyard. And so the neighbor could bring, if it's a two-story house, we can see from the neighbor's house. If they want to complain, that'd be one thing. But straight on, we're going to have problems. So just keep that in mind when you start writing the ordinance about how enforceable it will be about the sanitation aspect of it as well.
And maybe we can come up with some ideas on putting teeth into this so that when people do not do what they're supposed to do, you know.
The teeth comes into basically codified law that's been in place about what a policeman can and can't do on private property. That becomes the problem. Going into, you have half the people that just say going in their backyard to examine their waste is going to be hugely intrusive.
And is that based on a complaint?
That's based on law. I mean, just we can't search somebody's backyard for a misdemeanor like that. If I wanted to search somebody's backyard, I'm going to have to get a warrant to go in somebody's backyard to search their backyard. So it's going to be problematic trying to enforce some of those things, like how much fecal matter starts and the flies start. That doesn't. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. But I'll tell you, when we went through all of the other ordinances, and I don't think there's anything I remember reading. It's been a year and a half since we started this, but I don't remember reading anything that would they would have to be allowed to get in the backyard and check their sanitation. I don't remember anything like that in anybody's ordinances.
Chief, we don't do that for any animals.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
I don't want to restrict chickens, rabbits, little geese.
But right now we don't have the animals like this in these small spaces. We have them in larger spaces, and so we don't get those types of complaints. I don't know.
Have a dog.
Correct.
In that space who's giant.
Right.
And we still can't do it. You walk by certain houses and the backyard or the side yard just smells to high heaven.
Agreed. I agree with you.
I mean, so I'm trying to get you not to single out these animals that may not be as popular as the cats and dogs, who are much more of a nuisance.
So, and all I'm trying to remind y'all is don't think that just what you just said right now, getting in somebody's backyard to enforce it on a dog, a cat, a chicken, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's not that easy. Right. So when we say, hey, we'll just grab an ordinance and we'll be able to get in their backyards and we'll be able to enforce something, it's not that easy. We can't do that.
I don't think they meant that, yeah. Chief, but anyway, let them give it a good try.
Absolutely.
Maybe it'll give you some peace temporarily.
Okay. Mr. Hody, do you think, and Mr. Hefner, do you think bringing back something on November the 5th is reasonable, or do you need more time?
Yes, it's fine.
Is that all right?
We just
wanted to give
so I guess we agree, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that's the consensus of the council, to go ahead and let Mr. Hody and Mr. Hefner work together on this ordinance. And if we could, I've got one other person in mind I'll call tomorrow.
Great.
And see if she can. Okay. Yes, Mr. Hefner, you had one other comment.
Absolutely, we can bring that to next council meeting.
Okay.
I'm a IT guy. I deal in data. I make decisions in data, right? So I'm going to back everything up I do in data.
Okay.
The ask I would have is, if at all possible, I know when I was doing this research for City of San Antonio, over the course of, I think it was FY18 through FY19, a full 12-month period, there were something like 3,000 animal noise complaints, and there were 9 chicken complaints for the entire city of San Antonio. So if at all we can look into those complaints and get data that tells us how many of these are chicken complaints versus something else, then Mr. Hody and I can certainly incorporate that.
Certainly.
But I think that that's going to speak back to, and I don't know how in the weeds you want to get on sanitation and noise. We can talk about those as well and try and do our best to help Chief. Chief has an unenviable job of trying to codify these things that are going to please everyone. And so I think that the compromise there is if we can get a really solid proposal and model off of what other cities have on how do you have teeth and enforce noise and sanitation, that's going to address any animal, regardless of dog, cat, chicken, horse, peacock.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So
So
we did try to codify the sound, the noise. That is what we've got in here, which
the 10 minutes.
we may or may not get to
Yeah.
in the next year. But
Next year.
but the other one was, you said noise and sanitation.
Sanitation.
Sanitation is one of the things I pulled out in this ordinance changes. It was in the original ones that the Citizen Police Advisory Committee put together, but we pulled it out because it was just too much. So I can put all that back in. There's a lot more stuff that was recommended. We were trying to get I don't want to say the easier things, but just the things that are more controversial out of the way, and sanitation was pulled off. So we can provide the original stuff that had sanitation in there, and it wasn't sanitations like Mr. Hefner said. It was one sanitations specifically for chickens. There were some specifics for the different animals, though, based on and other ordinances across the state that we pulled, but it was a lot. It was a whole lot. So we can pull that back in, but it was not specific to chickens. It was broke down a little bit.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Hody, would y'all like to get that information on sanitation that the chief had to look at?
Sure, that's fine.
Would that be all right?
He and I can
So
speak
just
as well.
so they don't have to reinvent the wheel and you can see
Right.
what you had. I think that might be beneficial.
And my apologies to the CPAC, because I know they worked on this, and for those of y'all in the audience still, just everyone, this is just difficult. It shouldn't be. It seems like it's the worst thing we've ever had to figure out, or the most difficult, maybe I should say. But we're not going to override a bunch of stuff that CPAC came up with. So, we want to work together on it and come up with something that makes sense.
Certainly.
And, I'm not a rabid, if you told me tomorrow I couldn't have them, okay, but then you couldn't have dogs either.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so do we want to continue to go on then? On
You're
some
asking
of the
me,
other,
no, but
well, I'm asking the council,
I would
or
like
do
to
you want
move
to
on.
wait until we get back?
Let's finish the discussion on the animals for tonight and wait until we get back on the 5th. That would be my suggestion. We've been going in for an hour.
Well, not quite an hour, but almost an hour, so that'd be all right. Okay, so
Skip chickens.
Yeah, we'll finish the rest of the presentation next time.
So just stop altogether.
That would be my
consensus is
suggestion.
to go ahead and stop? Yeah, okay, I think and then on the 5th, we'll hear from Mr. Hefner and Mr. Hody and on what they have, and then we'll just continue from there and see how long. And yes, and we need the data for
I'll try. I'm not
the
sure.
chicken
I'm not sure it can be
complaints
pulled
and the
like
dog
that.
complaints,
Yeah, I'm
right?
not sure in our computer system it can be pulled, but I'm not the computer
Okay,
guy.
all right.
So
Sounds
Do
good.
realize we will be talking about this a year from now.
It's been a year and a half already. So yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I really appreciate
you.
it. All right, then, moving to the regular agenda, which is continued. That's going to be 9.1. Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council, amend Section 13.02.074 of the city's tree preservation ordinance regarding maximum mitigation of existing trees to removing restrictions for maximum mitigation of chinaberry, hackberry, ash, juniper, Chinese tallow, and mesquite trees, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. This is a first reading for a proposed amendment to the city's tree preservation ordinance, specifically regarding the requirements for maximum mitigation of existing trees. Currently, the city's tree preservation requirements are located in Section 13 of our city code. And there's multiple provisions in there regarding types of trees that are preserved and protected, different sizes, different extent to which you can remove trees. And so what this specific amendment would particularly apply to is the maximum mitigation requirements for existing trees on a piece of property, and specifically to remove restrictions for maximum mitigation regarding Chinaberry trees, hackberry trees, ash, berry juniper trees, Chinese tallow trees, and mesquite trees. Currently, the code requires that all medium and large sized trees that are proposed to be removed be replaced with an approved tree, and it also requires that heritage trees may not be removed without a variance. Small tree is defined as a tree between 3 and 7 inches in caliper width, and a medium tree is between 8 and 12 inches, and a large tree is between 12 and 24 inches. And of course, a heritage tree is any tree over 24 inches. The code also states that no more than 25% of all existing trees on any lot, including small, medium, or large, may be removed without a variance. So that means, if you've got a piece of land, you're planning a big apartment development, and you need to remove 50% of the trees, you can't do that, regardless of the size and regardless of the species. The intent of this requirement is to prohibit just a developer going in and just completely clear-cutting the land. There's multiple negative effects to clear-cutting land, in addition to just simply dramatically changing the way that piece of property looks. That can impact drainage, that can impact the ecosystem on that piece of land. And so most cities have this requirement. This is a great requirement to have in your code. However, unlike most cities, the city of Leon Valley protects all tree species, not just some. Most cities choose to either protect certain trees, or they choose to exclude less desirable trees from that protection. For example, City of Bernie, they choose to only protect cottonwood, sycamore, cypress, elm, maple oak, pecan, and Texas ash trees. Any other trees are not protected, so they specifically focus on those particular trees, which are very unique to that area. City of Bulverde, however, takes a different approach. They protect everything but Chinaberry, hackberry, ash, juniper, mountain cedar, Chinese tallow, and mesquite. As a staff member charged with enforcing this ordinance, and having worked with it for the past year and a half, I believe that the 25% mitigation maximum, combined with the fact that we're unique in that we regulate all tree species, that is excessive in staff's opinion when it comes to applying that to new development. And in staff's opinion, this combination exceeds the intent of this 25% maximum mitigation, which is to generally prevent the clear cutting of land. And staff believes that this creates an unreasonable burden to new development and frankly necessitates the need for variances. There's two variances or two situations, most recently, one of which the council is probably aware of, one of which you're not. About to discuss it. We're all aware of the Affordable Pet Care Development, which they had a groundbreaking. We actually issued their permit on Monday, and they have one tree on their property at the southeast corner. It's about a 12-inch hackberry tree. So because of the 25% requirement, states you cannot remove more than 25% of the trees on your property. Well, they have that one tree, and if they're removing that one tree, what percentage of that? 100%. So currently, as our ordinance is written, if you want to remove one 12-inch hackberry tree from your property, you need to get a variance. That's not reasonable, and so that's part of what, when you have those kind of code conundrums, that leads staff to say, okay, I don't think this was intended for this. Maybe we need to look at this a little bit more closely. And also, as the council probably members, last year or the year before, I think Timber Hill Apartments that are currently being constructed, they came in. They proposed an apartment development. We've all seen it going up, the foundations. They had 938 trees on their property. And, of course, in order to get that development proposed, they needed a variance. So they went to the Tree Advisory Board, and then that eventually came to the council. And they got a variance to remove 600 trees, which I think you do the math is about 66% or so. Most of those trees were medium-sized mesquite and hackberry. So without that variance, the development of the property wouldn't be possible. So those two together, kind of looking at those and what the code resulted in, is part of what leading staff to propose looking at the way our ordinance is currently structured and what the requirement is. So the approach that staff is taking here, I'd say it's a conservative middle ground approach. Not proposing to quit protecting these particular trees, not proposing that at all, because the trees are there. You talk with arborists. I don't think any arborist is going to say these are terrible trees to have. So I don't think it's reasonable to quit protecting them entirely. However, I do believe that not all trees have offer the same benefits, and you can clearly see that's why a lot of cities choose to either focus on protecting some or maybe not regulate others as much. And so staff's proposing kind of a middle ground approach. Continue to protect these trees, which means if someone comes in and they want to remove them, they still need to replace them with an approved tree, but not count these trees towards the 25% maximum mitigation. Basically, continue to protect these trees, but not let them get in the way of a development and not necessitate the need for a variance in order to remove them. Why focus on Chinaberry, hackberry, Chinese tallow, mesquite, juniper trees? Well, there's a few practical reasons why you focus on those trees. Number one, hackberries in particular, they've got really dense canopy structures. Makes it really difficult to grow anything underneath them. You drive through our neighborhoods, some of our best lawns have live oak trees. So there's light that comes through there, so it enables you to have a really great a lot of grass. You look under a lot of hackberry trees, you can't get grass underneath there because no light goes through. Also, they're really difficult to maintain, difficult to prune. Branches go in all sorts of different directions. And also these trees, a lot of them have really shallow root structures, which makes them poor specimens for being near infrastructure, being near sidewalks. So those are some of the reasons why cities typically choose not to preserve these trees, and many cities also don't allow them to be planted. So that's why we're looking at these trees. These are also trees that we have a lot of in our city, a lot of real small mesquite trees. And so that's why staff's kind of seeing some of the issues that these trees present towards development, and is proposing that we be a little bit more flexible when it comes to these particular tree species. I intended to put up here, I've got on the next slide, I have the changes that staff's proposing. Unfortunately, I put the clean version of the ordinance change up here. So I printed out, I noticed this about 4 hours ago. So I printed out some copies of the way the ordinance is currently structured so you will compare. Apologies, I meant to have this up here on the slide right now so we could compare. Share. So the way the ordinance is currently reads, it says preservation requirements, maximum mitigation up to 25% of all required trees may be mitigated rather than preserved unless insufficient land area exists to plant the required tree caliper width, the replacement trees as defined in this section. It also limits the cash in lieu amount to be increased up to 50% of the required tree replacement amount. So basically this just says you can't remove more than 25% of the existing trees on the property, regardless of the size. Pretty straightforward, pretty strict. And so what staff is recommending is the following revision. So maximum mitigation up to 25% of all medium and large trees may be mitigated rather than preserved, except that Chinaberry, hackberry, ash juniper, Chinese tallow, mesquite trees shall not be considered in the calculation of maximum mitigation, but still must be mitigated. So again, this is saying these trees are still protected. If you want to remove them, you have to replace them, but these trees will not be counted in terms of calculating maximum mitigation. So if you've got 15 hackberry trees, you're able to remove those without needing to get a variance. And you have to also replace them with approved trees, such as live oaks, cedar elms, cottonwoods, other trees that are typically on an approved city list. So, yes, ma'am.
I don't agree with the mesquite. The other ones that are considered trash trees, as it were. But the mesquite holds a different level, and I don't know, I don't know do we mitigate small trees or just medium and large in heritage?
Well, small trees were removed from protection a few years ago.
Well, then I don't see any reason why we have to have, you just said there's a lot of small mesquite. I don't see a reason there's a lot of large mesquite that are as nice as the oak trees and not subject to all the problems that the oak trees have. And
Right.
So I don't agree with having that. I think Bernie is not a place like Leon Valley. And since you took it from their ordinance, I'd like to take out mesquite. I don't know what other people think.
So you'd like to have mesquite counted towards the maximum mitigation?
I don't want them.
You don't want it to be
included in with this group of 5 trees. The other 4, I agree with the type of tree it is, but not the mesquite.
We can definitely look at that.
I always thought, I mean, I know people say hackberry is a trash tree, but it's a lot of habitat and, I mean, it's a valuable tree, I think. I don't know about the other ones, but hackberry is another one that I think is...
They die and fall down after...
I know. I had one in my backyard, so I agree. After 30 years, boom, it goes down. I hear you there. What brought about this change in this amendment? I mean,
The Affordable Pet Care Project
Just
is
the
what brought it to
Affordable
my
Pet Care,
attention, where I
okay.
noticed, there's,
Okay,
we need to
and-
look at the maximum mitigation
right.
requirement.
And then how much, developable land do we have left? Because we are landlocked, and when I'm thinking about, I mean, there's not very much left to develop. So why would we make this change? Why wouldn't we just keep the variance? And is there a cost to the variance?
I would, to answer your first question, why wouldn't we keep the variance? I would say because the purpose of variance is to consider cases where you have a unique hardship, not just to have it as a mechanism for additional oversight. I think if we're concerned about these trees and we don't, if the council's not wanting to go this direction with maximum mitigation requirements, maybe we need to take a different approach to, through some sort of, review that's not a variance process. Because again, as we've talked about to a lot of extent, variances are for unique situations, not just as an additional approval.
Okay.
per se.
I
And
think
on
we've
this
used it as that.
particular, the affordable care, it's right where their driveway was going to be. And so that made it a problem, and that means they have to come back to get a variance and approval just to remove a
That
tree
one tree.
that'll probably
Okay.
be gone shortly anyway. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
and
for the approach, but
Have you run this through the tree advisory board?
I did not. I treated this situation similar to the Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment, like the Tree Advisory Board, doesn't write the code; they interpret it and
But I
enforce
mean,
it. So,
they've been working with variances. They've got a lot of experience now.
right.
So I just thought that maybe they might have a.
And I'd be happy to
have-
do that if y'all would like me to. It's just
That's
not.
what I would recommend. But anyway, what do y'all think? Anyone else?
So yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to get their thoughts, and since I'm an equal opportunity hater, how about Arizona ash, mulberry, and mimosa and things, trees like that are considered, trash trees? And yes, hackberries do provide a lot for wildlife, which is why it's great that it's in the natural area. But
Right.
people don't want them right up to their house because you'd be buying a new roof. Yeah.
We could take a little bit more, a deeper approach to this. We could look at some more tree species, maybe consult. I did talk with an arborist, before bringing this, but we could, bring in a little bit more depth to that advice. Maybe have them come talk to the Tree Advisory Board, and maybe we could look at some additional trees.
Yeah, I'll send you my ideas and
Absolutely.
then run them by them, see what they think.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
And then back to the mayor's question, how many more undeveloped properties do we have that would be have to be considered?
I want to make a bold statement. When you think of Leon Valley, you think, yeah, we're pretty much built out. But when you start looking at the map, we actually have a lot of land here. I mean, I could just name off a few. I mean, you look at everything on the west side of Huebner Road. That's going to develop eventually. We've got the Triangle redevelopment lot off of Evers. That's going to develop. We've got kind of an oddly shaped lot back behind the Bandera Heights Shopping Center. kind of wraps around. We've got all the property down by the Buddhist temple. There's quite a few properties in town that have got a lot of trees on it. But we've got, all of the William Rancher property, which, we're looking at replatting that. So there's, when you go in and you grab those pieces, there's quite a bit of land, I think, that is still.
Is there any way you could summarize that? Or is
Uh,
that asking to, you know what I'm
no,
saying, to
absolutely.
summarize it? And then, and maybe even some pictures of how much trees are on the property. I think that would, for
Sure.
me,
Yes, ma'am.
make it.
How much time before they need to remove it at that one property?
They've got some time. I think I issued a temporary building or a conditional building permit to them just to get them going. They've got a couple of trees that they needed to add per our landscape code too. So, and I let them know that I was doing this because they were the ones that brought it to my attention. They said, hey, we're going to need a variance. And my approach to that was, well, you're not unique. That's not what we do variances for. So, as I've always said here, when I see something in the code that I think is unreasonable, let's change the code.
So the apartment complex on Grissom was unique with the 900 trees that we had to cut down to 688? Because they went through a variance, and I thought, and they went through the TAB, and I thought it worked out fine. But that's just what I recall. They had 900 trees, I understand, but that was unique to that one lot, and the variance did work.
But I don't think that one business should have to go through a variance for one tree when they're probably going to plant a whole bunch of trees.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying, and is there a cost, did you say, to a variance?
Yes, I think.
Nominal, $100 or
yeah,
something.
it's not. Yeah, I think, to answer your question about the apartment complex, I'd say the property wasn't unique. I mean, I worked in Bulverde. Every single piece of property has got tons of trees on it before it gets developed. What was unique about that situation is our ordinance, in that we regulate trees that most communities don't. And so that's what made that situation unique.
That's right. And I remember, Melinda, I think you were the one that presented it. You came through, and we made lots of revisions so that we could meet that property owner's needs for that development. So, okay. So, do we need a motion? Oh, Ms. Joseph, I'm sorry.
So first read.
First read. Okay. Yeah, we don't need a motion. But I'm just saying, as far as direction for the staff.
Do I need to give my name and everything again?
No.
Okay.
We know you are.
I have a couple
Joseph.
of questions. The Tree Advisory Board is working with a regional forester who has been working with them for many years and has recommended which trees are good, which trees in this list that should be removed. I feel that the mesquite should be kept because it's a lot of certain birds eat those seeds, and it is habitat. And I thought when we had the BOA with the affordable pet care, they did not present any problems at that time that there was going to be a tree. They already had their design where the driveway was going to be and the back lot. And was that tree even in that same driveway, or did they move their driveway?
Okay, I hadn't realized that they'd already been to the BOA. Yeah.
So first, if a variance for a tree wouldn't go to the BOA.
No, I didn't mean that. I thought she said there was something that was when they went to BOA. I didn't know that. Yeah.
But they showed where the driveway was going to be, and there was not any problem with the tree.
So
They moved the driveway?
the tree is not in the way of the driveway. The tree is in the way of the cross connection to the adjacent property. And so the issue is that they wanted to have their cross connection to go around that tree to avoid the need for a variance. But if they have that cross, I don't know if I had the site plan here, it'd be a lot easier. If the further north on that property, you put the cross connection, then what that does is it makes it more difficult for the next property to tie into it, and you're kind of paying it forward a difficulty to the next property. So the key is getting that cross connection as close to the street as possible, because at the end of the day, our sustainability ordinance wants buildings as close to the street as possible. So that was, that was part of the discussion there, was their cross access. They moved it to try to get around that tree while we were continuing to move forward with their site plan
But
and
the other
resolve all the
discussion
issues.
we had about that driveway was that, yell at it, if you had the driveway too far forward facing Grissom, then traffic was going to be backed up. There wasn't going to be enough traffic flow. It was going to interfere with the traffic flow of the parking lot, either parking lot, and people getting out, people getting into, and that was one of his concerns, was people being able to get in and out. And I thought that's why, one of the reasons that he was willing to have the driveway where his original proposal was.
Yeah, and the driveway is going to, the general access point from Grissom Road, that's going to stay the same. It's just once you come in that driveway and then you potentially go over to the next property, that's
Okay.
what the tree is
Yeah.
creating the complication for.
Okay.
Not the actual driveway location itself. Right, because
his property?
yeah, because they have to connect to the next property. So
Okay, yeah, all right, I see the point you're trying to make. Okay, well, so what did I hear we were going to do is, you're going to take this back? Is that the consensus of the council, take it to TAB?
got a little deeper
And get some more information on vacant lots in the Leon Valley? And what was the other thing? You're going to have more information on these trees from a certified arborist as far as their value, correct? Is there anything else we're missing?
I just want to clarify again, through this ordinance, I've heard it said a couple of times, we're not proposing to quit protecting these trees, just
I know,
to not count them.
we're Tree USA, you know.
Yeah, but we're not, we want to continue to protect these trees. If you want to remove them, you need to replace them, just like right now, you can remove a live oak tree as long as it's not under 24 inches, as long as it's not over 24 inches, but you have to replace it. Same thing with these. You remove an 18-inch mesquite tree, you'd still have to replace it. We're just pulling these particular trees out and saying we shouldn't count them towards the maximum mitigation. So I just walking away, we're going to look at, I just want to make sure everybody walks away tonight, say nobody's proposing to not care about these trees and say they're junk, we don't need to preserve. We're just saying let's kind of carve them out and look at them a little bit differently. Still preserve them, but just not count them towards the maximum mitigation. But we'll keep working on this.
Okay,
Brandon,
thank you.
by working with the Tree Advisory Board and by going to the, I guess, Texas A&M U.S. Forest Service, I'm just concerned, we want to do this right, but I don't want to delay that project either. And so are we at the point that we're going to delay that project in any way? Because that just costs the owner money by delaying that project.
I don't think so, but I'll confirm and find out what is the drop dead date that they need to potentially move that tree to move forward. I mean, I think there's a lot of work and a lot of site improvements for them to get started on.
Okay.
Because fortunately that tree is at the bottom southeast corner. It's not like smack in the middle. So I'll confirm with them tomorrow and say, hey, the council wants to look at this a little bit more deeply. What if we have 3 weeks? You know, we can go to the TAB and then come back here maybe in 2 weeks. So make sure 3 weeks is okay.
And the
for
good
them.
news is we've already had the first read.
Exactly.
So we just need one more read.
Right.
So I think
Perfect.
that'll be, yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I strongly recommend that you contact the forester, the regional forester, Mark, I forget his last
Crozy.
name.
Crozy, Mark Crozy. He's with the TAB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To discuss, because he's very familiar. He's been with the Tree Advisory Board for a long time now.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Brandon.
Mayor,
Yes.
could I'd like to request that we move up item 9.6 on the agenda, because I believe a lot of the citizens that are here are waiting around to hear what that item's about.
Okay, so let's see, 9.6 is discussion and possible action, on the conduct of Mr. Bradshaw. Okay, any problems, any objection to Mr. Bradshaw's recommendation to move it up next? Okay, if not, then we'll move it up next. So we're taking out of order, without objection, 9.6 after 9.1. Discussion and possible action on the conduct of Councilor Will Bradshaw as a sitting city council member requested by Catherine Rodriguez and Monica Alcacer. And Ms. Pasolé, I'm not sure who's presenting this evening.
Me.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay.
If you'll begin.
So I have 4 points that I'd like to bring up. I would like to determine what we as a council are going to do about other counselors' conduct, such as what happened during our last executive session. 1, do we need an amendment to our rules of decorum that were just passed to include executive session, or is it the opinion of council that executive session is included? I'd like to know if it was the city council's intent to include executive sessions.
Okay.
Second one, I ask this because without discussing the contents of our last executive session, I want to discuss the behavior displayed by Councilor Bradshaw, which goes into, he was off topic in executive session and instead of staying on topic, attempted to demean Councilor Charles and myself.
Point of order.
Oh.
I was a second on this one, and my intent was to, without revealing anything that happened, was have it looked at by the incoming city attorney,
Okay.
and let it be discussed with the people involved in there if we could do that, and that's the only thing my intent was on this particular motion.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Thank
this
you.
particular
You can discuss the conduct. You don't have to discuss what the meeting was, what was discussed in the meeting.
It was just a
If
preference
she-
not to discuss the
So,
conduct.
okay.
She
this
didn't want
is-
to discuss the
So
conduct.
y'all should have discussed that because this is what she wants to bring up. You can bring up what you like with the city attorney, the new city attorney, but that's what she wants to talk about. So I don't know how you want to work that out.
I'm fine if she wants to, if we want to take it up then with the new city attorney, that's just fine.
That, and I'd like to make a motion to that effect, that it be reviewed or investigated or whatever needs to be done to have them give us a response, because all of us were there, and it didn't seem appropriate that we bring something out in public that may need not to come out in public, that's all. And do I get a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to have the new city attorney review the rules of,
No, investigate what happened.
oh, investigate what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
And then give us a recommendation, whether it be in executive session or in open session, whatever his recommendation as to what action should be taken, if any.
Okay, what action? Okay, to investigate what happened in the executive session and come back with a recommendation. Okay, is that right? I want to be able to have discussions, so.
Is it a conflict for the newly hired city attorney to investigate? Exactly, that's where I'm going with it. It's not going to work.
Same thing as.
Would you explain that? I
It's
just want
the
to be sure
same-
it's late because I'm.
Yeah, it's the same
getting
thing as
tired.
if the new city attorney represents the city council, actually the city of Leon Valley, and city council is the representative of, or the legislative body of the city of Leon Valley. And it's the same as if the fact that I had to recuse myself as the ethics compliance officer because I represent council, and I couldn't investigate council members based on any complaints regarding the mayor or a city council person. So that's why you had to get a temporary ethics compliance officer. So the same could be said, in my opinion, about something that happened between city council members and the city attorney. They wouldn't be able to investigate or make a recommendation because they represent the city, the body as a whole. So it may be suggested that you get an outside counsel to do investigation. So that's where you're at. Or you can discuss it among yourselves, you can make a decision, or you can investigate it yourselves. And then you can bring it up in open session and vote on what you decide to do.
If it doesn't matter that you were there and the new city attorney was not, that doesn't make any difference?
I couldn't investigate it because.
No, because you were there.
Well,
You
I
were
was
part of
there,
it.
but not only that, even if I wasn't there, I couldn't investigate it or make any recommendations because Mr. Bradshaw or Councilor Bradshaw is a part of the legislative body. And I represent the whole body.
So what are our remedies again?
Again, you can discuss it in open session. It's not anything that you would discuss in executive session unless you needed counsel advice, attorney advice, but you can discuss it in open session. You can, as the legislative body, you can entertain motions and make a decision on what you want to do.
I thought I also heard you say hire outside counsel and investigate it ourselves. That's what I wrote down.
I just think that we need somebody that's not us to give us a recommendation, but I thought it could be done by somebody we already had.
Well, I recommend that you get outside counsel to investigate. That's my recommendation. Not incoming city attorney, but someone outside of that.
Okay, we have several people that would like to speak. Trying to think. Let me make sure that the council, let me hear from the council first, and then we'll.
Are you going to, before you can.
The motion and the second were not appropriate, is what I
Right.
heard you say.
So
because
are
we
you gonna
can't have
withdraw?
So we have to withdraw it?
Yeah.
Okay. If
Yeah,
you'll
I
withdraw
will
it.
withdraw mine.
And if you'll
I'll withdraw.
it. Okay, now let me hear from the council first on this topic, and then we'll hear from our citizens. Mr. Councilor Hody.
I don't like this idea of an outside investigation. That sounds too much like, bad memories. It would be good if, and I don't know who we would go to for something like this, just, recommendations on this sort of an occasion. Who else has had this sort of a thing happen, I guess, and what did they do to resolve it? Because that's all I want to do is resolve it and move on, not do some kind of big investigation. I just don't think that's necessary.
I agree. Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
I do not want a big investigation. What I wanted to do was get that behavior to stop. It was uncalled for, and that's it. Plain and simple. This thing has not stopped since the 312. It keeps going on and on and on and on, and this was just a carryover of it. I'm tired of it. It doesn't need to be going on. That behavior didn't need to be displayed, period.
Okay, just a second. Just a second.
I can make a recommendation that you can determine whether or not your rules of decorum, which was a good point, whether your rules of decorum include executive session, and whether the city charter includes executive session. So that would be something that you would discuss and determine, and then entertain motions on. If it doesn't include it, there can be a motion to amend it to include it, or, then you can discuss what to do if it doesn't include it. I don't know what council's intent was when you decided to pass the motion for the rules of decorum, or pass the rules of decorum that we just did. So I don't know whether your intent was to include executive session, and that's what you need to determine.
All right. Anything else on the dais? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So is the allegation that I violated the rules of decorum? And if so, what are the penalties? Or in this agenda item, there's an action. It says possible action. So what action would that be? Because I believe the rules of decorum would just say that the figurehead, the mayor could remove somebody from the meeting.
Well, the
Which I
possible
agree with
action would
myself.
be if they made a motion to say that it's council's intent to include executive session. And then the mayor can take action or not take action or whatever, the remedy is to a violation of the rules of decorum. But there's also the issue of the city charter.
Right, so I guess that's my point, was the violation of the rules of decorum. The action is, the penalty is, the mayor can remove somebody from the meeting for that, which I removed myself from the meeting. So I don't know how this applies.
That's another issue in and of itself too, under the city charter. Would you not agree?
I'd have to see what specifically you're talking about in the charter.
Unexcused absence.
I actually sent an email to the mayor asking for an excusal of the absence of that meeting.
After the fact, though?
Per the charter.
Okay. If
charter
that's
says
what
you can get an excusal from the mayor before or after a meeting.
Okay.
So, yes.
So, those are the two things.
Okay. Anything else on from the dais on this? Okay. Yes, sir.
So,
Did you? Okay.
I'm just
go right ahead. I want to hear from
so
the dais first.
if you want to go by that, and then somebody can just behave like that, and then remedy it themselves and remove themselves and do all that, then if that's what city council wants and that's according to your rules of decorum, then that's what you have.
But I think we can go back and review the rules of decorum and amend it, right? That's one thing you said we could do. Yes, sir. If you'll state your name and where you live, please.
Absolutely. My name is John David Signs. John David Signs, 6514 Thunderbird. It's my wife, Jessica, in the back.
Okay.
Appreciate all your hard work. Let me just say that. And
okay.
I heard that you guys weren't paid. And if that is true, thank you for your service to Leon Valley, straight up. So
it's true.
It is true.
And we've been here since 5:30.
Oh, Lord, I know.
And haven't taken a break.
We've been here 4 times for zoning and also for voting on variance for the property that we built off Thunderbird. So I wanted to thank you all for allowing us to live in the city. So just kind of an off-topic conversation there.
So we'll just keep it to
well, it's just a
agenda
little note
item
of
6,
thank you,
please.
a little note of gratitude.
Yes, well, thank you. We like to hear that too.
Most welcome. I'll make it briefer than the chicken conversation. I don't know how the rules of decorum work, but I would definitely agree with that statement. I and our neighbor Jackie Conrad and Scott Conrad have had the pleasure, and not to be biased in the situation, but of living next to Will, and we all have our days, and I don't know what happened because all that is kept to yourselves, but perhaps it is that would be my recommendation, looking at the change in your rules of decorum, because sometimes things happen, and not to relive the past, but you maybe just, if there's a way that you can talk it through together and or apologize, or however that works, so that you don't have to bring it all out into the open. I do have to read. Jackie Conrad mentioned that she just really appreciates Will, and I know we're all not perfect, but potentially there could be some kind of conversation to get through it together, whatever had happened, would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Benny Martinez, Seneca. Like I have said many times on Next Door Neighbor and even publicly, this insanity has to stop. The only way this city can start to heal is for the 3 women on this city council to be removed. And staff, there's some staff members that need to be removed. The insanity has to stop. Leon Valley has to heal. We have the worst reputation in the whole metro area. You can go anywhere. I've had people come up to me and tell me that they don't want to drive through Leon Valley. They don't want to start a business. There's been people that have moved their business because of
Okay, so
overregulation.
Mr. Martinez, could you
But,
refocus it to number 6? That's what we're on.
Okay.
The conduct
The
of Mr.
insanity
Bradshaw.
has to stop. If any, this is just bickering back and forth. If anything, I should be able to file an ethics complaint against Councilor Rodriguez for the
Point of
lies-
order.
Wait a minute. Excuse
For
me.
the lies that
Mr.
she
Martinez,
said.
Mr. Martinez, I have to redirect you to discussion and possible action on the conduct of Councilor Will Bradshaw as a sitting council member. Now, this gentleman that came before you gave a suggestion on how to heal, okay? And then we've also talked about amending the rules of decorum. So do you have any other suggestions that we could do on that?
The
rather
insanity
than going-
has to stop.
Okay, we got that.
Okay.
Got that message.
You
So
know,
what else is
if,
next?
If anything, I can file complaints about everybody.
Okay,
I don't want to, but this insanity has to stop.
okay.
That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I know everybody's, all right. Mr.
Josh
Stevens.
Stevens for
Uh-huh.
Stokes. So I think we all know what happened in executive session because of the vote that was taken after executive session, in which the council 4-1 abstention decided to drop all of the complaints against the city manager. And we all know, because it's been aired in the media, that those complaints were lodged by Benny Martinez. And I believe that what we should be doing is analyzing all the conflicts of interest that were occurring during the executive session, like the attorney that was there who just was a complainant against the complainant that they were discussing in executive session. Many of the council members, one that was a complainant, two that were, so instead of discussing the conduct of Mr. Bradshaw,
Point of order, Mayor, it's off topic and not appropriate.
Okay, so
Go
so
back
if you're
to,
discussing,
yeah,
so, and I
the
think-
conduct of Will Bradshaw.
Okay, so yeah, so if it goes down to the fact that obviously we don't know what happened in executive session, the whole intent of it being executive session, but if it boils down to the rules of decorum, there's a proper process, and y'all didn't write the rules of decorum to apply to executive session. So you got to live with that now, and you can change it in the future if you want to. But by restricting a person's First Amendment rights or whatever the case may be, isn't necessarily going to fix all of the problems. Sometimes the problem starts with something else. So just a little bit of analyzation. And I think the whole city does not want to go through another 312. So I hope that that's not what it escalates into.
I agree.
So.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? All right. So if there's no other comments from our citizens in the chambers, okay. And then if there's a motion from the floor, from the dais.
I have
Yeah.
one question. Like, nobody knows what happened in executive session except that Will left. What is the difference when y'all get up and leave during a presentation and you're gone during a good part of that presentation? How is that much different? You were out smoking, vaping. Nope, I'm still on the dock.
I'm not council member, and I'm not topic on number 6. I'm not.
But when you were more
Mayor-
involved
Mayor-
with the city.
Yeah,
Mayor.
it needs
I'm
to
just
stay with the,
asking,
it
yes.
needs to stay with the conduct of Councilor Will Bradshaw as a sitting
It's in
council member.
relation to him. What is different with him leaving?
Okay, wait a minute. No. Mr. Stevens, out. Yeah, you gotta go. You can't, you yell out. That's not, no, We said that you were here, I think, I said I can't analyze what happened back there. If you're gonna yell out, you gotta come to the podium. Remember, we said that this evening. Thank you.
So my only
So if
question
you'll just
was-
keep it to the,
It is. It's in relation to how if you're going to change something that goes on in an executive session because a member walked out, then you're going to have to change it on the diocese where you can't just get up and leave. I understand you have to go to the bathroom. I understand you're going to get food.
well, I think what I hear you say is add that to the rules of decorum,
Yes.
if that's what if that's what the council wants to do. So that's a suggestion that you have tonight.
We're looking at the rules of decorum, and it does say that the rules of conduct and decorum are hereby adopted and shall apply in all city council meetings of the city of Leon Valley. So I believe that was your first question. You're welcome.
Okay.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we postpone this item till we are able to consult with the new attorneys and have an executive session as to what is our possibilities, and what a recommendation is if we can.
She can do that? Okay. All right. You have a second?
Oh, I was going to I didn't make a comment.
Well, okay, we're going to still have discussion because we have Mr. Mata that wants, but we've got a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer to postpone this agenda item with a second by Ms. Charles until after the new city attorney comes on board, and we'll have an executive session to discuss the options. Is that what I hear? Okay. And now this is further discussion. And I had asked her, and she said it was okay. I asked her first. Councilor Rodriguez, you wanted to make a statement or have a comment?
This whole thing, Mayor, like I said, and I agree with everybody, has gotten out of hand. Everybody is over it. But how difficult is it to just have respect for your peers?
I agree. But one of the factors that we didn't consider, it was like 11 o'clock, and we've been, so I believe one of our city attorney, who was, I think it was Mr. Henry, told us that anything after 10 o'clock, our minds get mushy. So I think that, there's a lot of factors, but yeah, we need to make sure that we treat each other with respect and civility. Yes, Mr. Mata.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. I think
well, that's outside the chambers, so
this is a product of a lot of what we saw and the passions that were awakened by the citizens this summer. This is the consequence of it. I was appalled by the behavior I saw by many of you. And it's a double standard for you to decide to go after one member when, if you were honest and really looked back and viewed your behavior.
Off topic.
Well, of course it's off topic. You guys want to censor, you want to silence citizens, because I'm actually pointing out the obvious. A lot of citizens see this. Yes, you want to shut me down.
Okay.
I understand. No, it's not off topic. It goes to what the issue, the heart of the matter is here. There's no respect. There's no sense of decency up on this dais.
All right.
I had never been involved in any city business here.
Yeah, Mr. Mata, could you give us some suggestions on how to correct it? I think that's...
Suggestions is, I think, just a common decency up there.
Yeah.
A common decency. What was that?
I said, that's what we're asking for.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you. You don't want to hear it. But I came into this totally unbiased, not knowing what the story... Well, okay. You see, this is a lack of decency. I'm a citizen here trying to convey my sentiments about what I see going on here, and you lack the sensitivity
Mayor,
to understand the temperature out there in the
understand.
public.
I think everybody's really...
Mayor, maybe citizens to be heard?
I think I'm being level-headed in what I'm trying to say here. So we saw plenty of that today.
That's a good idea. You could say this if you want to stay late, and citizens to be heard. Yeah. So, because they're screaming at me that this is off topic.
No,
so,
I'm sure it's totally off topic. It's self-serving for you to shut me down like you have everyone else that's
but
come up
Mr.
here.
Mata,
No,
just go ahead
no.
and just...
I think understanding...
Mr. Mata?
That...
Seriously.
Mr. Mata, if you'll sit down and come back at citizens to be heard. Yeah, let's just do that. I know.
I'm interrupting the meeting. I was speaking.
Yeah.
Was I told to sit down, Mayor?
Well, I said if you could just sit down and come back at citizens to be heard. I did suggest that because you suggested he could have a free range on citizens to be heard. Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Mata, yeah, if you'll just please leave because it's just not worth all the headache. Okay. Now, Johnny, remember.
I'm Johnny Garrett.
Yes, I know, but remember the topic, which is the conduct of Will Bradshaw, sitting council member. So that's,
You earn respect.
okay. Thank you.
Don't.
All right.
Chief, I don't want him talking. No.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I'll say the same thing. It has to be on the topic of the conduct of Counselor Will Bradshaw. That's what it needs to be on. It can't be outside of that topic.
People that are in the diocese or elected wanted to be there to make the rules, follow the regulations. You guys decide what to do.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion, if there's no other discussion, motion and a second to postpone this until the new city attorney comes on board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, we'll move on that. Okay, moving back to 9.2, presentation, discussion, and public hearing to consider oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Posley, that's yours. 9.2 is an ordinance. I apologize. I have it SP to read.
Sorry.
I'm just violating that. Okay, go ahead.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council reserving a 2.054 acre portion of Huebner Onion Natural Area Park for future public improvements, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is more of a housekeeping item than anything else. And it is to hold a public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance which reserves 2.054 acres at the Huebner Onion Natural Area Park as an area that's going to be used for future public improvements. The original 36.739 acre Huebner Onion Natural Area Park is known as Lot 10, Block 1, CB 4430, In-Town Suites, Bandera Road subdivision. And it was acquired by the city in August of 2000. The park is bounded by Bandera Road, Red Jacket, Evening Sun, Sunlight, Raymond Rimkus Park, Ampas, and Andres Salazar Roads. In 2008, the city designated this lot as the Huebner Onion Natural Area Park, and it was by ordinance number 08058. And this shows you the plat of the lot, and as you can see, it meets Bandera Road down at the bottom. And I've pointed out where the Huebner Onion homestead actually is. That ordinance states that the park is to be kept in its natural state, but it also has a little caveat in there. There's section 2 that says, after public hearing and determination by the city council that is in the best interest of the citizens and the public, the city may determine to use and enhance the subject park property by granting easements for municipal and private utilities and other improvements. The triangular-shaped 2-acre portion of the park that is encompassed by Bandera Road, the Huebner Onion Homestead, and Huebner Creek has been mowed, trimmed, and has otherwise not been left in its natural state since we acquired the lot. It is naturally cut off from the main portion of the park by Huebner Creek, and most residents are unaware that this area is actually part and parcel of the Huebner Onion Natural Area Park. Past city councils have continuously referred to this as the Triangle Park.
Right.
And so this is the Triangle Park. Do you have other?
Melinda, what is POB?
Point of beginning.
Point of beginning, thank you.
So that's the surveyor.
Okay, thank you.
So he surveyed out this triangular tract. And as you can see, it lies along Bandera Road right across from City Hall, and this is Huebner Creek through here. So it's, like we said, naturally separated from the rest of the Huebner Onion Natural Area. And we've been mowing it along and, you know, taking care of it and everything else. And that's not what's supposed to happen in the natural area.
Well,
that just gives
wait.
you a better part.
Yeah. I'll wait.
And this, I just put this in for reference. It's a flood map, so we really can't build on it anyway. You know, the best thing you could do is either leave it natural or mow it, one of the two. So past city councils have had benches, trash receptacle, and picnic tables placed in this area. We removed them because they kept getting vandalized. We entered into an agreement with TxDOT to mow, trim up the trees, and pick up trash along Bandera Corridor, but we included this area in the Public Works work plan, even though it's not a part of the Bandera Road right-of-way. In order to officially allow this area to be maintained and otherwise used, the City Council must hold a public hearing and then approve an ordinance reserving this area for other improvements as allowed by that original ordinance. Otherwise, we need to leave it alone and let it return to its native state.
Wow.
We did take this to the Park Commission, and at their September 12th meeting, they voted unanimously to recommend approval of the ordinance, allowing this little portion of that park to be known as the Triangle Park and be used for other public improvements. They did request that prior to any council deliberation on future improvements, they be allowed to first deliberate and then make their recommendation to City Council. So, in other words, if it's some future use, like if you wanted to turn it into a driveway approach for, to get into the park on that side, or if you wanted to put parking, or if we wanted to try and put benches or trash cans in there, any other kind of thing, that they'd be allowed to deliberate that first.
So we're taking it out of the natural area and designated it as a triangle park.
It's not taken out because it is forever a part of that park, but it is being designated as reserved for other public improvements.
Okay, and what
We're
about,
just following our ordinance.
Yeah,
basically.
and what about the Historical Society? They, I know, want to eventually, whenever that'll be, the year 2030, they've got plans to put
Well,
parking and
unfortunately,
stuff
our
like that, but I
agreement
don't know.
with them has expired.
I'm sorry?
And the agreement that we had with
Oh, the
Historical
MOU?
Society, yeah, it did
Okay.
expire. So I think the city
When-
city manager is going to bring that back to you.
Oh,
I
okay.
think next month or the month
Oh,
after
okay.
that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Was there a time factor on that?
Sorry about that, Mayor. Council had expired a year or two ago.
Oh, okay. I
remember.
didn't realize that. Okay. So,
So like I said, this is just housekeeping
I
more
understand.
because we're
but I
taking
mean, do
care
you
of
know
it.
how long that property's been like that? And we're just now
And
discovering this?
You've talked about it
I
at no
know.
less than 7 council meetings and
Yeah.
3 workshops.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Huh.
So time to do a little housekeeping and put it where it needs to be.
So,
All right. Go ahead,
so-
Miss
thank you.
Alcazar. Go ahead.
I thought that we had designated it as a park and Triangle Park already at one of those multiple meetings.
I
We
think
never-
everybody did. In fact, Captain Dean and I have had some really heated conversations about it, and I had to go back
Okay.
and I looked through every single council record, every single ordinance, every single minutes. No one ever designated it as separate. So tonight, we can do that.
First read, yeah, with the public hearing, yeah.
So it's kind of confusing to me because you said nothing can be put on it because it looks like it's right in the flood wave or even,
No structure.
No.
There's very few structures. I take that back. You could put like an open-air pavilion, something that's a flow-through building. You can put a parking lot there. You can put minimal improvements like the trash cans and the benches that we had there at one time.
I
That
liked it
sort of
when we
thing.
had that. It was too bad it got vandalized. It was nice to be walking down there and go and sit.
Well, we actually applied not once but twice for a pavilion
Mhm.
on that property.
Sure did.
We didn't get it, but we would not be able to do it because we didn't have this in place, right?
I don't know. They may not have caught it either.
Okay, all right, but now, okay, but yeah.
But this forever makes it, yes, this part is reserved for other public improvements. We don't have to let it be wild.
Mhm. And if we wanted to do a light, well, there is already a light there, but if we wanted to do a cut
Driveway
through
approach.
through TxDOT, then this would enable us
allows
to
it,
do this.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. All right. Any other questions? I think you were finished. You were showing us the C statement. I apologize for,
Oh, that's all right.
jumping in.
Like I
Okay.
said, this is just
Anything else?
housekeeping.
All right. If there are no further questions from the council, then we do need to open up the public hearing at 10:26 p.m. and see if there's anyone in our chambers that's left that would like to address this issue of future public improvements on the Hebner Onion Natural Area Park, known as the Triangle Park. Okay. No, okay. So then I will close the public hearing at 10:20, and this is our first read, so we will take it up at our next council meeting on November the 5th. Thank you, Melinda. Then moving then to agenda item 9.3, regular council agenda ordinance. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending the general fund budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020 in the amount of $310,000 to provide funding for the Leon Valley Fire Department for the purchase of a new ambulance, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to ask for a budget adjustment. I realize we're only 15 days into the budget, but this is what needed to happen based on time. I'm asking for a budget adjustment. Oh, wait. First time. I'm asking for a budget adjustment from the general fund to fund the purchase of a new ambulance with the required equipment for the fire department. And just a little bit of history about this to put this into context. The Leon Valley Fire Department has maintained a fleet of 3 ambulances since the early 1990s to provide the necessary coverage for our growing city. Since that time, the request for service has more than doubled and continues to increase annually. The fire department receives almost 3,000 requests for service annually, with a majority of those coming from EMS. I have some slides that I'm going to show you in a minute that will have the statistics and numbers and what this really means. You know, I know it's late, so I'm going to make it quick.
Okay.
Basically, what happened in the previous administration got rid of the 3rd ambulance, gave it to the police department to use as a mobile crime scene unit. It was never placed into service, and almost 2 years ago, both ambulances were wrecked.
Oh, wow.
Within a short time, and they took that ambulance back and got it back into service and used it while both ambulances were wrecked.
Can I just clarify? I don't know if I heard it right, but the 3rd ambulance was taken out of service and converted to a mobile crime unit.
It was given to the police department. I believe that's what the intention was.
Oh.
It was never done.
Oh. I don't remember that.
Basically, I can find no documentation where anybody approved the 3rd ambulance being taken offline and out of commission. I know it doesn't seem like it, but just tonight, the sirens you heard, all of our ambulances are gone. Just tonight, while we've been in here, they're transporting 2 different people to 2 different locations, and they went out one more time. Almost every day, and when I say almost, that's 6 out of 7 days, both of our ambulances are gone, leaving no coverage here. Yes, we have mutual aid, but mutual aid is not guaranteed, and it's not real close. The 3rd ambulance has been here since the 90s. It was taken out of service. We really need to get it back. We can't down ambulances for routine service because we need them every day. I'm going to stop right there and talk about calls real quick. Today, this is the way calls are counted. Calls have been counted in different ways under different administrations. In the fire department, previously, if 4 vehicles showed up on the same call, that was 4 calls. We don't do that. Today, we had 5 vehicles on a 2-car rollover. Patients were transported 2 different directions in 2 different ambulances. It's 1 case number. The majority of our calls that we run today, 72%, are EMS runs. 72%. By far the vast majority of the calls we go on.
And Chief, do you have that broken down to Leon Valley residents versus non-Leon Valley residents? Okay. Because I'm wondering about Bandera Road and accidents and if there's a high percentage.
They are Leon Valley guests when they're here. We don't differentiate between the two.
All right.
Joe's.
I just was wondering
Yeah, I'll just tell you,
that.
remember when we started the red light camera process to bring it to y'all, Chief Valdez pulled the information specifically what you just asked for. And back in 2016, it was only 7% of the accidents that they responded to and transported were Leon Valley residents.
Leon Valley, only
At that
7%
time.
at that time.
7%.
Okay, yeah, I thought that, yes, Mr. Counselor Bradshaw.
Kind of question, Chief. What is good intent? What is
Good
that?
intent would be if your
Cat stuck in a tree?
No, if your fire alarm goes off.
Oh, okay.
If your medical alarm goes off, and
Oh,
it's an accident, or we show up and you go, I didn't push anything, is good intent. This next one may answer some of the questions. So when we talk about the mayor's question about how many of these things are out of city residents, 58% of our calls are medical. Medical calls are residents.
Okay, all right.
Trauma can be your residents as well as wrecks. That's slips, falls, broken arms, broken hips, hurt heads, car wrecks, and the 1% of rescue doesn't really matter. But the majority of our calls are medical. And a lot of these calls, you know, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you they're all real serious, because they're not, but a lot of them are. One of the runs we took today was very serious. And if we had to wait for another ambulance, that person couldn't afford to wait on the side of the road for 20 minutes for another ambulance. So all of our ambulances were at this one wreck today. We had guys back at the station. They don't have anything to do. They don't have another ambulance. You've used 3 ambulances since the 90s. And you've used them. And you've replaced them. And bought new ones. And this one was taken out without any, that I can find, council approval, which is a cut in service. When I ask for this money, long term, I know it doesn't sound like it, but long term, this is going to save money. Right now, if I need a new ambulance, I have to buy a new ambulance because I can't take one out of service. But with 3 ambulances, when I need a new one, I can have one remounted, which means they put a new truck under it and use the same box again. Long term, and long term being 14 years, you're going to save all the money back. Just in savings as those ambulances get replaced, because you can remount an ambulance once or twice before you have to replace it. Long term, it's a good deal. I know that's hard to swallow today, but this number of calls, I mean, we do 7 or 8 EMS calls a day.
I know you do. I just want to get it clear. You want a brand new ambulance, correct?
ambulance-
You don't want us to remount it on the old ambulance that was converted into a crime scene, right?
No, I don't.
Just so I know.
So
Okay,
this
so you want a brand
ambulance
new
is
one.
a 2006, and it was a
the crime scene one? Okay.
custom made truck that I can't get anybody to touch. We're looking for a standard ambulance. And the other thing that goes with the price of this is all the equipment off that ambulance was auctioned off. So there is some equipment we still have, but a lot of it is a stretcher. We currently have a borrowed stretcher.
And this has been since what year? 2017? I'm just trying to think. That's when Chief Valdez
I don't know.
left, right? So we've been with only 2 ambulances for almost 2 years?
It's,
Is that what
I think it's actually further back than that, ma'am.
Really?
We actually took the ambulance because it'd been sitting back there. One of my guys actually said, "Hey, what are y'all going to do with that?" He said, "We're going to auction it." I said, "Instead of auctioning it, let's try to put it into service as a crime unit." Not knowing any differences, it was just sitting there. So I'm not sure exactly when, but it's been a good year and a half that we've, maybe even longer. We were trying to get it up and running, but just like you explained that. We bought new tires for it out of the police budget, and we've done some other things trying to get it up and running, and there was just too many issues for it to get it going. And so when he said he needed it back, we were still in the process of trying to get it up and running. We said, yeah, absolutely, take it back if it's needed. But it's been a while that ambulance has been out of service, at least a year and a half, if not 2 years.
Okay, and just another question. Chief, I'm sorry, did you want to finish your presentation? I mean, this is Chief Naughton. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We were just kind of...
No.
You want to go through it again? And I know Mr. Bradshaw has a question, and I had another question. But do you want to finish it?
Yeah, just
What
real
is,
quick, long term,
remounting? Okay.
we do need a third ambulance.
Sure. I agree.
For the citizens of Leon Valley, I would hate for something serious to be going on and not have another truck. We don't need 4, we don't need 5. In that event, we have a major thing. But every single day, both those ambulances are gone at the same time. Like I said, I don't want to exaggerate. There may be one day a week when it doesn't, but they're gone. And if it's your mother, father, sister, brother, child that's significantly injured, I don't think any one of us wants to wait on the side of the road or at the baseball field with a broken arm or, a drowning, somebody that's been hit by a car or something, or like happened today, a policeman or a fireman is injured, having to wait for an outside ambulance to show up.
Right. So you're recommending that we take the money from the general fund reserve, but I was wondering, would the red light camera money be eligible
Can
at
I
all?
answer that real quick?
I mean, I just thought I'd ask.
I talked to Vicki about that, and she said she'd talk to you about it.
Okay.
And we
I
need to
mean,
talk to the
it did come from the police department,
Okay,
or it did go to the police department.
So here's your
okay.
funding source
All
for
right.
this is this past year, all I've done in the fire department is attempt to fix the stuff that was broken. We didn't do a lot of training. We didn't buy a lot of new equipment because I never know what's going to break next. And at the end of this year, the 18-19 budget, there was reserves that were turned back in from the fire department that Vicki would be able to speak on the final numbers to cover this.
She also indicated it could come from the impound lot.
Correct.
And
That's $119,000.
but again, that one
really, it's all the same
goes
money.
to the general fund
Yeah,
anyway, but it
right.
would then we wouldn't be calculating a balance. But she said that she would discuss it with the two chiefs,
right,
and see if some of it could also come from red light camera. So whatever, I just would like to see that before. And now you've
Absolutely.
added the other source, because that would be good to show you had it there already to begin with.
And we also have an ambulance scheduled 2 years out to be replaced.
Yep.
So.
Oh, in our capital plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So it's going to be, you could look at it as that's coming early and we're getting our fleet back to where it needs to be. We did turn back money this year that we didn't spend because of the mode we were in trying to get everything done.
Yeah. And I guess anyway, we still have another reading, so maybe if we expend the $310,000 in the general fund, then we can get the balance after that. But like you say, there's a lot of money that was returned back at the end of this fiscal year into the general fund.
And we do have that ambulance that from the police department that we're trying to get fixed right now for a stopgap thing.
I need a
It's
mirror.
still not running yet.
Okay.
But it was a special built ambulance, and it's difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
We're trying.
That's a real mystery about that ambulance. I'm really surprised about that. Counselor Charles, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
When we call upon someone else to help us out, that's an ambulance service outside the city, how much did that cost us?
Whatever their going rate is.
Yeah, so that's another
And you
cost.
pass it on to the consumer, right?
We don't do anything with it, they bill.
Yeah, exactly. They
Just
bill
like
it
when
to
we
the-
provide
yeah.
mutual aid to somebody,
Mhm.
if Helotes were to call us, it's Leon Valley rates. We bill them just like the
Okay.
run was here. It's the same with Acadian.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw, I'm sorry. You know, you had raised your hand.
Oh, that's okay.
and
I think you already answered it.
Okay.
Was about, could we take the money from the
Okay,
Red Light Camera
okay.
Fund? So I think they're going to look into that.
Right.
But I do agree that it sounds like we need an ambulance, a new ambulance in service.
Okay,
Just
yes,
a comment,
Counselor.
Mayor, that
Mhm.
they had a feature recently on the news that people were calling Uber and Lyft to get them to the hospital because they couldn't get there quick enough. And of course, partly the cost, but, and they could die in the Uber and Lyft.
I tell you,
because
I
of-
can't tell you how many notes and emails that I receive from people in our city that are so appreciative of the fire department. I mean, like you said, they may not be trauma and they may not be medical. It could be that they fell and they needed you to help them pick them back up, and they are so grateful.
You know what?
So,
Never
you know, I
underestimate a
mean,
fall.
I
You
know. Customer service, number one.
You can fall and have
Oh,
serious injuries and not know it.
I know.
And
Yeah.
a good ambulance crew with paramedics and medicine makes a whole difference in your recovery and everything else, even identifying it.
Mhm. Right. Yes, Counselor Charles, thank you.
I have a
for-
testimony to that. When I fell in my driveway and fractured my clavicle in February, you guys were right there and took good care of me.
Does this mean they gave you narcotics right away?
No. No, they loaded me up well.
But it is a serious deal. It's difficult for people to understand why an ambulance isn't coming. Where's the ambulance? Where's
sure.
the ambulance? And right now we do a good job shuffling things around, but
Okay,
when it
so.
comes down to it, we have a wrecked ambulance right now that needs to go in the shop. And I'm driving it wrecked because I can't afford to take it out of
Gotcha.
service.
So now, if on November the 5th is the second read and we approve it one way or the other, general fund money, red light camera, impound, and whatever, how long will it take you to get a new ambulance? 9 weeks? 9 months?
9 months.
No. Can't we rent one from somebody? I mean, you know, we can't wait 9 months.
They're 9 months. We'll have this other one
Oh,
up in
I
another
see.
2 weeks.
This is a specialized, built from the ground up,
They
right?
are built
9
from
months?
the ground up, but one of the things you're going to find with me is we buy what everybody else buys. We don't buy special. That way, when it needs service, when it needs work, I can't
It's
get anybody to work
standard.
on the amp. We're doing all the work ourselves
Oh.
because we can't get anybody to work on it because it's special.
Mhm.
We want
So
the
you
same
want the
thing.
standard.
This is the
Okay.
same ambulance that
Gotcha.
San Antonio uses. It's the same ambulance that District 7, District 2.
Mhm. But Chief, I'm
Lotus.
serious. We can't rent an ambulance for the next 9 months?
We've
to-
got,
to-
I would
you
rather,
know?
for the cost of 1 month's rent, I should be able to finish this ambulance and get it good enough to serve as a backup.
Okay. All right.
It's labeled, we put new tires on it.
Mhm.
We're working on the air suspension system. That's
Okay.
the only thing we have left. We've borrowed a stretcher. We have the supplies, but it's short term.
Mhm.
They took it out of service for a reason. It's way beyond its years, but it'll be a stopgap. 9 months, it could be done in 8 months.
Okay.
But the ambulance only takes 2 weeks to build. It's getting in line. And it's the
Oh,
same with fire trucks, and
wow.
it's the same regardless of the manufacturer.
So you're putting the next one in 15 months instead of 2 years? The other request so that you get it in the 2 years?
Wow. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Chief on this from either our counselors or from anyone in the chambers? Yes, Counselor Hody.
I just appreciate the frugalness I'm hearing there, especially about the renting one when you can kind of fix this one. And that's what I believe in. And then I think I heard the answer to this question, but I'm not sure. Getting this third ambulance going again, whether it's the temporary one or the permanent one, it's not require a change in personnel, does it? Number of personnel. We hire more because we've got a third ambulance? How does that work?
No. That's another day. That's another day. But we handle the calls we make right then. I want to tell you that I plan ahead, and I'm always thinking of the next call. But the fact is if I get 2 ambulance calls and a third ambulance call comes in, the guys come off the fire truck and get on the ambulance, because those are the 3 we have right now. And those are the ones that matter. Those are the ones that matter. So we can only handle what comes in right now. I'd like to tell you that I got 4 guys stacked up on a fire truck always waiting for a fire. But the fact is, the next run is going to be an EMS run. And the next run after that is going to be an EMS run. And the next one may be a fire run. But those are the numbers for 2018, which is the last complete calendar year. Those numbers are accurate, short of a couple months that I don't really know how they kept those numbers. But remember, you could have 2 fire trucks, 2 ambulances, a pickup, and all that. That's one case number. That's all it is. That's how we count it. It's one request for service. Our calls have gone up 3-fold since 2008.
Okay. Anything else? All right, Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to hearing back from you on November the 5th. The next agenda item is 9.4. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance granting a variance to Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 1.09, Parks and Recreation, Section 1.09.008, Park Usage Regulations, subsections B and G, to allow CJC Life Church to hold a 5K run event at Raymond Rimkus Park on November 9th, 2019, from sunrise to 2 p.m., located at 6440 Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Melinda?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. I'm glad you were here at the last meeting. Yeah.
Yes.
So you
and
knew
so
that
you do
it
remember
needed to
these
go.
gentlemen from last meeting, and Mr. Cedillo is here to help us out here. And so it is a request to hold a 5K run at Raymond Rimkus Park by CJC Life Church. And they're going to be using the jogging trail in the large pavilion. The event's scheduled to be held on November the 9th with setup at sunrise, and then the event would be run from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. with approximately 100 participants expected. So far, he's got about 60 people lined up. The proposed event will be open to the general public, and proceeds from the event will go towards the church's mission to India. CJC Life has already rented the large pavilion at the park, and according to their website, they plan on holding the run completely on the Rimkus Park jogging trail and at the large pavilion. They're going to erect about 10 canopies, and they'll spot those around the track for water give-outs. According to their site plan, they will have the participants run around the jogging track, and like I said, with the canopies handing out water. And as you know, just a little background, they approached City Council at the September 30th council meeting during Citizens to be Heard to let the citizens and council know about the event and to invite everybody to participate. Staff realized that they'd actually approached the city about a month and a half previously to ask if they could hold the event at the park, and they were told at the time they would have to obtain a public gathering permit. And the reason for that was because the run was planned to go from the park into city streets, which would have required that they engage police officers for traffic control and barricades. They then asked if they could hold the event in the park only, and were told that they would have to obtain a variance as the entire park cannot be rented by one single user. And so the parts of the code that it affects is these sections here. They would need a variance to reserve the entire jogging trail. They need a variance to place their canopies in places other than right next to the large pavilion. We don't allow them to go out farther. And then the 5K run is probably going to interfere with the other park users by blocking the jogging trail. And they may fill up the parking lot. Hopefully they get more than 60 participants in their event. The event is still being advertised, so hopefully they get there. The softball field is already rented that day, and the softball players will need parking spaces for their event. And so we've let the church know to keep away from that part of the parking lot so that the softball players have room. And so the code states that the Park Commission will hear the requests for variance and make recommendations regarding that to the City Council. They can also ask the person to provide additional information, which they did. And then the variance may be granted when it's consistent with the goals of the code, in that it will not cause significant harm to any other person or group of persons or result in the city being in violation of regulatory requirements, and that the activity being granted will not disturb the peace and dignity of the surrounding residential neighborhood. And then this gives the City Council the different requirements for granting that, and it also allows you to ask for other information. In cases where you would have an event that would go for months and months and months, you could require reporting or other requirements of them. This one's just for the one day. Under fiscal impact, they paid $200 for the large pavilion, and they'll receive a $50 deposit refund if the park and pavilion and jogging trail are left clean. And then the proceeds, like I said, would go towards their mission to India. At the October 10th Park Commission meeting, they recommended approval of the variance request, stating that they didn't think the variance was going to cause any significant harm to any person or group of persons. And the activities will not disturb the peace and dignity of the surrounding residential neighborhood. And like I said, Mr. Cedillo is here if y'all have any questions for him.
Well, I have a question for you, Melinda. What about the regular walkers that show up every morning? You know, are they not going to be able to walk that day from 8 to 1? That's what.
I mean, typically with a run like this, the actual runners, it's going to take them about 15 minutes to complete the run. The walkers, it'll probably take them about an hour.
Okay.
And so I doubt that they're going to use that jogging trail for more than an hour and a half.
Okay, but I mean, if people are walking, do they have to pay? They don't have to pay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm there 3 times a week, and there's the regular walkers every morning. You've been there, right? I mean,
we absolutely counted on that. And,
yeah.
As we stated in the letter, by no means are we excluding anybody who comes to the park regularly. We understand that.
Okay, and they don't have to pay.
No,
okay,
we're not going to.
I mean,
you know,
they could give a donation if
they
wanted to.
They want to walk their dog, or it's what they do every morning. We understand that we're guests.
So you're just going to incorporate all the people that are there
we'll
anyway.
We'll just send them through. It's, the purpose is to raise money for the missions and also to involve the community and all of those things. And
that was really
by excluding anybody, that would be totally opposite of what we're trying to do. So we understand that there's a lot of people that's their norm, and we're not going to disturb anybody's
And this
routines.
is a Saturday, right?
That's a Saturday morning, yes.
Saturday morning, okay. All right. That was my one question. Yes, Counselor Alcacer.
Will you have a sign or signs out there to explain to the people why you're there?
I think we do have a banner at the park right now, don't we? I think. No, we don't. Oh, I don't know. I thought we had a banner. Maybe we don't. But we will have a banner the day of.
Because you might get contributions too.
No, we will be taking. We will be taking.
Cassie, what? She's going to come in.
She said there was a banner at the baseball field.
Oh, Cassie, did you see a banner at the baseball field? No.
Oh,
at the tennis court.
Tennis court.
Oh, thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
I didn't
so
see
I
that.
thought we had a banner up there, just to
Okay.
notify people what's going on. But the day of, we're going to move the banner to the entrance, and we will have like a welcoming committee. The guys who park the cars on Sunday will be there, kind of ushering people in and direct them where to go and all of that, because it takes a lot of coordination when everyone is.
Are you going to need any police assistance as far as parking or anything, or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Right now, it's such a small event.
Okay.
We don't expect it to.
And then, are you going to
get too
have
big.
music, a DJ, anything like that?
We're going to play some music through sound system, not a band. So nothing too loud. And we
And
understand that it's early in the morning.
I was going to say, because you do have neighbors right there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So with respect to the community, I'll be providing the music myself, and I have a event audiovisual company, so I'm always weary of sound
Okay,
levels and
good.
decibels
Thank
and all
you for
that
that.
stuff. So I
Appreciate
use a little meter, and
You have one of those-
I always flag my church like, hey guys, you know. So
Tone it down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we are aware that it's early morning, and some people don't want to wake up early, and that's
Sure.
cool with us. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Counselor Alcacer.
So,
Anybody else?
Melinda, is it a bandit banner that the police might take down?
I think I'll courteously ask our guests to remove it until the day of the event.
Okay.
Mhm. All right. Any other questions for Melinda, or your name was
Timothy Cedillo. Tim.
Timothy
Yes, sir.
Cedillo.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And by the way, there is an ambulance you could rent, but it's a taco truck.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
On another note.
You can
Okay.
remount it.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Timothy.
Never underestimate the
Cedillo.
healing power
Okay.
of tacos.
So, there's not a public hearing. So anyway, any other questions? Because Mr. Cedillo, this requires another read.
Sure.
So November 5th. And when is your event?
November 9th.
9th. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So we'll still,
Is there any way to like bump it up, or that's just the way?
this is our next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
So, in the meantime, can we register people? I mean, do we feel like it's probably okay? I mean, how does that work?
Well, I mean, I haven't heard any.
I don't have any
I
objections.
mean, you answered my questions,
Yeah.
so my,
Yeah, I mean, like we said, we are completely in the understanding that we're guests here in the park. We're not here to, take over and shake any trees or anything. And we see I recognize the sensitivity of the residents, which is totally respectable. Some people, have their preferences, and we acknowledge that, and we plan to be as respectful and compliant to anything that you guys require from us.
we appreciate that. It's a good neighbor.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can you all vote at the coffee on this?
Well, have you already
It's
posted?
already- Has it been posted? It has? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Crystal, you have more knowledge on that than I do, but I don't think we can vote at the coffee.
Well, if you put it on the agenda.
If you agendize it.
If you agendize it, yeah.
You can do a separate agenda for just that item. There's nothing that prohibits you from doing that.
This will probably take less than 5 minutes, and then
Yeah, we still have time. Can we add it to the
2
agenda?
minutes.
We
You
can,
can
we
do
haven't
a separate
posted it yet. You already posted it. Okay.
But you can.
Okay. I remember you said you had to post
You
it
could
by
do
9
it
o'clock
for after
tomorrow
11,
morning.
you can agendize it for 11:01 after the coffee, and it would take 5 minutes, and then the meeting would
Or
end at
8:45.
Or 8:45. You could do it before the coffee and agendize it as a council meeting.
Just a thought.
Mhm. Would y'all rather have it at 8:45 or 11:01? I say 11:01. That's a
I
Saturday.
can see who's not the early bird.
Okay,
11:01
so,
is good.
Mr. Cedillo, it sounds like the consensus of the council is to put it on this Saturday's coffee agenda at 11:01, and we can formally approve your request under the second
Does
read.
that happen here, or I'll get?
It's at the community center.
Super.
It's at the community center, so, no, I'm sorry, conference center. Yeah, conference center.
Mayor.
Does he need to be there?
No, I don't think you need to be there. Yes.
Um,
Well, if you'd like to
Would
come.
it be appropriate, I was just going to mention that, since all the citizens will be there, citizens that come to coffee, then he could announce the event at the coffee and maybe get more participation?
Uh-huh, that's true.
Great. And also, we will be seeking sponsorships from businesses along Bandera. So if that's probably a great time to probably meet some of those folks as well. I bet they'll probably be there.
We have more citizens than we have businesses,
Good.
but there may
Good. We'll
be one or two.
Welcome it all the same.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, super. So see you
Okay.
guys Saturday. Okay.
Okay,
Keep
that
the
sounds
coffee
good.
hot and-
Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
You bet. Thank you for being here. All right, moving then to agenda item 9.5, discussion and possible action on the items for discussion at the 2020 Town Hall meeting. And Ms. Kinsler, I think we have a list of up there.
So the purpose of this item is just to try to gain consensus from the council on what you all would like to see at the January annual town hall meeting. And the suggestions that I have been provided with thus far, I thought I got rid of those bullets, are what you see right there. And it looks like, thanks to Counselor Hody, we just got rid of one of them.
Number 3.
Number 3. Mm-hmm. So that's 8 items.
We're not going to do animal over this there, are we?
It's not on there,
Well-
no ma'am. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's the first one. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Further dissection.
Who put that one on?
I didn't.
I just copied and pasted from what you all sent me.
Well,
Who's going to own up to that?
Is this in January? When is it? I hope
the
we're done
fourth
by then.
Saturday in January, but
Yeah.
Um,
I don't
go
know.
ahead. Counselor Bradshaw, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I think we hopefully have some, the animal ordinance resolved by then. And so unless the idea is to roll it out, but I think we should just take that one off.
Well, I know the update on Peachtree, we
fast.
committed to putting it on the town hall meeting, so that one for sure. And then,
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mayor, on that one, if they haven't gotten the work done that they're going to do, maybe that can go to, because we're trying to do an update before we even get what's supposed to be done. So if the work's done, then I think it's okay, but if it's not done, I think that item can wait till a coffee.
Okay, the other thing you could do is show them drawings and renderings of what it's going to look like, what's been
Well, that's-
approved, so whatever you'd like.
Yeah, well, hopefully something can be done.
I think that'll be a quick.
I thought we were talking about phases, right? So, phase 1 was the trees and the bathrooms.
Well, see,
right?
until somebody sees it, people need to see it, so
Oh,
then
well, I
they
think
can get
that's,
a better idea what
Oh, you mean
will be
see it?
there.
You mean see it completed
Yes,
on the site? I hear
right,
what you're saying, not on a
right.
visual. Okay, gotcha.
I think that will help a lot in the next step.
Water
So
main.
that would be the removal of 1, 2, and 3 so far.
Let's just
No,
take them all.
3 you were going to do.
3
Three
we're
is
going
gonna
to
be
do
Saturday.
Exactly.
He's going to be at the coffee.
Yeah, I think the Bandera Road update, I'm not sure where we're at on that. TxDOT's supposed to have a meeting, but I don't know if they're going to have one in November.
I don't either.
Or December. I
looking
think it's
like it.
probably going to be January.
We can still give an update though, because the
But
general public doesn't know.
it's moving fast. Home Rule Charter Amendment update, I think that's important, and I think the pool is important. And the census is important too, and we'll be ready to roll out something in January, I think, but.
I'd like an update on drainage, and that's never.
That's not water main conditions, right? That's something
Right,
different that you're asking for?
That's like flooding and stuff.
Oh, okay.
We have those plans, but we're not making too much progress on them.
Well, but we got to
Kind of are.
vote. We got to vote in November, and if we pass that amendment, then we'll have money. So then we should be able to, really roll with the punches there.
Well, between that and the Corps of Engineers up here, and the county's funds.
Hopefully.
Well, then it would, an update would be good.
Okay.
But not water main conditions, something else.
Yeah, well, I don't know who put
I don't know who
water
put
main,
water
they're
main
not
on there.
good. We keep having, they keep breaking.
But what are we going to do about them? Maybe
Yeah,
that's
we
something.
did, yeah, but that's a separate item. But I don't. I
And we
mean,
replace, X amount of water and sewer lines every year. Your water and sewer lines are not as old as many municipalities, but they're old.
Can you refresh our memories, Ms. Kinsler? How many topics did we have last year, or this year? It's still this year, 2019.
6 or 7 maybe. The other topic that's a given that it always happens at a town hall meeting is the update from the previous town hall, so that we can let the citizens know what we've done. So they know that their suggestions, their voting didn't fall on deaf ears, that we actually moved during the year, made some progress. So that's always usually the first item.
Do we need the El Verde by 2025 one?
Oh, Crystal just looked at the agenda. We had 10 last year. Let me tell you what they were.
Did we really? And that's from 8:30 to 12:30, so that's a 4-hour time frame.
You had one of the items is the introduction and the procedures by Dr. Romero. And then the second item is an update on the progress from the previous town hall meeting. Last year we did after all that happened, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items actually. When you had status of Bandera Road Working Group, update on red light cameras, breakout sessions, and instant polling that followed, so that's not really an item, that was from the previous 2. Update on El Verde 2020, discussion of future updates in the City of Leon Valley Comprehensive Plan, update on infrastructure and flood control. We had that one last year. Home Rule Charter amendments. Thank you, Crystal.
And I thought, did Mr. Milan want something on?
I thought you told him no.
On the agenda for the town hall meeting, didn't he? Cassie, do you want to say what that was?
Cassie Rouse, Grass Valley. He wanted the comprehensive plan on there again because we're doing another update and we're sending out RFQs and stuff. So.
Okay. All right. Any other input? What do y'all like, don't like, add? I think
so. We could remove water mains.
But I thought we were going to substitute it for update on, which we already did last year.
Same thing as last year, the flood control.
On the flood control.
Well, let's just forget it this year then, both of those. We need to change it up a little bit, so. Yeah. But we do Bandera Road update every year too.
I don't think water main conditions was a bad suggestion because it's right. We're constantly getting on having to advertise a water main break.
Right.
We have to get back on and say, okay, we're ready now. Restaurants close down. I mean, it affects.
And people need to understand their water bills that they're complaining about. The money has to go somewhere.
But we have 2 different paying sources, that.
It's true. Very
people
true.
on SAWS pay something different versus, so we just have to. Oh, we have a 12% increase coming in on SAWS because of the getting the water up from wherever we're getting it from. Oh gosh, bringing it down.
Okay, so get rid of the animal, get rid of Peachtree. We're doing number 3 at the coffee this Saturday. Add flood, and then keep the rest of them. Am I on track with you all?
Yeah, I don't think any of them will take long except maybe the home rule charter.
Yeah.
And then there was a recap from the previous town hall.
Yes, sir.
Also, right?
Yes,
so I think that's plenty.
Cassie just said add the comprehensive plan, so that's
not
on there.
Comprehensive plan.
So.
Okay, so that'll leave you 8 items plus the. You getting this, Sandra? Because relying on my memory tomorrow is going to be bad. 8 items plus the item for Councilor Bradshaw just mentioned.
Right.
Yes, the recap. Everybody agree?
Well, yeah, and I'd like to get Melinda's input on the El Verde by 2025. I know she's been working on that. We've got software, and we're working with CPS Energy on the clear results or whatever that is. But
I think that'll really be more just of an informational presentation.
And then the PACE, we can add the PACE program to that now. So the trees. So okay.
Sounds good. 8 items.
Okay, so we have 8 items plus the recap, right?
Yes.
Okay. Got that, Sandra? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Oh, hi, Mr. Mr. Johnson. Thank you. I'm looking at where we're at. We're on 9.7, executive session. Thank you for staying late.
Just for the council, William Johnson of Forest Oaks, Kennerfield. For the council's consideration, our current timeline on the Home Rule Charter Committee is that we will be essentially finished by the 25th of January to make the deadlines necessary to put it on the ballot in May. So the update would be a comprehensive update and on almost all of it.
That's going to take some time.
I expect, I'm not the chair of the committee, but on the progress that's been going on in the committee, that we will have our first update to the council in 2 weeks, that we'll have sections 1, 2, and 3 ready for your review and comment as we proceed on. But Chairman Jordan is pushing it as fast as he can, but we're also not rushing through it. It's taking a lot more time than he thought it would take. But we're being very thorough on what we're doing. But by January 25th, we're essentially finished, just for your...
Well, actually, I see that as a perfect opportunity to educate the citizens at the town hall meeting on the final product that they're going to be voting on, right? I think.
Well, the recommendations from the Charter Committee are recommendations, and the council can ignore it, can select part of it, can change it, can, according to our current charter, they can go anywhere from saying we like all of it to we don't even want to put it forward.
Right, but can we get input at the town hall meeting from the citizens on that at the time?
That's the council's
I think that would be ideal.
Pleasure.
Personally.
Because the council has the right to modify anything that we
See, it was
put
different
forward.
because last time we weren't able to do anything. It was just from the charter committee directly to the ballot, and so this is different that we're able to get input.
And citizens' input would be very important, but the deadline is like February 14th,
to call
or
for the
we
election.
can't, or we can't go forward.
Yeah, well, we'll meet that deadline
May.
with the town hall meeting for sure.
Just FYI.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, we'll move then into executive session 9.7. The council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following under the Texas Local Government Code, section 551.074, personnel matters to discuss and conduct an annual performance evaluation of City Manager Kelly Kunstler as required by the City of Leon Valley's employment contract. It's approximately 11:15, and we'll move into executive session. We'll do it.
Okay, it's recorded. Crystal started already.
Do I need to redo it, Crystal?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so agenda item number 9.8, we reconvene into regular session and take action on issues discussed in executive session at approximately 12:35 a.m. on Wednesday, October 16, 2019, and we have a motion to reflect the executive session. Ms. Alcacer.
I make a motion that we approve the employment contract for the city manager with the amendment of item 18.
And I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to adopt the city manager's contract as presented with an amendment to item number 18. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
The contract passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. And we'll move to agenda item number 10, citizens to be heard. Any citizens to be heard?
I have a thing, but it's late, so I'll save it for later.
Okay.
They're here now, so.
Seeing, Cassie, do you want to say? Okay, go ahead. So,
Cassie Rouse. I live in Grass Valley. I just wanted to encourage the council to consider paying the lots of extra money required to get in Code 10, because this is what your bill looks like if you have electronic billing for the water bill and it's not accepted for legal purposes. I can't use this for anything, and I don't even understand what it says. And as you can see, it looks totally like I made it myself, which I didn't. And so in order to get my child registered for school, I had to have Vicki make me a copy on official letterhead, because I can't just use the one that I'm sent electronically. And that's not the only problem with it, as you could hear by talking to the staff about all the problems, but that's a problem that the citizens have to deal with. So, if you're on the electronic one, this is what you get. You can't even read what it says. You have no idea what's happening. It doesn't even say anywhere officially that it's from Leon Valley. And yeah, so.
So what is the program that you're wanting in Code 10?
In Code 10 is
that
what I
you
have
said?
been told by the staff members who assisted me with getting a more official looking copy so that I could register my child for school. But heaven forbid I have to get a more current copy for anything else. I'll have to come back in and do that again. So, and I hear it would solve lots of other problems the staff are having with software and such. But this is just from the citizens' point of view, like an actual legal problem. I can't use this for anything. And also, I don't even know what I'm paying or why. So it would be nice to have a better looking bill that's easy to understand and actually looks official, which you can't do on the current software. So that's all.
Okay, well, thanks for bringing it to our attention. Do appreciate it. Okay, if there's no further comments or questions, then we move to adjourn on Wednesday, October the 16th at approximately 12:40 in the morning. Good night. Good morning.